Chapter 307. Tai Dao Ku, what happened to your eye? Tai Ruanan saw that Tai Dao Ku was wearing a black eye patch and asked in surprise. An awkward expression appeared on Tai Dao Ku's face as he spoke the truth. This subordinate's eyes were injured by Bai Ning Bing. A few months ago, when he fought with Bai Ning Bing, it was like a heavy blow to his head. After losing his left eye, his battle strength fell sharply, and the handblade gu was mercilessly taken away by Bai Ning Bing. He was no longer Bai Ning Bing's match. But Tai Dao Ku did not give up. He had a firm heart, gritting his teeth and taking root, relying on the battle stage to fight, as well as some guard and investigation missions to survive in Shangclan City. He was like a lone wolf, silently licking his wounds. While secretly paying attention to Fong and Bai, he worked hard to accumulate his strength, and at the same time, he reported back to his family. It was because of his letter that Tai Ruanan took the initiative to lead the team here. Bai Ning Bing actually injured you. Tai Dao Ku, your information was lacking. Why did you not mention this in the letter? Tai Ruanan frowned, her tone displeased. Isn't this too embarrassing? Tai Dao Ku laughed in embarrassment. He was also a rank 3 gu master. He had his own dignity and face. But facing Tai Ruanan's accusation, he lowered his head, replying respectfully, "It is my fault." He was a proud person, but his attitude towards Tai Ruanan was extremely respectful. It had been 2 years. 2 years ago, when news of Tai Shuelong's death spread to Tai Clan village, the whole clan fell into grief. A rank 5 gu master's battle strength was already at the peak of the mortal world. Even a huge clan like Tai Clan would feel pain if they lost one. Moreover, this was divine investigator Tai Shuel, a man whose fame spread throughout the southern border. He could be said to be a banner of Tai Clan. Tai Shuelong's death was a loss to the whole Tai Clan, a loss to the whole righteous path. Just as the clansmen were grieving, Tai Ruanan, as Tai Shuelong's daughter, stood up. She had been following her father, roaming the southern border. After returning to the clan, she charged into Tai Clan's 13 halls, defeating a young opponent in the arena competition, becoming one of Tai Clan's 8 young masters. After assuming the position of the Tai family's internal affairs, he repeatedly solved mysteries, leaving no place for the corrupt and bribe-takers to hide and bringing criminals to justice. Tai Shuelong fell, but Tai Ruanan slowly rose, taking over her father's banner, becoming the new star that everyone in the Tai family paid attention to for the past 2 years. Tai Ruanan's fame spread far and wide. Even Tai Dao Ku, who lived far away in Shangclan City, heard of her deeds. Tai Clan and Shangclan's policies were different. Even if Tai Ruanan could not obtain the position of Tai Clan leader, she would at least be an important official, a general who could guard a mountain. She was young but had already reached rank 3 upper stage. The name of a genius was well-deserved. Be it Tai Ruanan's present or future, she was worthy of Tai Dao Ku's respect. Taimu, go take a look at his injuries. Tai Ruanan waved her hand and said. Taimu had a handsome appearance and was the team's healing gu master. He immediately walked forward and checked Tai Dao Ku's eyes in front of everyone. In just a few breaths' time, Taimu reported, "His eyes are crippled. This subordinate is useless. To heal it, a rank 5 gu master is needed." He was being humble. He was only 28 years old but had already reached rank 3 peak stage, an elite of Tai Clan's branch family. Many people tried to recruit him, but he only joined Tai Ruanan's faction. These years, Tai Ruanan had been the young master and her forces had expanded rapidly, gathering many elites under her. Taimu was only one of them. In Shangclan City, there is a Dr. Su Shou, a rank 5 expert. Tai Dao Ku, take this money and heal your eyes. Tai Ruanan took out a primeval elder gu and threw it to Tai Dao Ku. Thank you, young master. Tai Dao Ku received it and could not help but feel grateful. Dr. Su Shou's treatment fee was extremely expensive. He had been living a simple life in Shangclan City all these years, saving this money for his eyes. But 100,000 yuan stone was not a small sum. The prices in Shangclan City were high, and Tai Dao Ku had bought a handblade gu. He was short of money. He straightened his back. This subordinate has already booked a garden for young master. Please follow me. But Tai Ruanan waved her hand. No rush. Bring me to Nanshou Garden. Didn't your information say that Fong and Bai are staying in Nanshou Garden? Yes. Tai Dao Ku was stunned, not expecting Tai Ruo Nan to be so direct. Lead the way, Tai Ruo Nan instructed.
Yes.
Tai Ruo Nan had a swift and decisive personality, but a moment later, she was given the cold shoulder. Sorry, my two masters are cultivating in the secret room, Nan Shio Garden's doorman said politely. What are you afraid? You want to be a coward? Tai Dao Ku snorted in disdain. The doorman had been specially trained by Shang clan. He was of high quality. Glancing at Tai Dao Ku, he still stood guard at the door, not letting anyone in. Tai Ruanan was one of the young masters of Tai clan. She would not bicker with this child. She smiled, taking out a visitation card and handing it to the doorman. No matter. I asked the boy to bring back my visiting card. I have a good relationship with your masters. We will visit again at night. I will definitely bring back Lord's visitation card, but my two masters are in closed cultivation. We do not know when they will come out. We might not be able to eat dinner tonight. The doorman reminded before everyone left. When it was time for dinner, Tai clan came again, but they were rejected again. I think that Fong and Bai are afraid of young masters' might. They are hiding inside and do not dare to come out. Maybe this is a show of strength, targeted at us. Tai clan guessed. Their tone was indignant. They had taken the initiative to visit twice, but received such treatment. Did these two really think they were big shots? Even Shang clan young masters had to put aside their work to come and entertain them. Don't be impatient. We will come again tomorrow morning. Tai Ruo Nan comforted everyone, handing over the visitation card again with a thoughtful expression. But the next morning, Nan Shio Garden's doors were still shut. Tai clan's emotions were at its peak. They almost wanted to smash the door open, but were stopped by Tai Ruo Nan, who handed over the visitation card again. They had just left when Fong Yuan came out of the secret room. Tai Ruo Nan? Hearing the servant's report, Fong Yuan showed a trace of astonishment. He knew this girl was Tai Shuelong's daughter, but did she not die on Qingmao Mountain? When Tai Shuelong flew out of the bronze-masked mountain giant puppet Gu and Iron Hand, Gu to save Tai Ruo Nan, Fong Yuan was fighting with by Ning Bing, and his vision was obscured by the white form immortal snake's fog, so he did not see it. When the fog dispersed, he found the crane group's attack. The scene was chaotic and intense. There was no time to relax. Until by Ning Bing self-detonated, Fong Yuan did not see Tai Ruo Nan again. Thus, in Fong Yuan's impression, he had always thought that Tai clan's father and daughter had died on Qingmao Mountain. To think that this Tai Ruo Nan is still alive, and not only that, she has even become Tai clan's young master. Fong Yuan took a look at the 3 visitation cards, frowning deeply. Seeing Tai Ruo Nan's name, he immediately had the urge to kill her. This person was too much of an eyesore. She was a survivor of Qingmao Mountain. She had interacted with him and Guiyue Fongjing. She was a huge threat to him. If his true identity was exposed, it would definitely affect his stable life, and the development environment that Shang Clan City had fought so hard for would be lost. However, this person, Tai Ruo Nan, was someone that Fong Yuan could not touch at the moment. With the identity of Tai Clan's young master, in a place like Shang Clan City, Fong Yuan was not allowed to kill her. Still too weak. If it was in my previous life, when I was rank 6, I could kill such a minor character with one finger. Fong Yuan sighed in his heart. Although his battle strength had soared, and the speed of his growth was shocking, if he killed Tai Ruo Nan, he could not bear the consequences. Even now, he could not even use his real name. There was always a higher mountain, and there would always be someone stronger than the strong. Rank 5 was the peak of the mortal world, and he was only rank 3. Fong Yuan quickly collected his thoughts. Killing was the most direct method, but since he could not use it, he had to think of a way to deal with this uninvited guest. The matter on Qingmao Mountain has not been exposed. It seems that this Tai Ruo Nan does not know either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent only a group of people to hunt me down. She sent 3 visiting cards in a row, purposely showing her determination to meet with me. It seems that she wants to know what happened back then from my mouth. After all, her father died on Qingmao Mountain. Then the most important thing now is, I am using the name of Guiyue Fongjing. Does she have any suspicions about my true identity? If she has suspicions, how can I dispel such suspicions? Furthermore, if my true identity is exposed, How can I make up for it? In Shang Yinfei's intelligence, my aptitude is ordinary, while my brother is only a grade. How can I explain the change in my aptitude? Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. He was astute and cautious by nature. He did not consider victory, he considered defeat first. This huge crisis was no exception. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. At this stage, I will sell the blood skull goo to Shang Yinfei. Shang Yinfei has been collecting the blood sea true inheritance. If I sell the blood skull goo to him, he can raise Shang Xinc's aptitude. He dotes on Shang Xinci so much. For her, he did not hesitate to use the man triumphing heaven goo, defying heaven and changing fate. He cannot reject this deal. By revealing the blood skull goo, Fang Yuan would be able to explain his difficulties in concealing his identity. But if the situation did not develop to the worst state, Fang Yuan would absolutely not sell the blood skull goo. Chapter 308. Fang Yuan could not help but think. According to Tai Clan's reaction, Tai Ruanan should not know I have blood skull goo. Perhaps my current A-grade aptitude will be the best disguise for me. Fang Yuan was not far off on this point. The truth was, Tai Ruanan had never suspected Fang Yuan's identity. The reason was because of his aptitude. Tai Ruanan had always thought that Fang Yuan was Guyue's desolate in physique. She had learned about the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques in Tai Clan. Now that so much time had passed, if he really was Fang Yuan, he would have killed himself long ago. Furthermore, from Tai Daoku's information, Fang Yuan's fearless fighting style was proof. In Tai Ruanan's impression, Fang Zheng was such a straightforward person. And how could a devious person like Fang Yuan have such a ferocious attack? Tai Ruanan finally met Fang Yuan on her 4th visit. In the guest hall, there were only Fang Yuan and Tai Ruanan. The rest were settled down. To think that when we meet again, it would be like this, Tai Ruanan sighed. Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng were twin brothers. They looked very similar. She sighed, but Fang Yuan sighed even more deeply. Let bygones be bygones. I do not want to talk about it anymore. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone sharply. No, some things cannot be forgotten. I came to find you because of what happened back then. You must know how my father, Tai Shuelong, died. Please tell me the truth. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Tai Ruanan, but the latter had no fear as she looked back at him. Her gaze was filled with determination. She had sharp brows and starry eyes, probably because she had not roamed the world these years. Her dark skin had turned white, and with her high-nosed bridge and red lips, she had a valiant and heroic aura. No doubt, she was a beauty. Although her looks could not be compared to Bai Ningbing or Shang Xinci, her body was fit and beautiful, especially her long legs. Coupled with her unique temperament, it made her stand out from the rest and aroused the desire of men to conquer her. But Fang Yuan didn't care about her beauty. From her gaze, Fang Yuan sensed that she did not seem to doubt his identity at all. That was a good situation. Then, the next step was how to explain what had happened back then. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. If he did not come up with a proper explanation, Tai Ruanan would not let the matter rest. Fang Yuan also had a plan to deal with this. Thus, he sighed again. Every time I think of Qingmao Mountain, my heart aches. Although your father died, I lost all my clansmen and was forced to wander. Shang Clan City might be good, but it is still a foreign land. There is no feeling of home. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. Seeing Fang Yuan like this, Tai Ruanan's steely gaze, he couldn't help but soften his expression. Both of them were victims in the same predicament. Compared to him, Fang Zheng, who had lost all his clansmen, was undoubtedly more pitiful. Do you know? You killed a young master of my clan. If I did not stop you, you would have been punished by my clan. You will be punished by my clan. Tai Ruanan changed the topic. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He hurriedly explained. I know about Tai Daoku's matter, but I did not do it on purpose. I dug a trap to deal with the grass skirt monkeys, who asked your Tai clan to chase after me and fall into my trap. You were courting death. How can you blame me? A life for a life. Isn't that right? Tai Ruanan's expression turned solemn. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. If that is so, how many lives do I need to repay? He also sneered, Tai Ruanan. After so many things happened, You and I are no longer naive. Your Tai clan is not in the right in this matter. The reason you did not act is mainly because of the purple thorn token in my hand, right? Tai Ruanan was frank. The purple thorn token is indeed the main reason. But the purple thorn token can only protect you in Shangclan City. Once you leave Shangclan City, our Tai clan will not let this matter rest. If you can tell me the truth, I can guarantee that as long as I am alive, Tai clan will not make things difficult for you because of this matter. Fong Yuan was slightly shocked. This Tai Ruanan seemed to have developed well these years. Even the young master of the Tai family didn't have that kind of authority. If you don't believe me, we can use poison Vao Gu. Tai Ruanan continued. Poison Vao Gu again? In truth, Fong Yuan was getting tired of refining the going back on one's words Gu. The truth is nothing much. You are the Tai clan young master now, can't you guess it? Fong Yuan lowered his head, using the corner of his eyes to size up Tai Ruanan. His words were meant to probe, but Tai Ruanan did not notice it. The young girl smiled. Actually, even if you don't say it, I already know. Fong Yuan's tone changed. You already know? Tai Ruanan sighed faintly. The 10 extreme physiques are not a secret in the upper echelons of the Gu Master world. To be able to create such a scene and freeze the whole of Qingmao Mountain, even a rank 5 Gu Master cannot do it. But I did not expect your brother to not have the Gu Desolating physique, but the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. What? Fong Yuan cried out in surprise in his heart, but his expression did not change much, only squinting his eyes at the right time. Why would she think I have the Gu Desolating physique? Fong Yuan felt it was absurd. Wait, no wonder at that time. Clan leader Gu Bo would protect me for no reason. Don't tell me, my cultivation has improved, and they think I have the 10 extreme physique? Fong Yuan thought of this and suddenly understood something. If she thinks so, then the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique is my greatest disguise. That means she does not suspect my true identity. As long as I do not expose any flaws. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan's face showed a complex and bitter expression. He did not speak, only sighing. If he spoke too much, he would easily give himself away. Speaking too much leads to mistakes. Tai Ruanan saw his expression and was even more certain of her answer. She softened her voice. Fangzheng, I know your heart is in pain and it is very complicated. The one who destroyed your home and caused you to wander outside, the one who killed all your clansmen, is your own brother. Fong Yuan interrupted her words, his eyes turning red. Don't say any more, since you already know. Why ask me? But I need a clear answer. These are all my guesses. Tai Ruanan's gaze pressured him. Fong Yuan nodded heavily, tears silently flowing down his face. Seeing this, Tai Ruanan could not force him any further, and said faintly, Do you know? I once rushed back to Qingmao Mountain. Looking at the mountain covered in ice and snow, my heart was at a loss. I know my father died in the hands of Fong Yuan. If Fong Yuan was still alive, I would definitely kill him to avenge my father's death. But he is already dead. What can I do even if I am not satisfied? I want to raise my son, but his parents are not around. My enemy is already dead. Such a regret in life. Tai Ruanan sighed, not knowing that her greatest enemy, Fong Yuan, was sitting in front of her. Fong Yuan snorted, his tone containing a trace of displeasure. Fong Yuan is my brother after all. He is already dead. What else do you want? Tai Ruanan's eyes lit up. I still want to know some things. At that time, my father received a mysterious letter, and I already know the contents of the letter. It said that your Guyue village has the Blood Sea inheritance. So my father disregarded his injuries and rushed to Qingmao Mountain. Do you and Bai Ningbing know about this? Fong Yuan shook his head. If there was a Blood Sea inheritance, I would have used it long ago. Otherwise, why would I be in such a sorry state during the journey? Tai Ruanan looked at Fong Yuan with deep meaning. The Blood Sea inheritance has endless repercussions. It is the legacy of the demonic Gu Master Blood Sea ancestor. In the end, the cause of my father's death was also this inheritance. Fangzheng, if you really inherited this inheritance, I hope you can give it to me. Let me make up for some of my regrets. Fong Yuan continued to shake his head. I don't have it. Tai Ruanan was silent for a while. According to the information, I know you have a Gu with overflowing blood qi. It It was once used for long-range attacks, but after you changed to Strength Path, you almost never used it again. Why is that? Feng Yuan was stunned, before coming to a realization. You suspect I took the Blood Sea inheritance, but purposely hid it? Humph. You should be referring to this goo, right? Feng Yuan willed and took out the Blood Moon goo from his aperture, throwing it to Tai Ruanan. This is my clan's Blood Moon goo. Didn't you see my brother use it? When the glacier exploded, my clan leader and Bai clan leader worked together, risking their lives to protect me and Bai Ningbing. Clan leader gave me all the remaining goo in his possession. When Bai Ningbing and I were roaming, many goo died of hunger. Only this Blood Moon goo was left, because it was easy to feed. Feng Yuan's words not only cleared Tai Ruanan's doubts, but also explained why he and Bai Ningbing could escape with their lives. Tai Ruanan inspected the Blood Moon goo before her expression relaxed. So it was like this. Your clan leader put in a lot of effort to leave behind a fire seed. He did not hesitate to sacrifice himself. It is truly a magnificent feat. Feng Yuan snorted. So I have to live on and rebuild Gue village. Whoever dares to stop me, I will exterminate them. This could be considered as an explanation for his ruthlessness in the martial arts arena. Although I did not spend much time with you, I can clearly feel that you have changed a lot. Tai Ruanan looked at Feng Yuan. She was only sighing, but did not suspect anything. After a huge change, people would also change. This was very normal. Feng Yuan looked at her calmly. People change. Didn't you also change? Tai Ruanan shook her head. I have only been walking my own path. After saying this, the two fell into silence. After a long while, Tai Ruanan spoke. I will bring Tai Daoku back. I promise that the Tai family will not pursue this matter any further. Relying on Shang clan is a good way to rebuild the clan. Many people succeeded because of this. I wish you success too. After saying this, the young girl stood up and left without hesitation. Feng Yuan looked at her leaving figure, squinting his eyes. He had a vague premonition that this Tai Ruanan was not simple and would cause huge trouble for him in the future. Chapter 309. Tai Ruanan really left. Just like she said, she brought Tai Daoku away. Feng Yuan knew what kind of person Tai Daoku was. To be able to fight with Bai Ningbing for such a long time, he was clearly an expert. His battle strength could not be underestimated. And now, he was recruited by Tai Ruanan. This Tai Ruanan must be eliminated. Leaving her alive will be a huge threat. Feng Yuan had a strong premonition. It was because Tai Ruanan had something in common with him and Bai Ningbing. They were all people who had found their own path in life. Such people had great perseverance and courage. As long as they did not die young, they would definitely have great accomplishments. Tai Ruanan also had a great aptitude, and also had Tai clan supporting her. She was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. In comparison, even though Feng and Bai each had a purple thorn token, it was nothing. If we continue to develop like this, Bai Ningbing and I will be left behind by her. Only by relying on the 3 kings' inheritance can we shorten the gap. Feng Yuan had a plan in his mind. According to normal development speed, Feng and Bai would not be Tai Ruanan's match. The latter was one of the young masters of Tai clan. She had vast resources. Feng and Bai could not compare. Only by not taking the normal path and taking the risk to take shortcuts could they shorten the gap. The 3 kings' inheritance and the righteous demonic battle of Etion Mountain were such shortcuts and shortcuts. Spring came and went, autumn left and autumn returned. The river of time flowed endlessly. Another year passed. Nanxiu Garden, secret room. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, his forehead dripping with sweat as he gritted his teeth, enduring. He was refining goo. It was the crucial moment. A lump of red, orange, and green light floated in the air. It was the size of a basket. It shone on his face like a rainbow. Multitasking. Stone tortoise strength goo, go. Following Feng Yuan's will. Immediately, a faint black light flew out of his aperture and entered the tricolored light orb. The addition of stone tortoise strength goo caused the 3-colored light lump to have an intense reaction. Originally, there were only 3 colors in the ball of light: red, orange, and green. Now, there was an ink black color. The four colors fought and strangled each other. No one was able to suppress the other, and they fell into a chaotic battle. For a moment, the four-colored wheel of light spun, as if the water was suddenly boiling, or as if there was a big hand stirring it violently. Boom! Suddenly, there was a slight explosion. The ball of light exploded, forming a four-colored rain of light. The rain of light came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the secret chamber sank into darkness. Everything vanished into thin air. I failed again. In the darkness, Feng Yuan sighed softly. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed out of his nostrils. At the same time, his soul also suffered a backlash from the Gu refinement failure. It made Feng Yuan feel dizzy. This was his 4th failure. In the past 1.5 years, I fought my way from the 4th inner city to the 3rd inner city. But bitter strength Gu cannot be bought. Feng Yuan knew the reason. First, it was because bitter strength Gu was extremely rare and expensive. Even in Shangclan City, it was not common. Second, it was because Shang Yizi, who was in charge of the shops, was secretly hindering Feng Yuan. Shang Yizi was one of the young tribe leaders of Shangclan City and was in charge of the shops in Shangclan City. When Feng Yuan wanted to buy bitter strength Gu, Shang Yizi secretly tried to stop Feng Yuan. 2 years ago, when Feng Yuan came to Shangclan City, he tried to extort Shang Yizi. Thus, there was a conflict between them. Shang Yizi relied on Baigu inheritance to pass the clan test and kept his position as young tribe leader. Although due to the poison Vao Gu, he could not deal a fatal blow to Feng Yuan, but he could still take revenge on Feng Yuan. Shang Yizi was after all Shang Yin Fei's son. After suffering a loss, he learned from it. After the setback, he worked hard and swept away his decadence, becoming more and more astute. He used the clan system to deal with Feng Yuan, using underhanded methods. Even if Feng Yuan had the purple thorn token, it was useless. Those who had the purple thorn token were Shang clan's esteemed guests, but they were still outsiders and could not compare to Shang Yizi's young tribe leader status. Unable to buy bitter strength Gu, Feng Yuan could only refine it himself. But the success rate of refining bitter strength Gu was too low. Including today's round, Feng Yuan had already undergone 4 rounds of fusion refinement. He lost brown bear innate strength Gu, galloping horse strength Gu, green bull labor Gu, and stone tortoise strength Gu. Other than that, there were precious supplementary materials and large amounts of Yuan stone. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had fought many battles in the battle stage and accumulated enough capital to endure the losses from the refinement. Sigh, after this failure, I can only try again after my injuries recover. Feng Yuan sighed. Gu refinement needed to be careful. If the refinement failed, the Gu master's body and soul would suffer backlash. The physical injuries were easy to deal with, but because of multitasking, the damage to the soul was a troublesome matter. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the rarer it was, and the more severe the consequences of failure. Thus, Gu refinement masters would often be bedridden due to Gu refinement failures, or even die from backlash. It was not that there were no Gu that could heal the soul, but they were extremely rare, and were usually kept in secret by large clans. Feng Yuan's soul injury this time would cause him to experience slight dizziness for the next month or so. The dizziness would affect Feng Yuan's battle strength, especially in a battle between experts. These minute flaws would be fatal. Thus, Feng Yuan would usually try once every month. He would leave enough time for his soul to recuperate. Although the Gu refinement failed, today's cultivation was not over. Feng Yuan calmly waited, and after a while, he heard noises from outside. He opened the secret door and welcomed Bai Ningbing. In this 1 year or so, Bai Ningbing had made rapid progress and had fought her way to 3rd inner city, forming a set of Gu worms. She and Feng Yuan were neck and neck. With few defeats, they were known as the 2 rising stars of the battle stage, and many people paid attention to them. The 2 did not speak, only nodding. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on another mat and stretched out her palm, placing it on Feng Yuan's back, injecting snow silver primeval essence into him. Bai Ningbing had purposely suppressed her cultivation and was still at rank 3 peak stage. But Feng Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly and was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage. For hours later, Bai Ningbing stopped injecting primeval essence and slowly retracted her palm. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His aura was even more abundant, faintly giving off a feeling of overflowing. This was a sign that his cultivation was about to break through. I am getting closer to rank 3 upper stage. In a few days, I will break through, Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. When I break through to upper stage, I will use that white-silver relic goo and directly raise my cultivation to rank 3 peak stage. This way, I will be able to catch up to Bai Ningbing. At the same time, I can reduce Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure on my aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's vital goo, a rank 6 goo. In this 1 year or so, it had been sleeping and absorbing the water in the river of time, recuperating, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger, causing pressure on Fang Yuan's aperture again. But this time, the situation was many times better than the time on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and with a rank 3 aperture, he was not as pressured as when he was on Qingmao Mountain. The main contributors to this were Bone-Flesh Unity Goo and Bai Ningbing. Since the cultivation ended, Bai Ningbing slowly stood up and walked out of the secret room. During the whole process, she did not speak a single word and was as cold as ice. But Fang Yuan was not a talkative person, and in this 1 year or so, the two were already used to this way of interacting. Fang Yuan inwardly pondered, when I advance to rank 3 peak stage, Bai Ningbing's primeval essence will not be of much help to me. But after interacting with her day and night, from the slight changes in her aura, I can faintly sense that she is not far from rank 4 realm. Even if Bai Ningbing tried to delay it, the curse of the 10 extreme physique had not disappeared and was still in effect. According to Bai Ningbing's information, her aptitude had risen by 2 points, reaching 93%, another 7 points, reaching 100%, and she would return to the northern dark eye soul physique. When she has rank 4 cultivation, she will have yellow gold primeval essence, and it will be a great help to me in breaking through to rank 4 realm. In a way, Bai Ningbing and I are in the same boat. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, and she has the northern dark eye soul physique. 7 days later, Fang Yuan received a piece of good news from Wei Yang. Auction. A once-in-a-century natural disaster happened on Ju Feng Mountain. Ju clan village was destroyed, and the remnants of Ju clan submitted to Shang clan city. They need to auction off large amounts of their clan's collections to maintain their livelihood. Thus, there will be an auction soon. Saying so, Wei Yang specially told Fang Yuan, "Brother Fang, your luck is here. I found out that there will be a bitter strength goo in this auction." Wei Yang was clear of Fang Yuan's need for bitter strength goo. Fang Yuan had also asked him to gather information. Most importantly, this auction is highly regarded by Shang clan city. Young Master Shang Yizi is not in a position to cause trouble, Wei Yang continued. Shang Yizi and Fang Yuan's conflict was not a secret among Shang clan's higher-ups. Bitter strength goo. Ju clan village. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Ju clan village had hundreds of years of history. If they were to sell their assets now, there would definitely be many good things. Bitter strength goo was one of them. Fang Yuan had been searching for it all this time. In this year, I have accumulated close to 1,000,000 yuan stone. I have a high chance of buying the bitter strength goo. Ju clan village's destruction is not rare. In this world, other than man-made disasters, there are also natural disasters. The winds on Ju Feng Mountain are strong all year round. Although it is a spiritual mountain with a spirit spring as its foundation, the environment is terrible. The Ju family's storehouse might have many treasures that would interest us. I will participate in the auction. Fang Yuan immediately decided. What? This Ju clan has a bitter strength goo. In a study room, Shang Yizi frowned. In one hand, he held a document, which recorded most of the auction's contents. His other hand was on the table, his index finger tapping on the table. To think Fang Yuan's luck is so good. I tried all ways to stop him, but he still got the bitter strength goo. Even father is paying attention to this auction. I cannot interfere. But, Fang Yuan, it is not so easy to get the bitter strength goo. I can also participate in the auction. With me stopping you, I will make sure you suffer huge losses. Shang Yizi could not help but snort. Back then, Fang Yuan had extorted and extorted him, causing him to hold a grudge. Chapter 310. Hurricane Mountain had strong winds all year round. The Ju clan village on the mountain had been facing the threat of hurricanes ever since it was built. Ju clan village had hundreds of years of history on Hurricane Mountain. Fighting natural disasters with manpower, they had faced the danger of their village being destroyed many times, but they had always survived. But this time, they were faced with a hurricane that was rarely seen in 100 years. Ju clan village could not hold on any longer and fell under the natural disaster. The terrifying hurricane destroyed the spirit spring. Ju clan suffered heavy losses and lost the foundation of their village. They had no choice but to leave their village and come to Shang Clan City to seek refuge with Shang Clan. Prices in Shang Clan City were expensive. To survive, they had no choice but to sell their assets. To Ju clan, this was a huge disaster. To others, this was a rare opportunity. Ju clan might be a small clan, but to be able to stand tall on Hurricane Mountain and fight against natural disasters for hundreds of years, they had a strong foundation. The sale of the Ju family's assets gave the auction an unusual attraction. Thus, when the news spread, it attracted the attention of many people in Shangclan City. 7 days later, the auction was held as scheduled. The auction was filled with people. The spacious hall was filled to the brim. The private rooms at the higher levels were already sold out. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing used their purple thorn tokens to obtain a private room. Fang Yuan opened the window of his private room and stood at the side, feeling the heated atmosphere in the hall. The auction had not started yet, but the 1,000 people in the hall were discussing loudly. Sigh, it is a pity for Ju clan. After standing tall for hundreds of years, they still fell under the hurricane. The power of heaven and earth is hard to shake. Someone sighed. This is nothing. There will always be new clans being built and old clans being destroyed. Just like a few years ago, the 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain were destroyed in one day. It is normal for Ju clan to be destroyed. Someone said indifferently, Ju clan's misfortune is our fortune. I heard that there will be a lot of good stuff in this auction. Someone replied with a gloating attitude. So many Ju clan clansmen entering Shang Clan City, it will be a huge blow to all the businesses in Shang Clan City. Someone looked further. At this time, a commotion broke out. Look, that is Shang Clan young master Shang Qionyou. Fang Yuan looked in the direction of the voice. Indeed, he saw Shang Qionyou walking in from the entrance. His physique was strong and his steps were steady. He was 30 years old this year and was Shang Yanfei's eldest son. Greetings, young Master Qionyou. Greetings, young lord. To be able to see the eldest young master, we are truly fortunate to have you here. For a time, many people hurriedly stepped forward and greeted Shang Qionyou. Everyone is well. Shang Qionyou did not speak much. A faint smile appeared on his face as he calmly dealt with the situation. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he walked into a private room. In the auction house, the crowd calmed down, but not long after, there was another commotion. Young Master Chao Feng and young Master Fu Kong have come as well. They've always had a good relationship since they were young. Sure enough, they've come together again today. The 4th child, Shang Chaofeng. His hair was still messy, and he had a wild aura about him. As for Shang Fushi, who was ranked 13th, he was refined and dressed like a scholar. The two of them chatted. He walked towards the private room. Along the way, there were servants clearing the path, not paying attention to the surrounding people. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. He squinted his eyes. In his previous life's memories, Shang Chaofeng had almost obtained the Shang clan leader position and was Shang Xinc's greatest rival. He had a ruthless nature and was decisive. He was very similar to Shang Yanfei in this aspect. And Shang Fushi was his greatest supporter. He was willing to be under him. He had intelligence and was good at scheming. In the future righteous demonic battle on Etian Mountain, he repeatedly came up with intelligent plans and caused the demonic Gu masters to suffer disastrous losses, showing off his brilliance. These two, one was decisive and the other good at scheming. They complemented each other. The former was in charge of the Gu battle arena, while the latter was in charge of the auction arena. They were both important areas of Shang Clan City. The wings were formed. Right now, they were the 3rd largest faction among the 10 young masters. Before Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi entered the private room, another group of people arrived at the door. Shang Pulao, Shang Fushi, and Shang Fushi walked in together while talking and laughing. These three were ranked 8th, 9th, and 10th among Shang Yinfei's children. Because of benefits, they formed a small alliance. They were the second largest faction among the young masters. They had great power and temporarily suppressed Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi. Shang Pulao was in charge of all the brothels in Shang Clan City. He had a romantic attitude and was a playboy. Shang Fushi was in charge of the restaurants and silk shops. He had a lion's mouth and wide nose and breathed out yellow smoke. Shang Fushi was short and fat. He was also a strength path gu master. His core gu was the tortoise fetus gu. He had the strength of 10 tortoises. Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi had great martial strength. While Shang Pulao was talented in literature, they were the leaders of the three. 2 martial strength and 1 literature. They had great teamwork. These 3 young masters did not choose a private room, but sat in the main hall. Shang Pulao was the best at socializing. Wherever he went, people would gather. He raised his peach blossom eyebrows and talked cheerfully in the crowd. He was free and easy, causing the crowd to become even more lively. On his left and right were Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi. They were like 2 guardian gods. These children of Shang Yinfei are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. He now had a deep understanding of the structure of the Shang clan's 10 young masters. Right now, among the Shang clan young masters, there were 3 factions. The first faction was Shang Qionyou. He was Shang Yinfei's eldest son. With just this identity, he had the support of many Shang clan elders and clansmen. The second faction was Shang Pulao, Shang Fushi, and Shang Fushi. These 3 had great influence and were currently in the limelight. The third faction was Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi. They were hiding their strength and waiting for a chance to rise up. As for the others, Shang Yizi was a lone wolf. He was not broad-minded enough. Shang Qiwen was lively and pretty, but had no ambition. Shang Paixiu had outstanding talent, but was playful. I want to help Shang Xinci ascend. I cannot compete with the 3 factions. Although Shang Xinci can cultivate, she forcefully awakened her aperture. Her aptitude is only C grade. This is not because her foundation is weak, but because she has no foundation at all. Shang Xinci was Shang Yinfei's illegitimate son. Her mother was from Zhang clan. Zhang clan and Wu clan were very close. They had many years of grudges with Shang clan. This was Shang Xinci's political disadvantage. Every year, the young master examination is a good chance for Shang Yinfei's other children to ascend. In my memory, Shang Xinci will become Shang clan young master 6 years later. But this time is too long. If I want to make use of Shang Xinci, I have to push her up in advance. This year's examination is an opportunity. Feng Yuan thought in his heart. To push Shang Xinci to ascend, he had to deal with Shang Yinfei's children. Since he could not compete with the 3 factions, he had to target others. This point, not long after Feng Yuan entered Shang Clan City, he already had a plan. Just as he was thinking about Shang Xinci arrived. Countless gazes gathered at the entrance of the auction house. The 2 beauties of Shang Clan. So beautiful, young Master Shang Qiwen was originally pretty and exquisite, but compared to Lady Shang Xinci, she paled in comparison. Everyone discussed. Shang Xinci and Shang Qiwen held hands as they walked into the auction house, laughing and chatting. Shang Qiwen was dressed in a colorful dress. Her face was like a peach blossom. She was charming and gentle. Shang Xinci was dressed in a green dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her eyes were like the moon. Her skin was like snow. Her cherry lips were pink. Elegant like orchids, gentle like water. She smiled faintly at times, pure and flawless, a peerless beauty. Everyone's gazes were mesmerized. Beside the 2, there were 4 servants. 2 of them were Tianlan and Xiao Dai, Shang Xinci's personal servants. The servants blocked a large group of young men who were trying to curry favor with them. Shang Xinci and Shang Qiwen walked straight to Feng Yuan's private room. Brother He Tu, Sister Bai Yun, Shang Xinci greeted softly. Her voice could not conceal her joy and excitement. Shang Yinfei had used man triumphing heaven gu to forcefully open her aperture. These 2 years, He had used many precious goo to raise Shang Xian's aptitude. As a result, her original 20% of D-grade aptitude was pushed to 50% of C-grade aptitude, and she was only 1 point away from B-grade aptitude. Shang Yinfei had paid such a huge price to nurture her, and had personally taught her many times. Shang Xianci could feel his deep fatherly love. The gap between them had mostly disappeared, and she felt blissful. Shang Yinfei had also chosen many teachers to teach her. Shang Xianci lived in seclusion, giving supplementary lessons to Gu masters. She was intelligent and sensible. After experiencing hardships, she had a thirst for strength and was not squeamish, having strict requirements for herself. Her rapid improvement made Shang Yinfei very happy. This auction was a rare chance to relax, and she had received Fang Yuan's invitation. She had wanted to come alone, but she met Shang Qiwan on the way. Fang Yuan, I came uninvited. You won't chase me away, right? Shang Qiwan laughed delicately, following Shang Xianci into the private room. How would I dare? Please sit. Fang Yuan smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing sat quietly at the side. Hearing the commotion, she did not stand up, her expression cold. Shang Qiwan curiously looked at this ice beauty, thinking, rumors say that Bai Ningbing is cold and arrogant. It is indeed true. Next, she looked at Fang Yuan. Actually, this Fang Yuan is also very arrogant. Ever since he came to Third Inner City, he has won every battle and has never tasted defeat, attracting many forces to recruit him. Shang Chaofeng, Shang Qionyou, Shang Pulao and others even invited him personally, but were all rejected. For these two to be able to walk together, birds of a feather really do flock together. Shang Qiwan was in charge of Shang Clan City's battle stage. She was very clear about Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's situation. Ever since Fang and Bai joined the battle stage, they had never lost a single battle. They had outstanding talent and had already become famous figures in the battle stage. Their momentum was so great that they could even match the 2-rank 4-gu masters Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tu in the battle stage. Anyone could see Fang and Bai's limitless future. If any Shang Clan young master could get Fang and Bai's help, their forces would definitely expand. But she, Shang Qiwan, had no ambition. She did not recruit Fang and Bai. Brother He Tu, long time no see. How are you? I heard you fought with Tang Zhilong's Gu master. Shang Xianci sat beside Fang Yuan. Her gaze focused on Fang Yuan as she asked with concern. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. It has only been 10 days since we last met. Why do you say long time no see? As for Tang Zhilong, he could not stop my winning streak and was defeated by me. Right now, in this battle stage, only Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tu are a threat to me. The others are nothing. Chapter 311. As time gradually passed, more and more people entered the auction hall. Look, that's one of the Shang clan's 5 generals, White Light Swordsman. Someone shouted. Wei Yang's nickname was the White Light Swordsman. I have already inquired. The bitter strength gu you want is the 13th auction item. But Shang Yizi is already in the 5th private room. I heard that he purposely gathered all his funds. Be careful, brother Fangjing. Wei Yang walked into the private room and warned. Logically speaking, the order of the auction items should not be revealed, and the identity of the guests in the private rooms should be kept secret. But Wei Yang was one of the 5 important officials of Shang Clan. He controlled Shang Clan's largest intelligence agency, Windrain Manor. It was easy for him to obtain this information. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He was still worried. This time, Shang Yizi did not come with good intentions. He has at least 1,200,000 yuan stone. Bitter Strength Gu is a treasure of Strength Path Gu masters. Other than Shang Yizi, there are 2 others who are your greatest competitors. One is Shang Xuan Shi, the other is Zhu Kaibei. You have to be careful. 10th brother Shang Bai Shi had Tortoise Fetus Gu and had the strength of 10 tortoises. He was a Strength Path Gu master not inferior to Fang Yuan. He was in charge of Shang Clan City's substitute training company. Even though it did not have much oil money, his 8th brother Shang Pulao was in charge of the brothel, and 9th brother Shang Xuan Shi was in charge of the wine shop and silk shop. They were all places that made a lot of money. If Shang Bai Shi wanted Bitter Strength Gu as allies, Shang Pulao and Shang Bai Shi would definitely help. Other than that, there was also Zhu Kaibei. This person had rank 4 cultivation level and was the strongest person in the battle stage of 3rd inner city. What did rank 4 cultivation mean? In an ordinary family, he would be the head of the clan. Ju Kai-bei was a rank 4 Gu master, but he chose to stay in the battle stage, refusing all kinds of recruitment letters that were flying towards him like snowflakes. If I don't defeat Yin Tu, I won't leave the martial arts stage, he declared to the outside world. Yin Tu was also a rank 4 Gu master, with the same title as Ju Kai-bei, half the sky of the battle stage. Both sides were determined to defeat the other, and only after they achieved true dominance would they leave the martial arts arena with glory. Yin Tu was a fire path Gu master. He would not have any designs on bitter strength Gu. But Ju Kai-bei was a genuine strength path Gu master. He had won countless battles, and only when he fought with Yin Tu did they both win and lose. He definitely had a large amount of Yuan stone in his hands. Therefore, both Shang Baishi and Ju Kai-bei were Feng Yuan's competitors. Brother, I have some extra money here. Take it. Next, Wei Yang gave Feng Yuan a primeval elder Gu. Shang Qi couldn't help but look over in shock. She knew that Wei Yang and Feng Yuan had always been close, but she didn't expect their relationship to be this deep. She had investigated beforehand. In this auction, there was a light-type Gu that would be of great help to Wei Yang. Who would have thought that Wei Yang would hand over the Yuan stone to Feng Yuan for Feng Yuan? Looking at the smile of the cloud old man inside the primeval elder Gu, one could tell that there were at least 1,000,000 Yuan stone inside the primeval elder Gu. This was equivalent to Wei Yang giving up on that Gu worm of his own accord. Brother Wei, you are? Feng Yuan showed a trace of hesitation, but at the same time, he showed a moved expression. Don't say anything, keep it. This is a loan, not a gift. I will be your creditor in the future. Wei Yang laughed heartily, not giving Feng Yuan a chance to refuse. He forcefully gave the primeval elder Gu to Feng Yuan. Shang Xinci also took out a primeval elder Gu. Brother Heitu, this is mine. On her primeval elder Gu, the cloud old man had a bitter expression. It could be seen that the Yuan stone inside was between 100,000 to 300,000. Shang Xinci's money was the pocket money that Shang Yanfei gave her every month. She lived frugally and saved up, and now she gave it all to Feng Yuan. Saying too much is just being hypocritical. I will accept all of this. I will definitely repay you in the future. Feng Yuan laughed, cupping his fists at the two as he accepted the Yuan stone. Shang Xinci smiled lightly, not caring about Feng Yuan's repayment. Even if she gave these Yuan stones to Feng Yuan, she would not feel any heartache. But she knew that with Feng Yuan's personality, he would not accept her direct gift, so she could only borrow it. That's right. Wei Yang nodded. He had high hopes for Feng Yuan, and especially admired Feng Yuan's personality of repaying kindness and grudges. At the side, Shang Qiuwen hesitated, but did not take out the primeval elder Gu. Light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she changed the topic. Look, Ju Kai-bei is here. At the entrance of the auction house, a muscular man appeared. He was at the prime of his life. He was 8 feet tall, and his skin was tightly packed with layers of muscles. When he walked, the distance between each step was the same, showing his strict and inflexible personality. He was like a towering pagoda that naturally emitted an oppressive aura. The surrounding people did not dare to get close to him, but looked at him with reverent gazes. He was Ju Kai-bei, a rank 4 Gu master, an expert at the peak of the 3rd inner city battle stage. Senior Ju, my young master Shang Yizi invites you to the 5th private room for a chat. Sir Ju Kai-bei, my young master Pu Lao has already prepared a banquet for you in the 4th private room. Sir Ju Kai-bei, this is my young master Chao Feng's invitation. Please accept it. At once, many servants squeezed through the crowd, representing their young masters, and extended an olive branch to Ju Kai-bei. But Ju Kai-bei snorted coldly, not even looking at these people, and directly sat in the first row of the hall. The servants looked at each other and left helplessly. Time passed. After Ju Kai-bei, another big shot came. This person was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short. His appearance was ordinary, but his face was strange. The left side of his face was completely red, while the right side of his face was a pale blue. Red and blue, splitting his face into 2 parts, from the bridge of his nose, it was split into two colors. He is Shangbuli. To think he is here. Wei Yang immediately introduced to Fang Yuan. As expected, Fang Yuan nodded, having an idea. Shangbuli, nicknamed Two-Faced Man. He was Shang Yinfei's #1 general. He had rank 4 cultivation and had control of ice and fire goo worms. He was Shang clan's #1 official and also the Shang clan leader, in charge of the slave trade. His position was even higher than Wei Yang's. Shang Bu Li's appearance naturally attracted countless compliments and bootlicking. He had an arrogant expression, squinting his eyes as he walked slowly in the crowd, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. His authority was even greater than the 10 young masters. The young masters could only control some businesses in Shangclan City, but as the #1 official, Shangbuli controlled all of Shangclan's slave trade. Shangbuli, can't you walk faster? Why are you so slow? Are you a man? At this time, an unhappy voice came from behind. Shangbu Li's status in Shangclan City was second only to one who dared to scold him so rudely. But when Shangbuli heard this, his heart shook. He shrunk his head and turned around, bowing to the person who spoke. So it is Lady Dr. Su Shou. I, Shangbuli, greet you. The person was Dr. Su Shou. She was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border, rank 5 cultivation. She had once treated Fang Yuan's injuries. She was still dressed in white. Her face was covered with a white veil. People could not see her face, but her voluptuous body could not be concealed. Shangbuli did not dare to look at her. His gaze was on the floor beside Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou and clan leader Shang Yinfei had deep grudges. She had a high status in Shang clan. She was Shang Yinfei's confidant. Even if Shangbuli had the guts, he would not dare to disrespect her. Just don't block my way. Dr. Su Shou snorted coldly, leading the 8 white-clothed servants past Shangbuli and into a private room, vanishing from everyone's sight. Shangbuli rubbed his nose, smiling bitterly. He could only admit defeat in front of Dr. Su Shou. Not long after, many more people appeared. Yin Tu, who was on par with Zhu Kaibei, Shang Yinfei's 5th General Hua, Ibu Hui from Yi Clan, Fei Clan's Fail Wan Feng, and others. The auction this time is simply a gathering of heroes. There are famous Gu masters, there are new generation forces, there are lone heroes, and there are leaders with powerful clans. Among these people, how many of them will become my obstacle? Fang Yuan pondered. Sorry for the wait, the auction will begin now. The hosting female Gu master was young and beautiful. She stood on the stage and used a voice amplification Gu. She knew everyone was getting impatient. She spoke concisely, introducing the first auction item. Frost Arrow Gu. Rank for Gu worm, shaped like a mosquito. Its body was blue like ice. Its mouth was long and thin like a needle. This ice-type Gu was collected by Zhu Clan Village. Just like Guyue Village, they had collected many Gu worms that were not related to Moon-type Gu. Once the Frost Arrow Gu is activated, frost energy will spread and condense into an arrow, shooting at the enemy. As everyone knows, its greatest advantage is that it consumes very little primeval essence. Even rank 3 Gu masters can use it. The starting price is 70,000 yuan stone. The female Gu master introduced straightforwardly. 75,000, 80,000, 85,000. The price continued to rise, and when it reached 90,000, the bidding speed slowed down. The increment of the Gu master's bids decreased from 5,000 to 3,000. When it passed the 100,000 mark, the increment of 3,000 shrunk to 1,000. 110,000. Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke. The esteemed guest in the 9th private room bids 110,000. The hosting female Gu master's voice rose. This was the first time an esteemed guest had bid 120,000. Shang Yizi's voice came from the 5th private room. Bai Ningbing squinted, immediately saying, 130,000. Shang Yizi continued, 140,000. Bai Ningbing looked deeply at Fang Yuan before saying, 150,000. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. This bidding was obviously Shang Yizi, trying to make things difficult for them. Because Bai Ningbing was in the same 9th private room as Fang Yuan, she suffered a blow from Shang Yizi. She was innocently shot at. 150,000 to buy a frost arrow Gu. Himph. I want you to suffer like this. In the fifth private room, Shang Yizi laughed coldly, not bidding anymore. Although Bai Ningbing bought the frost arrow goo, she paid an extra 40,000 yuan stone. It seems this time, Shang Yizi is coming at us with great momentum. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xinci also frowned, worrying for Fang Yuan. Chapter 312. Everyone, please take a look. This is a 1,000-year wind willow. The female Gu master pointed at the item on the stage, slowly introducing. Wind willow is a rare and precious Gu refinement material. Its living environment is special. It needs the power of the wind to grow continuously. Because Fengji Mountain has strong winds all year round, there are large numbers of wind willows. Ordinary wind willows are only tens or hundreds of years old. But as this auction item, this wind willow is over 1,000 years old. It can be used as a rank 5 Gu refinement material. The starting price is 50,000 yuan stone. The auction starts now. The female Gu master had just finished speaking when someone called out a price. 55,000, 58,000, 65,000, 70,000. The price continued to rise. Many people participated in the bidding. Most of them were professional Gu refinement masters. 1,000-year wind willows were rare. Even Zhu clan, who had lived on Fengji Mountain for hundreds of years, only had 18 of them left. The wind willow did not have a trunk. It only had roots rooted in the mountain rocks, as well as a single branch. When the wind blew, this single branch would dance in the wind, like a long aquatic plant at the bottom of the sea. This 1,000-year wind willow on the stage had already been coiled up, but its total length was definitely over 100 meters. Fang Yuan tried to join in, calling out a price. As expected, Shang Yizi immediately called out, raising the price by 5,000. But in the end, the wind willow was bought by a refinement master, spending close to 100,000. 1,000-year wind willow, this is the 8th auction item. During this period, I have tried to make a move, but was attacked by Shang Yizi every time. If I do not make a move, he will not make a move. It seems this person is here to oppose me to the end. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, becoming more aware of Shang Yizi's narrow-mindedness. Time passed unknowingly. 9th auction item, 10th auction item. Next is the 12th auction item. This is a chasing wind Gu, a rank 4 movement Gu. It allows the Gu master to chase the wind. The starting price is 180,000. The female Gu master's clear voice resounded in the entire auction hall. 190,000, 200,000, 220,000, 250,000. The chasing wind Gu was one of the popular auction items. Once it appeared, it set off the first climax of the auction house. Many people participated in the bidding. The private rooms that were usually quiet were now filled with voices calling out bids. Among wind, light, lightning, cloud, these 4 types of Gu, movement type Gu were very outstanding. Chasing wind Gu is a rank 4 Gu. It can greatly increase a Gu master's speed. Fang Yuan called out a price. Shang Yizi immediately followed, suppressing Fang Yuan's bid. Fang Yuan stopped bidding, and the two of them were soon drowned out by the following bids. From time to time, new competitors would join the fray, but at the same time, more people would helplessly choose to give up when they saw the rising price. When the chasing wind Gu's price rose to 350,000, there were only 2 Gu masters left competing. One was an elder of the Yi clan, Yi Buhui, and the other was an elder of the Fei clan, Fei Wanfeng. The relationship between the Yi clan and the Fei clan was not harmonious, and the competition between the 2 elders was also mixed with anger. Finally, chasing wind Gu was bought by elder Yi Buhui at a high price of 44,000. Although Fang Yuan had over 2 million worth of yuan stone, he did not participate in the bidding. Chasing wind Gu contained the Dao marks of wind. If he used it, the beast phantoms on his body would interfere, and the effect would be greatly reduced. Thus, chasing wind Gu was not suitable for Fang Yuan. If it was a rank for immortal wind Gu, I would be interested in buying it, but it is only chasing wind Gu. Fang Yuan had a recipe that could use immortal wind Gu, 7-star Gu, and some other supplementary materials to refine fixed immortal travel Gu. Dream travel, carefree travel, fixed immortal travel, and wine god travel. They were known as the 4 great movement Gu. These 4 Gu were all rank 5 Gu. Among them, Dream travel could allow a Gu master to enter other people's dream realms. Carefree travel was most proficient in dodging attacks. Fixed immortal travel was a one-time consumable Gu, but it could allow a Gu master to teleport to any place in the world. Wine God travel was the most special. It first appeared in The Legends of Ren Zhu. Let's not talk about it here. Feng Yuan had his previous life's memories. Thus, he had the two recipes of Carefree Travel Gu and Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Among them, Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was what Feng Yuan needed the most, but the success rate of refinement was extremely low, and he did not have enough materials to refine it, thus he could only give up on it for now. Alright, next is the 13th item of this auction. A Bitter Strength Gu. The female Gu master introduced it eloquently on the stage, but even without her explanation, many Gu masters' eyes were already shining brightly. I must get this Bitter Strength Gu. No one can stop me. 200,000 yuan stone. Before the female Gu master made a bid, Feng Yuan had already shouted. Feng Yuan's words made Zhu Kaibei unhappy. Young people are so impatient. I bid 250,000. 300,000. On the other side, Shang Baishi followed up. 500,000. Feng Yuan made a shocking bid. The whole auction house went into an uproar. From the voice, it should be Guyue Fengzheng. He is really rich, calling out a high price of 500,000 for a Bitter Strength Gu. He has won so many times in the battle stage. His wealth is very deep. Everyone sighed. Some Strength Path Gu masters had a bitter expression. They had been looking forward to the Bitter Strength Gu and wanted to try it. But who could have expected Feng Yuan to do this? They were kicked out before they could even bid. Even the female Gu master on the stage had a surprised expression. Bitter Strength Gu was a rank 4 Gu, but Strength Path Gu worms did not have high requirements for primeval essence and could barely be used at rank 3 realm. Its market price was around 380,000, slightly lower than Chasing Wind Gu. To think that Feng Yuan immediately bid 500,000, 120,000 yuan stone higher. Youngsters nowadays are really energetic. Zhu Kaibei sighed, no longer bidding. 500,000 yuan stone was enough for him to buy some other Gu worms. They were more useful to him. 8th brother, 9th brother. Shang Baishi hesitated as he looked at the two young masters beside him. 9th brother Shang Baishi did not speak, only looking at Shang Pu Lao. 10th brother, it depends on you. If you want to compete, we will support you to the end. Shang Pu Lao encouraged with a smile. Shang Baishi gritted his teeth. 500,000. It is not worth it. Forget it. Let Fengzheng have it. He also gave up on competing. Feng Yuan displayed his determination to win, knocking down the two competitors. 500,000 going once. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrice. Wait, I bid 510,000. Just as the female Gu master was about to strike, Shang Yizi's slow voice came from the 5th private room. Shang Yizi, you think you can stop me? 600,000 yuan stone. Feng Yuan immediately spoke, his tone showing disdain. Shang Yizi sneered. Fengzheng, if you want to play, I will play with you. 610,000. The auction house went into an uproar. Fengzheng and the Shang clan young master are at loggerheads. How can this be? Fengzheng has the purple thorn token. He is Shang clan's esteemed guest. He is not afraid of Shang Yizi's young master identity. But Shang Yizi controls all the shops in Shang clan city. He is wealthier. This is going to be a fierce battle. 700,000. Feng Yuan shouted. Shang Yizi, you lost to me. You are my loser. It seems you did not learn your lesson last time. Shang Yizi immediately retorted. Bullshit. Let's see who teaches who a lesson this time. 710,000. The crowd went into an uproar again. The conflict between Shang Yizi and Feng Yuan was not a secret among the higher-ups of Shang Clan City. But to ordinary Gu masters, it was a huge gossip. At once, people started to guess why Shang Yizi became enemies with Feng Yuan. Evidently, Shang Yizi lost to Feng Yuan in a battle. Thus he wants to take revenge. Why bother with these reasons? Young Master Yizi is a narrow-minded person. Even if he bumps into a passerby, he will take revenge. Furthermore, Fengzheng is a lawless person. It would be strange if the two did not have a conflict. You are all wrong. I have already heard that Shang Yizi and Fang Jing went to Qin Yin brothel together. They were interested in the top lady, and you. But in the end, Fang Jing succeeded. Thus Shang Yizi bears a grudge. Is that true? Someone immediately expressed his doubts. The person who had just spoken was fearless. He pointed at a seat and said, "Look, Miss Yu is sitting there. Don't doubt me, just ask her." Thus, everyone looked at Lady Yu with questioning gazes. Lady Yu was stunned. She did not expect herself to be involved. But she suddenly saw the old brothel keeper winking at her. She immediately understood that this was a sudden inspiration to hype up the event. For a brothel girl like her, only by creating hype like this could she increase her value. She did not reply directly, lowering her head. Her face flushed red. Just this expression alone was enough to convince most of the people who doubted him. So it is like this. Looking at Lady Yu's expression, it is obvious that she will agree. You do not know the inside story, but I do. Beauties have always been paired with heroes. Why does Lady Yu like Fang Jing? Why? Hee, because Shang Yizi is skinny, his lower body is not good. But Fang Jing is full of energy. Every time he attacks, he can use all-out effort goo. The wild boar's charge, the brown bear's smack, the crocodile's tail twisting, the horse's speed, the green bull's endurance, the stone turtle's endurance. Hee, such a man. Which girl would not like him? Oh! Immediately, many men let out a sound of understanding. Many girls could not help but clamp their legs together. Their faces flushed red as they fell into reverie. Lady Yu's head drooped even lower, but she was secretly happy. I am going to be famous. I am going to be famous. While everyone was gossiping, Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi's bid had already reached 810,000. Fang Jing, with me here today, you will lose for sure. Give up, you cannot beat me. Shang Yizi laughed proudly. He added another 10,000 yuan stone, just to disgust Fang Yuan. You think I am afraid of you? It is just 810,000. What's so great about it? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Young master, it's enough. It's time to stop. A servant cautiously said. Shang Yizi hesitated. I know what I am doing. Fang Jing is determined to get the bitter strength goo. When Fang Jing raises the price again, I will raise it again, and then stop. This idiot, he spent 800,000 to buy a bitter strength goo. That is more than twice the price. Let me vent my anger. This is really delightful. Ha! At this time, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. But this time, I will let you go. You can have the bitter strength goo. Servant. Chapter 313. Haha. Shang Yizi's face must be ashen right now. In the 9th private room, Wei Yang could not help but laugh. But brother Fang Jing, you did not buy the bitter strength goo? Are you really fine? At the side, Shang Xinci also looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Fang Yuan laughed. I must get the bitter strength goo, but I do not want to be a fool and spend 810,000 to buy this goo. I would rather refine it myself. 810,000. It is enough for me to try many times. But the chances of failure are high, and brother He too will be injured. Shang Xinci said worriedly. Fang Yuan shook his head lightly. He had a plan for this, but he could not tell others. Heh. This Fang Jing played Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi spent 810,000 to buy this bitter strength goo. The crowd's eyes were bright. Shang Yizi is an idiot. He is a disgrace to our young masters. The Shang clan young masters were furious. Speaking of which, Fang Jing acted really well. Even I was tricked by him. Someone sighed. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the onlooker. I already knew something was amiss. Someone said in hindsight, Shang Yizi is narrow-minded and likes to take revenge. Thus he kept bidding. But Fang Jing did not get what he wanted. Both were losers. Thus, the auction cannot be stingy. Zhu Kai Bei sighed in his heart. The real winner is the auction. Zhu clan is happy. One bitter strength goo sold for 810,000. Everyone discussed and whispered to each other. But in truth, they neglected another big winner. That was the suddenly famous Lady Yu. Crack. Shang Yizi threw the blue porcelain cup in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. In the 5th private room, the servants immediately knelt down. not even daring to breathe loudly. Shang Yizi sat on his seat, breathing heavily, veins bulging on his forehead, his face full of anger. He was tricked by Fangzheng. 810,000. He bought a bitter strength goo. He had no use for it. Shang Yizi felt his heart bleeding. In fact, he was shrewd. He had learned a lesson from that setback, and he had learned from his mistakes. Over the past year or so, he had worked hard and managed the shop very well. But character determines fate. He was a petty person, and his hatred had blinded him, causing him to fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fangzheng, Fangzheng, if not for the poison Vao Gu, I would have killed you and cut you into pieces. Shang Yizi screamed in his mind. The auction continued. The 14th item, the 15th, the 16th, the 18th, the 28th, a wave of bidding war erupted. The atmosphere was heated and everyone quickly forgot about the fight between Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi. Next is the 32nd item, rank 4 atmosphere Gu. The female Gu master's voice was still crisp and sweet. Wind Gu's shape was like a butterfly. It had a pair of azure blue wings, and every time it flapped, there would be diamond-like starlight in the surrounding air. Naturally, it was very eye-catching. Atmosphere Gu was a very special Gu. It absorbed the vitality of life and was born from the wind. It was a natural Gu. Until now, there was no recipe master who had researched the recipe to refine them. Recipe masters were divided into 3 main paths. The past path, researching the lost strength path, chi path and other Gu worm recipes, trying to restore them. Now, the current path, researching natural Gu worms, trying to find their recipe. There was also the future path, which specialized in creating new Gu worm refinement recipes. Atmosphere Gu not only had a special origin, it also had a special use. It targeted a group of people, using a formless force to create a popular hobby or habit in the group. In ancient times, Gu masters used it to deal with beast groups. For example, to deal with a group of steel needle pigs. After the Gu master used the atmosphere Gu, these steel needle pigs would suddenly have a habit of rubbing their fur against rocks. The fur of the steel needle pigs were like iron needles, able to attack and defend. After rubbing against rocks, the fur would gradually be damaged, and Gu masters could deal with them effortlessly. But later, Gu masters found that atmosphere Gu was a great tool to rule tribes and clans. Some clans lacked food, but liked to brew wine. After using atmosphere Gu, they changed their habit of brewing wine and had more food. The clan grew stronger. Atmosphere Gu could not only be used internally, it could also be used externally. In history, there was a famous example. 2 clans fought. The weaker side used atmosphere Gu, causing the stronger clan to have the custom of binding the feet of women. This caused the women in the clan to have a huge decrease in labor. The female Gu master's battle strength also fell, and were eventually killed by the weaker clan. After all, this was the world of Gu. There were all sorts of Gu worms. The female Gu master gave a long introduction, saying, Atmosphere Gu, starting price is 260,000 yuan stone, 300,000. E-clan elder Ibu Hui was the first to bid, 350,000. Fei clan's Fei Wanfeng did not back down, 370,000. A recipe master shouted, 380,000. Wei Yang said. He was in charge of Fengyu Manor, and hoped to use this atmosphere Gu to make his subordinates work harder. 500,000. Fang Yuan shouted again. The whole place was silent. Fang Yuan was silent for a long time, but this time, his voice made everyone recall the competition between him and Shang Yizi not long ago. 500,000 yuan stone for 1 atmosphere Gu? Fangzheng, you still want to scam me? Do you think I am an idiot? Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. He had just spent 810,000. If he spent another 500,000, he would go bankrupt. 500,000 going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. The female Gu master shouted. The price of 500,000 slightly exceeded everyone's expectations, but no one raised the bid. Atmosphere Gu was useful for large forces, but had little use for individuals, causing most people to lose interest. Brother Fangzheng, this atmosphere Gu can be bought at 460,000. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xinci had a different opinion. No, Considering the fact that the two elders from E clan and Fei clan are competing, the price will continue to rise. Calling 500,000 and dispelling their thoughts is the right choice. 460,000, 500,000. It is just 40,000 yuan stone. Brother Wei, I will accept this gu. Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying nonchalantly, "What? You also want to rebuild Guyue village?" Wei Yang was shocked, not expecting Fang Yuan to be interested in the atmosphere gu. Earlier, he had thought Fang Yuan was bidding for him. Of course I have a need, but before this matter is completed, I need to keep it a secret. Fang Yuan smiled, not explaining much. So secretive. Bai Ningbing was not used to Fang Yuan's style. She knew he had a motive and was secretly vigilant. After the atmosphere gu was a set of eating wind gu. 38 eating wind gu were combined into one set and auctioned together. Eating wind gu was only a rank 2 gu worm, but it was very useful. It allowed gu masters to eat wind as food, filling their stomachs. Ju clan village was located on Ju Feng Mountain and specialized in wind-type gu worms. Eating wind gu was one of their specialties. Time continued to pass. 34th item. 35, 38, 44. Fang Yuan did not bid again. But Wei Yang bid once, successfully buying a light-type gu, getting what he wanted. Bai Ningbing also bid 3 times, finally getting a rank 3 tornado gu. Just as Fang Yuan was starting to feel bored, the final 49th auction item appeared. This is the final treasure of this auction. It is not a gu worm, nor is it a precious refinement material, it is a recipe. The female gu master slowly introduced. Next, she added, "This recipe, because it is very precious, has not been appraised yet." This sentence undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of most people. Normally, precious gu refinement recipes had to be appraised carefully, because once it was appraised by a recipe master, there was a risk of the recipe being leaked. Recipe, the fewer people who knew, the better. Without a secret, a recipe that was known by everyone would be worth less than a piece of paper. The female gu master was experienced. She purposely did not speak, giving everyone time to react. Seeing everyone's distracted gazes return to her, the female gu master smiled lightly, throwing out a bomb. This recipe is related to Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus? Did I hear wrongly? Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. This series of gu is too famous. It is like thunder in my ears. This is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's core gu. It is said that whoever can refine a rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus will have the chance to inherit Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's inheritance. To think that Ju Clan Village had such a collection, the crowd in the auction house was in an uproar. The female gu master continued, "I believe everyone has some understanding of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. I will not introduce it. This is a recipe on how to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The starting price is 500,000 yuan stone. The price of a recipe was much higher than a gu worm. The rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus recipe was even more expensive than the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus itself. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. In theory, with the recipe, there would be countless Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Wait, I have a question. Does this recipe require Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the refinement material?" Fang Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked loudly. The female gu master's expression changed slightly. She did not want to answer, but she knew that Fang Yuan was the owner of the purple thorn token. She had been trying to avoid this question, but did not expect Fang Yuan to be so quick-witted and find the crucial point. Without a choice, she could only speak the truth. In principle, the recipe's contents will not be announced. But Shang clan values integrity. This recipe indeed needs Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the main material. Everyone was in an uproar. Using Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the main material, where can we find it? No wonder Ju clan could not refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus even after obtaining this recipe. What is the use of this recipe? We are in the middle of nowhere. It is too awkward. That was close. Luckily Fangjing asked. The most important thing is, whether this recipe is real or fake, we have not verified it yet. This recipe was kept by Zhu clan. It must not be bad. I will bid 520,000 yuan stone. A recipe master bid. Even so, the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was still very attractive to some Gu masters. 550,000. 580,000. The price continued to rise, getting slower and slower until it finally stopped at 660,000. Chapter 314. As the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was bought by Wei Yang, the auction ended smoothly. Zhu clan was a clan that had existed for hundreds of years. It had deep foundations. These Zhu clan collections gave many people who participated in the auction some gains, and also broadened their horizons. It is rare for everyone to gather together. Don't leave yet, let me host. Fang Yuan urged everyone to stay. In the restaurant, there were delicacies and wine on jade plates. Brother Fangjing, this is the recipe you wanted. After 3 rounds of wine, Wei Yang took out a heart-engraved gu and handed it to Fang Yuan. Heart-engraved gu was like a ladybug, the size of a finger. It was completely red, and on the round carapace on its back, there were 4 white heart-shaped spots. Heart-engraved gu was a storage-type gu. It was similar to a bookworm, storing information. Heart-engraved gu could be found from rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 heart-engraved gu only had 1 white heart-shaped spot on its carapace. Rank 2 heart-engraved gu, and so on. The heart-engraved gu that Wei Yang took out had 4 spots. It meant this heart-engraved gu was a rank 4 gu. However, to store the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, it was normal to use a rank 4 heart-engraved gu. Fang Yuan had spent 670,000 yuan stone for this recipe. To avoid suspicion, he let Wei Yang bid. Looking at this heart-engraved gu, Fang Yuan did not take it, instead saying, "Since Brother Wei has already refined it, why don't you use it now? It will save me the trouble of refining it again." "All right." Wei Yang nodded, injecting his primeval essence. The heart-engraved gu let out a soft sound, turning into a pink light. Under the control of Wei Yang's will, the flowing light pounced into Fang Yuan's chest and vanished in an instant. Immediately, a recipe appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It was the recipe of how to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The main gu worm before the refinement. All the supplementary materials, all the steps, as well as the things to take note of during the refinement, were all there. These contents, Fang Yuan could not forget even if he wanted to, as if they were deeply engraved in his mind. This was the effect of the heart-engraved gu, deep memory. It was as if it was engraved in his bones and heart. A faint feeling of joy emerged in Fang Yuan's heart. I have Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but it is only rank 3. It works well for now, but when I reach rank 4, its support effect immediately weakened. Now that I have this secret recipe, if I'm able to refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus in the future, it will undoubtedly be of great help to me. Fang Yuan did not know the secret recipe of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. To be able to obtain this prescription was a pleasant surprise. Of course, this secret recipe had never been appraised. However, with Fang Yuan's rich experience, he knew that it was impossible. Based on his initial judgment, the possibility of this secret recipe being fake was very small. Otherwise, the Shang clan wouldn't have taken it out for auction. But in the future, I will need to use some gu to deduce it and prevent any traps or mistakes. Now that I've bought this secret recipe, I'm afraid others will have some ideas. There will definitely be many people guessing whether I have a Heavenly Yuan Treasure Lotus in my hands. However, although the Heavenly Origin Treasure Lotus was rare, it was not unique. It was not as troublesome as the Blood Skull Gu. Otherwise, I will not brazenly buy this secret recipe. Right now, my gu worm assembly is gradually forming and my cultivation is constantly breaking through. I have fewer worries. Buying this recipe is not a big deal. If it was before, Fang Yuan would not be so brazen as to buy this recipe. But now, he was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage, and it was only a matter of a few days. After using the white-silver relic gu, he would be rank 3 peak stage. His strength was no longer the same as before, and he had the purple thorn token to protect him. Moreover, people were only guessing, thus he could completely bear the consequences of this matter. Looking at the time, Fangjing has already been in Shangclan City for over 2 years. His strength has improved far beyond my expectations. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Wei Yang drank his wine. Although he had some guesses, he did not say anything. Does Brother He too have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus? Shang Xinci was also thinking, but did not ask. On the first day of her cultivation, Shang Yinfei had told her many taboos in the Gu Master Circle. One of them was not to casually ask other Gu Masters about their Gu worms. Gu worms were the foundation of a Gu Master. They were their secrets and trump cards. Once their Gu worms were exposed, the Gu Master would be easily targeted. Thus, Gu Masters could not ask each other's Gu worms. This was a huge taboo. Fang Yuan has the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, so he bought the recipe. This is understandable. But he gave up on the bitter strength Gu and bought atmosphere Gu. Why? Bai Ning Bing, who was sitting at the side, did not speak, but pondered in her heart. She could not see through Fang Yuan's actions. Sigh, if only I could become a young master. Shang Clan young masters have the chance to request 3 Gu worms from the clan every year, and the clan will purchase them for free. Shang Xinci sighed. This was one of Shang Clan's policies to nurture young masters. As long as the request was not excessive, Shang Clan would gather the clan's power to purchase the Gu the young masters wanted. If Shang Xinci became a young master, she could borrow the entire Shang Clan's power to obtain a bitter strength Gu. It would be a piece of cake. Fang Yuan had been looking for bitter strength Gu since a long time ago. Now that he had finally obtained it in the auction, he was obstructed by Shang Yizi and missed this opportunity. Shang Xinci really wanted to help Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan patted Shang Xinci's shoulder, smiling. No worries, who knows? Shang Yizi might hand over that bitter strength Gu to me. Second brother spent 810,000 to buy that bitter strength Gu. He has already become a laughing stock. To make him hand it over, I'm afraid it won't work. Shang Qi shook her head, feeling that Fang Yuan was indulging in fantasy. Brother He too, have you thought of a brilliant plan? Shang Xinci's eyes shone brightly. Wei Yang and the others also turned their gazes over curiously. Fang Yuan pointed at Bai Ning Bing, saying confidently, "This is all thanks to Ning Bing." Me? Bai Ning Bing was stunned. Quickly tell us, what brilliant plan? Everyone became even more curious. In 2 to 3 days, this matter will be clear. Let me keep you in suspense for now. Fang Yuan laughed. He looked at Shang Xinci, his expression turning solemn. Xinci, do you really want to become a young master? To become a young master, you will fall into the political whirlpool and have no control over yourself. Shang Clan's situation. You know it better than me now. The competition between Shang Clan's young masters is intense. For a position, they will fight until their heads bleed. If you want to become a young master, you will face the danger of internal strife. This was the crux of the matter. Fang Yuan needed to get to the bottom of this. If Shang Xinci did not have this determination, she would be a hopeless fool. Under Fang Yuan's bright gaze, Shang Xinci smiled lightly. Brother He too, even the current me, can I gain freedom? It's also against my will. Join the caravan. The journey to Shang Clan City was filled with difficulties and dangers. I almost died. I have already reflected on it. The world is like the sea. We are like a small boat. The small boats float with the waves. We look carefree, but there is a lot of helplessness and pain. Only when one's cultivation level is high and his force is strong can a small boat become a big ship, able to fight against the wind and rain, and provide shelter for the people I care about. Shang Xinci's words were flat and not impassioned at all, but everyone could hear the lofty sentiments in her words. Good. Ambitious. Wei Yang laughed. Shang Qi also looked at him in surprise. She had been with Shang Xinci for a long time, but she had never seen the latter's gentle side. There was such a great ambition hidden in his heart. My young miss is a genius in the business world. She is more than qualified to be a Shang Clan young master. Xiao Dai stood behind Shang Xinci, interrupting with a proud expression. Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci had an embarrassed expression, looking at Xiao Dai with slight annoyance. Xiao Dai stuck out her tongue. Haha, well said. Since that is the case, we will lend you a hand and help you become Shang Clan young master. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, feeling assured. It was not strange for Shang Xinci to have such ambitions. The children of poor people matured early. Shang Xinci's childhood was not happy, and she was bullied by her clan. The trip to the merchant group taught her the cruelty of the world, and her own weakness and insignificance. No matter how gentle a person was, after such provocation, they would also work hard. But Shang Xinci was kind-hearted, different from Fang and Bai. She wanted to become strong, other than for herself. She wanted to give happiness to the people around her. He. This year's Young Master examination is over. Sister Xinci will have a chance next year. However, the competition for the Young Master position is very intense. Lord Father has many children, and there is only one Young Master position every year, but there are hundreds of competitors. Shang Qiwen smiled, giving advice to Shang Xinci, but in her heart, she did not think so. Shang Xinci's cultivation level was low, only rank 1 upper stage. Her aptitude was not good, not even B grade, and had no potential to develop. Her mother was from Zhang clan, and Zhang clan had always had deep grudges with Shang clan. This was her political disadvantage. She was alone, with little power. Who would support her? Her only advantage was Shang Yinfei's love. For her, Shang Yinfei paid a huge price, almost changing her fate, turning the hopeless Shang Xinci into a Gu master. This was a treatment that none of his other children had. But this advantage, in a way, was also a disadvantage. Shang Xinci was isolated, and even Shang Qiwen was secretly envious of her. With all these reasons, it was extremely difficult for Shang Xinci to become Shang Clan young master, and the chances were slim. Fang Yuan was well aware of Shang Xinci's disadvantages. In his previous life, Shang Xinci only became young master after 6 years. But times had changed. In his previous life, Shang Xinci was alone, but in this life, she had Fang Yuan's help. Xinci, don't worry, with our help, there is no need for next year. You will become young master this year. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, as if he had everything planned out. Then we will wait and see. Shang Qiwen smiled on the surface, but inwardly curled her lips, feeling that Fang Yuan was becoming more and more unreliable, boasting too much. Wei Yang put down his wine cup. Brother Fangjing, this matter concerns the battle for Shang Clan young master. It is not a small matter. As an important minister of the family, I can't get involved in this. No need for Brother Wei's help. This plan had been laid down more than 2 years ago. It is all thanks to Ningbing. Fang Yuan laughed. Oh? At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Bai Ningbing. As the focal point, Bai Ningbing still had a cold expression, but her heart was filled with doubts, and she cursed inwardly. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 315. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days passed. Bitter strength Gu. In the study room, Shang Yizi looked at the Gu worm in his hand, frowning as he had an urge to kill this Gu, but he had to endure it. This bitter strength Gu was bought by him at a high price of 810,000 after all. If he killed it, he would feel heartache. But every time he looked at it, Shang Yizi felt extremely depressed. This bitter strength Gu was like a silent mockery, constantly reminding Shang Yizi of his stupidity. A few days ago at the auction, he was schemed against by Fang Yuan in front of everyone. Now, he had become a laughingstock. Even the surrounding clansmen did not want to see him. So be it if he was stupid, but you are the Shang Clan young master. Your actions are smearing Shang Clan's reputation. As the Shang Clan young master, Shang Yizi's every action represented Shang Clan's image to a certain extent. His performance at the auction was not only a humiliation to himself, it also humiliated the pride and superiority of the Shang Clan clansmen. As for Shang Yinfei, he did not say anything. But this made Shang Yizi even more uneasy. No, I must get back at him. I want father to look at me differently. I want the clansmen to change their impression of me. Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Fangjing, you dared to go against me. You dared to play with me. I will make you pay a terrible price. His eyes shone with a cold light as he started to think of ways to scheme against Feng Yuan. After this matter, his hatred towards Feng Yuan deepened. It was a bone-deep hatred. Young master, this is bad. At this time, a trusted servant ran over and stood in front of the door of the study, shouting loudly. Why are you so flustered? What is this? Get in here. Shang Yizi scolded in displeasure. The door was pushed open as the servant knelt on the ground with a panicked expression. Young master, this is bad. I don't know where it came from, but almost all the streets and alleys in Shangclan City are spreading. It is being spread. They say young master had once fought with Fangjing for Lady and Yu, but failed. That's why he wants to teach Fangjing a lesson. Miss and Yu? The top girl from Qin Yin brothel? What nonsense. Shang Yizi's lips twitched. He sneered disdainfully. However, the servant continued, there are still rumors going around in the marketplace that you and Fangjing had a secret deal. In order to pass the assessment, you had made false accounts. What? Shang Yizi heard this. He let out a loud roar. His expression changed drastically, and he jumped up from his seat. The brush and ink on the desk were shaken to the ground. The servant spoke cautiously and hurriedly, Young master, this matter has been spread very clearly. Even the specific time of the transaction and the specific accounts were clearly transmitted. I heard it has already attracted the attention of the clan's internal affairs hall, and they are sending Gu masters to investigate. Ah! Shang Yizi was extremely shocked. His mind felt like it was struck by lightning. In an instant, the blood drained from his face, turning it deathly pale. His heart was pounding. His body felt weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He held onto the desk with his hands and barely managed to support himself. This blow came too fast, too heavy, too sudden. It's over. It's over. Once the false accounts are exposed, I will definitely lose my position as young master. This is a violation of the clan rules. Even mother can't speak up for me. Even asking father for my hand in marriage is useless. Once I lose this identity, who knows how many people will hit me when I'm down. With a disaster looming, Shang Yizi was extremely panicked, falling into extreme fear. How could such news be spread? I clearly did it in secret. Apart from Fangjing, no one else can know of it. It's impossible. It's impossible. Shang Yizi mumbled to himself, his eyes in a daze. He was still too young, and had not experienced the tempering of life and death. Although he had managed the shop for 2 years, and had to deal with many matters, he only had a thin skin. Facing such a huge change, he was at a loss and could not react in time. Nansho Garden, Lake Pavilion. A light breeze blew, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. The lake was not big. On both sides were mountains made of gray rocks. Around the rocks, there were bamboo and fir trees. On the surface of the lake, large green lotus leaves were spread out, with white flower buds that had not bloomed yet. Golden and orange carps were playing in the lake, occasionally popping out of the water. The pavilion was made of gold bricks and vermilion beams, with bead curtains and painted rafters. It was very intricate. In the pavilion, there was a chessboard stone table, with 2 youngsters playing chess. One was a young man dressed in black. His eyes were deep like an abyss. The other was a young lady dressed in white, with silver hair and blue eyes. Her expression was cold. It was Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing put down a piece and looked outside the pavilion at the lake. This Shang Yizi is so stupid. His reaction is so slow. It has been so long since I spread the news. Why is he still not here? Don't worry. I have already instructed the guards to let him in. He will definitely come. Feng Yuan smiled, displaying his confidence in controlling the situation. After Shang Yizi panicked, he would definitely be suspicious of Feng Yuan. He would definitely come and check the situation. Even if he did not suspect anything, he would collude with Feng Yuan to stop Shang Clan's investigation. Bai Ningbing squinted, sighing faintly. Feng Yuan, I can't help but admire you. To be able to leave such a loophole in the poison vow. 2 years ago, you already wanted to harm Shang Yizi, didn't you? You just endured until now. When the time is right, you activated this trap. Feng Yuan chuckled and put down a piece, answering, Shang Yizi is a petty person. He will definitely take revenge on us. How can I leave such a scourge alive? But I did not do anything earlier because Shang Xinci has just arrived and has not gained a firm foothold yet. After getting rid of Shang Yizi, we will push Shang Xinci up. She will be of great use to us in the future. Bai Ningbing did not speak anymore. A blue, eerie light flashed in her eyes. She felt a chill in her heart. This Fang Yuan schemes were linked to each other. They were closely linked. As long as one stepped into it, it would be like sinking into a swamp, unable to get out. What was even more shocking was that he had already planned for today's situation 2 years ago. This kind of intelligence was really frightening. Shang Yizi was simply courting death by going against such a person. Fangjing, where are you? Come out. Shang Yizi's angry roar could be heard. The pavilion in the middle of the lake was not obstructed by any trees, and with the bellboy's information, Shang Yizi easily found Fang and Bai. Fangjing, you still have the time to play chess? Do you know what the rumors are spreading outside? Speak. Did you do all of this? Shang Yizi rushed in front of Fang and Bai, pointing at Fang Yuan as he shouted angrily. Fang Yuan turned his body slightly, replying indifferently, "If I did all of this, would I still be alive? To think that you are becoming more and more stupid, Shang Yizi. Don't you remember that we used the poison Valgu together?" Shang Yizi snorted, his anger subsiding slightly. Fang Yuan was right. If Fang Yuan was the one who spread the news, he would be dead already. Now that he was sitting in front of him, it proved that he was not the one who spread the news. But Fang Yuan's next sentence caused him to explode with rage. Although I was not the one who spread the news, my companion Bai Ningbing was the one who spread it. Shang Yizi was stunned. His calm face turned red like an explosion, as if a spark had fallen into a pot of oil. A huge wave of anger rose in his heart. "It's you. So it was you. You bastard. I will turn your bones into dust," he screamed, his eyes turning red with anger. His gaze was like a blade as he stared at Bai Ningbing. His aura was frenzied, as if he had turned into a tiger, leopard, or jackal. "Oh, you want to fight here? Fight me?" Bai Ningbing slowly stood up. Her beautiful face was cold as ice. Her cold tone contained a trace of disdain. "I am rank 3 peak stage. I have never lost in the battle stage. I also have the purple thorn token. Do you really want to fight to the death with me?" Shang Yizi's face twitched. He gritted his teeth. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared at Bai Ningbing. But he did not make a move. He was only rank 3 upper stage, and lived like a prince. He was not Bai Ningbing's match. At the same time, Bai Ningbing had the purple thorn token, which was personally given to her by Shang Yanfei. "Fangjing, you betrayed us. You will die a horrible death." How did she know about our deal? "No, you betrayed the poison vow. Why aren't you dead? Did you find a way to get in contact with the poison Valgu?" Shang Yizi turned to Fang Yuan, feeling uncertain. Not really. Fang Yuan shook his head. The content of the poison vow was, "You and I have to keep it a secret. We cannot leak it to an unknown third party." But before the poison Valgu, I had already told Bai Ningbing about it. So Bai Ningbing is the unknown third party. The news that was circulating outside was not spread by me. It was all Bai Ningbing's contribution. Thus, I did not betray the poison vow. Shang Yizi's mouth was agape as shock appeared in his eyes. After Fang Yuan's reminder, the vow was indeed written like that. This was a loophole, but why did Shang Yizi not discover it back then? Firstly, it was because he did not expect Fang Yuan to leak it to Bai Ningbing. Cannot leak it to an unknown third party. Just looking at this sentence, there was no loophole. Secondly, when he suggested using the poison Valgu, Fang Yuan acted like he was unprepared, but in fact, he had already expected it. Thus he made Shang Yizi numb. Thirdly, in order to hold on to the young master position, Shang Yizi was desperate, and with the pain from the poison Valgu, he could not think clearly. Now that he realized it, it was already too late. Chapter 316. Shang Yizi breathed roughly. The more he scolded Fang Yuan, the angrier he got. He roared. Finally unable to endure it, he flipped the stone table. The stones on the chessboard flew. The stone table almost hit Fang Yuan's foot, but he dodged in time. Shang Yizi took 3 steps back. He felt dizzy as blood flowed down from his nose. Shang Yizi, you better calm down. The poison vow stated that you and I cannot harm each other. Thank me, luckily I dodged in time. If the stone table hit my foot, your injuries would be even more severe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Ah! Fang Jing, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. I will pull out your tendons, skin you, and peel off every inch of your flesh. Shang Yizi cursed in pain. Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. Bai Ningbing frowned. Shang Yizi, you better shut up. If you scold me again, I will throw you out. You are the Shang clan young master now, but that does not mean you will be in the future. You are finished. The Internal Affairs Hall is investigating. You will not live for long. These words were like a bucket of cold water, splashing on Shang Yizi. That's right. His young master position was about to be taken away. Protecting his young master position was the key. But how could he protect his young master position? Whoever started the trouble had to solve it. He had to start from the source. Only by allying with Fang Jing, making a statement, clearing his name, denying everything. Only then would there be hope of passing the investigation. His purpose in rushing to Nanxiu Garden was to find Fang Jing to collude with him. Thinking of this, Shang Yizi felt a wave of disgust. These 2 bastards, they are the culprits who harmed me. I want to drink their blood, eat their flesh. Now, I have to beg them to cooperate with me? Shang Yizi could not accept this. He could not accept it. Fang Yuan observed Shang Yizi's expression. He saw that Shang Yizi's expression kept changing. He spoke at the right time. Shang Yizi, I am actually a kind person. I've always been one to repay kindness and enmity. If you had not made things difficult for me time and time again, hindering me in the dark, and even snatching bitter strength goo from me in the auction, I would not have done it. Why would I look for trouble with you? I admit that the poison oath was indeed a trap, but I have been in Shangclan City for more than 2 years. When did I ever do that? If it wasn't for the fact that you've gone too far, how did we end up like this? You have only yourself to blame for all of this. I asked the guards to let you in because I wanted to tell you that the Shang family is powerful. I can't afford to offend him, but a mere Shang clan young master, I can still move him. You can leave. I don't want to make things difficult for you anymore. Loosening the reins only to grasp them better. What a beautiful way to put it. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan with a trace of mockery in her eyes. But Shang Yizi did not leave. He stood his ground, motionless, like a stake. But his expression kept changing, sometimes green and sometimes white, sometimes twisted, sometimes frowning and deep in thought. Soon, his forehead was covered in sweat. He was clearly in an intense battle. Fang Yuan's calm words made Shang Yizi realize that his relationship with Fang and Bai had not reached the worst yet. There was still a chance to turn things around, and it reminded him that the bitter strength goo was the focal point of their conflict. To protect my position as young master, I can only let Fang Yuan cooperate with me. To cooperate, Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, thinking of the bitter strength goo. Do I really have to hand it over? Bitter strength goo. I spent a huge sum of 810,000 to bid for it. If I hand the bitter strength goo to Fang Jing, what am I? I will be the laughing stock of everyone. But if I don't hand over the bitter strength goo, how can I show my sincerity? How can I ease the relationship between Fang Jing and me? I can't accept this, but in the end, I am buying a goo for Fang Jing. This is the greatest humiliation of my entire life. Because of Fang Jing, I spent 810,000 to buy a bitter strength goo, and was mocked and looked down on by the surrounding people. Now, I have to hand the bitter strength goo to him. Am I not being cheap? No, the bitter strength goo is not the key now. The key is to protect my position as young master. Without the young master's identity, I have nothing. In a short period of time, Shang Yizi's thoughts were running wild. His ears were buzzing. Fang Yuan saw his pale face. His gaze was wavering, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He knew the time had come. Shang Yizi, I told you to leave. Why aren't you leaving? Never mind. Look at your pitiful state. I don't want to bully you. Bai Ningbing, let's go. I heard that Zhu Kaibei, and Yin too are going to have a huge battle in the battle stage today. If we want to dominate the battle stage, we will definitely have to fight them. Let's go take a look. Fang Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing with his eyes. Bai Ningbing was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, Shang Yizi's voice could be heard from behind. Both of you, please wait. His voice became extremely hoarse. Saying so, he summoned the bitter strength goo in his aperture and held it with his trembling hands. Fangzheng, it was my fault earlier. This bitter strength goo, I will give it to you as an apology. He said these words with much difficulty, but it became smoother and smoother, and after he finished speaking, Shang Yizi felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off his body, and he relaxed. This is the bitter strength goo? Bai Ningbing stopped and looked at it. This bitter strength goo was a beetle. It had a small head and a large body. Its body was oval and palm-sized. It was earthen yellow in color, and its surface was uneven, like it was covered in soil lumps. As expected, he gave out the bitter strength goo. Fang Yuan must be smiling proudly now, right? Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Fang Yuan's grasp of people's hearts made her feel a huge gap. Fang Yuan laughed and said, Shang Yizi, I know what you mean, but do you think I must have your bitter strength goo? Although bitter strength goo is hard to refine, as long as I persevere, there will be a day when I succeed. You can deal with me whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want, fight whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want. Is there such a good thing in this world? I, Gu F. Fangzheng, am a person with dignity. Are you trying to humiliate me? You misunderstood. Shang Yizi quickly explained. Fang Yuan snorted. Shang Yizi quickly said, I, Shang Yizi, swear that from today onwards, I will not make things difficult for you, Fangzheng. We can be good allies. If we fight, people will only laugh at us. Other than the bitter strength goo, I can give you other compensation. You want stone, goo worms, and goo refinement materials. I am in charge of the shop. I can provide them all. Is that so? Fang Yuan's expression loosened. Shang Yizi continued to persuade. Bai Ningbing became an outsider, speechless at this scene. Shang Yizi not only gave out the bitter strength goo and begged Fang Yuan to accept it, he also had to compensate with other things. But she knew this was Shang Yizi's delaying tactic. Shang Yizi was a narrow-minded person. He would definitely take revenge in the future. I will accept the bitter strength goo first. I need time to consider. Eventually, Fang Yuan did not give a clear answer. But this was enough to make Shang Yizi happy. He felt that Fang Yuan could not put down his pride and was trying to make things difficult for him to ask for a high compensation. Agree first in the future. I will make sure you die a horrible death. Shang Yizi had vicious thoughts in his mind, but on the surface, he smiled sincerely. Brother Fangzheng, I am very sincere. Please do not take too long to consider. The Internal Affairs Hall's investigation will start in the next few days. If I do not have the young master status, I am afraid I cannot afford the compensation. Fang Yuan nodded, not saying anything else. Shang Yizi's footsteps were much faster than when he came. Looking at his back, Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, All right, go to the Internal Affairs Hall and report the case. Bai Ningbing nodded, thinking, When I return tonight, I will investigate the contents of the agreement between me and Fang Yuan. Several days later, in the study room, a soft sigh resounded. Shang Yinfei expressionlessly put down the document in his hand. The content of the document was the Internal Affairs Hall's report regarding Shang Yizi's falsification of accounts. This kind of thing could be done secretly, it was fine. But once it was exposed, how could the clan system allow it? Shang Yizi was Shang Yinfei's second son. In that sigh, it contained the anger of a father towards his son's incompetence. Revoke his young master status, send him to the slave-capturing team, and cannot return to the city for 3 years. Shang Yinfei raised his brush, writing down the punishment for Shang Yizi. He was the Shang clan leader. Because of this identity, he had to be a role model for the entire Shang clan. Every word and action had to be considered. Fangzheng, by Ningbing. Shang Yinfei's eyes shined with light. After dealing with Shang Yizi, this matter was not over. Shang Yizi was Shang clan's young master. 2 mere outsiders plotted against him. This was disrespecting Shang clan and Shang Yinfei. Humph. Shang Yizi is my second son after all. Do you think my son is someone you can touch so easily? Even though Fong and Bai had once saved Shang Xinci, but in Shang Yinfei's heart, he was still closer to him by blood. Thus, he willed. A scarlet red paper crane gu immediately flew out. Plotting against my son, as his father, I have to stand up for him. This is your punishment, of course, it is also a test. Shang Yinfei muttered. The paper crane gu's speed was extremely fast. It flew to a secret room. Lord Clan Leader has sent a secret letter. Clan Leader wants us to attack Fongjing and Bai Ningbing and forcefully challenge them. In the secret room, there were two people. One was tall like a tower, the other was thin like a stick. The two looked at this secret letter and looked at each other. They were Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tu, two rank 4 gu masters. Weren't these two archenemies? If others were to see the two of them coexisting peacefully and even discussing matters together, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. These two people had rank 4 initial stage cultivation. They dominated the battle stage and fought against each other. They both declared that they would not enter the battle stage unless they completely defeated the other. However, the truth was, they were Shang Yinfei's hidden pawns. Shang Clan rules stated that as long as a gu master can dominate Shang Clan's battle stage and achieve the same level as Wei Yong, they can be promoted to Shang Clan's external elder. Chapter 317. Nanxiu Garden, Secret Room. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Only a thin layer of starlight was left, flowing like water in the center of the secret room. In the center, Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fong Yuan's back, injecting rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence. In the secret chamber, there was only silence. But in Fong Yuan's heart, waves were surging. Rumble. A snow silver waterfall, cold and majestic, fell from the aperture and crashed into Fong Yuan's primeval sea. This was the rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence that was converted from bone flesh unity gu. Rank 3 gu masters had silver primeval essence. Initial stage primeval essence only had a thin layer of silver light, thus it was called light silver primeval essence. Middle stage primeval essence had a mixture of silver light, some more and some less, thus it was called flower silver primeval essence. Upper stage primeval essence had a uniform silver light, shining brightly. Thus it was called bright silver primeval essence. Peak stage primeval essence was silver white like snow, extremely beautiful. Thus it was called snow silver primeval essence. Right now, Fong Yuan was using snow silver primeval essence as the main and flower silver primeval essence as the supplementary. Under his will, surging waves were formed, washing the aperture's 4 walls. This aperture was originally a water membrane. Light flowed like water, swaying and moving. After washing for a while, the quantitative change finally reached a qualitative change. The water membrane shined brightly, like water condensing into ice. No longer flowing, it settled into a stone membrane. The stone membrane shined brightly, thicker and more stable than the water membrane. After forming the stone membrane, Fong Yuan advanced from rank 3 middle stage to rank 3 upper stage. Steady and sure, success would follow naturally. Since it was done, Bai Ningbing slowly retracted her palm, her ice-blue pupils fluctuating with emotions. With her help, Fong Yuan's cultivation advanced rapidly, catching up step by step. She knew that Fong Yuan still had a white-silver relic gu. He had been keeping it, waiting for this moment. That is to say, after tonight, Fong Yuan's cultivation would break through to rank 3 peak stage, at the same level as her. Fong Yuan is a sly old fox. He is sinister and crafty. Although I did not find any flaws in the poison oath, it does not mean that there are no flaws in the contents of the poison oath. Bai Ningbing was silent, but her mind was spinning. Shang Yizi's fate reminded her. The psychological pressure that Fong Yuan brought to her was increasing, and she couldn't help but have doubts. Don't worry, I'm sincere in cooperating with you. There is no problem with the poison oath. As if he knew what Bai Ningbing was thinking, Fong Yuan suddenly spoke. Humph. When Bai Ningbing's thoughts were exposed, a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes, and her tone carried a trace of mockery. I hope so. Fong Yuan sighed. When he plotted against Shang Yizi, he had already predicted by Ning Bing's reaction. There are gains and losses in everything. Now, Shang Yizi was removed from his position, leaving behind the young master position. Shang Xinci had room to advance. However, a crack had appeared in the cooperative relationship between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At the same time, it triggered Shang Yinfei's methods. Just yesterday, Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tu challenged Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing at the same time. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in the battle stage, and countless people paid attention to it. Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tu were both rank 4 initial stage Gu Masters and were called half-sky of the battle stage. When the two half-skies were combined, it was the entire sky. This title vividly displayed their status and strength. Fang and Bai were the two rising stars of the battle stage, dazzling and dazzling. Both of them had a winning streak and had not lost a single match. Such strength was rarely seen in the battle stage in the past. Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tu were the two heroes of the battle stage, standing proudly at the peak. These years, countless demonic Gu masters wanted to stand out and become external elders of Shang Clan City, but they were all obstructed by these two, and their hopes of advancing were destroyed. Suddenly, these two joined hands to challenge Fang and Bai. It naturally aroused countless curiosity and suspicions. At once, some people said that Fang and Bai were in the limelight, causing Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tu to feel uneasy and wanted to get rid of them in advance. Others said that Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tu made a bet and wanted to use Fang and Bai to decide the winner. Almost no one thought that Fang and Bai had a chance of defeating them. Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tu's strength was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. More importantly, one was a rank 4 Gu master, while the other was only rank 3. There was a huge difference in realms. When Gu masters cultivate, the higher their ranks, the greater the gap between them, and the lower the possibility of a higher rank challenge. Bai Ningbing's voice came from behind. Tomorrow is your battle with Yin Tu. How about it? Do you need my heavenly essence treasure lotus? According to our promise, I will do my best to help you. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly said. There's no need, Bai Ningbing replied coldly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and did not turn around. Instead, he snickered. You are quite confident? So what if I am rank 4? In these 2 years, you are not the only one improving. Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was Fang Yuan's. Using this lotus was not Bai Ningbing's true strength. She wanted to use Yin Tu to test her own growth. The secret room's door was opened and then closed. Bai Ningbing left, and in the secret room, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a slight smile. Rejecting Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, it seems that Bai Ningbing has already developed a trace of self-doubt in her heart. This lack of confidence is very slight, and she might not even be aware of it. Bai Ningbing, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and collected his scattered emotions. He took out the white silver relic Gu. This Gu was like a round bead, silver in color, and was only the size of a finger. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had seen it once on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, it was Jia Clan's merchant, and the white silver relic Gu was sold for 50,000 yuan stone. Such a high price, to Fang Yuan at that time, was out of reach. Relic Gu series were all extremely expensive. After all, it could raise a Gu master's realm by a small realm and save a lot of time and energy. At the same time, its foundation was stable, and there were no repercussions. Gu worms were bought to be used. Fang Yuan activated the white silver relic Gu without hesitation, and immediately, dazzling light poured out, directly illuminating the aperture's walls. About 4 hours later, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 upper stage to rank 3 peak stage. Since rebirth, I have advanced to rank 3 peak stage again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and his fists unconsciously clenched, feeling excited and joyful. Different from the first time on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used the stone aperture Gu and paid the heavy price of losing his future development to advance from rank 3 initial stage to peak stage. But this time, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 peak stage, but still retained his enormous potential. After all, he had a great aptitude now. Looking at spring-autumn cicada. After 2 years of recovery, its condition was also recovering. His originally shriveled body gradually became moist. Its withered wings were already dyed with a layer of green that was full of vitality. Its recovery naturally brought huge pressure to the aperture. But compared to the previous time, Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly because of Bai Ningbing and Bone Flesh Unity Goo, and his rank 3 peak stage aperture was able to withstand this pressure. Compared to the pressure on Qingmao Mountain, this time, Fang Yuan was much more at ease. But I cannot relax either. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery is getting faster and faster. My cultivation needs to grow even faster, otherwise I will repeat the same mistake. Time quietly passed, and soon, it was the second day. The expectant audience welcomed the moment of Bai Ningbing and Yin Tu's battle. In this super-large battle stage, there was a field of green grass. This was a grassland terrain, very common in northern plains. Around the stage, the spectating Gu masters formed a sea of people, and their gazes were focused on the two main characters in the field. The battle had yet to start, but everyone was already discussing. This time, Bai Ningbing is in danger. Facing Lord Yin Tu, she will definitely lose. She is as beautiful as a fairy, truly pitiful. Thinking of her defeat, my heart is about to shatter. In this 1 year, Bai Ningbing's reputation was outstanding, and she was in the limelight. Her appearance and temperament that resembled an ice fairy attracted a lot of attention. On the stage, Bai Ningbing and Yin Tu stood facing each other. Yin Tu was an old man with a head full of disheveled and long hair. He was as thin as a stick, and his feet were bare. Be it his hands or feet, his fingernails had not been cut for a long time, and were curved and long. The clothes on his body were tattered, and his back was crooked, like an old beggar on the roadside. Hee, little girl has soft skin and tender flesh, truly beautiful. Yin Tu sized up Bai Ningbing and said in a hoarse voice. Bai Ningbing, who was wearing a snow-white robe and had blue eyes and silver hair, immediately frowned, and her killing intent surged. Old thing, boasting shamelessly. Little girl, you don't know manners. Yin Tu laughed dryly, his 10 fingers rubbing against each other. It seems I have to let you know how important it is to respect your seniors. Long-winded. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold, and her gaze was as cold as ice. She closely stared at Yin Tu, and her every movement revealed vigorous fighting spirit. Clang. A soft sound announced the start of the battle. Icicle Goo. Pill Fire Goo. Almost at the same time, Bai Ningbing and Yin Tu attacked each other. 4 white icicles and 3 orange-red pill fire shot towards each other. Bam! An icicle and a pill fire collided in mid-air. The icicle melted, but the pill fire still flew towards Bai Ningbing, but its power was greatly reduced. Bai Ningbing's icicle goo was only rank 2, but Yin Tu's pill fire goo was rank 3. In a direct confrontation, the pill fire was naturally superior to the icicle. Unless I use hail goo and detonate the icicle, I can suppress the pill fire. But if I do that, my primeval essence will be expended greatly. This battle has just begun. An eerie light flashed in Bai Ningbing's blue eyes. When the pill fire flew over, she nimbly jumped and dodged it, causing all the pill fire to return empty-handed. At the same time, she waved her hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 3 icicles flew towards Yin Tuesday. Yin Tu laughed dryly and took several steps, his body twisting as he dodged the icicles with a strange posture and started to run. He pointed with his index finger, and lumps of pill fire formed into a concentrated offensive that enveloped Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, and not to be outdone, she took several steps and used icicles to retaliate. At once, the two could be seen running in the large grassland, contending with each other. Icicles and pill fire flew together, and the two dodged while attacking without stopping. The battle had just begun, but the intensity had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 318. As time passed, the spectators around the battle stage were gradually moved. Bai Ningbing is actually so strong, able to fight Lord Yin Tu so fiercely. She is using rank 2 icicle goo to fight Yin Tu and is not at a disadvantage. Using goo worms to attack while moving is the foundation of a goo master's battle, but Bai Ningbing is doing it perfectly. There is no doubt that Bai Ningbing is a genius, and her foundation is also very solid. No wonder she has been undefeated all this time. In the crowd, Fang Yuan watched calmly. Wei Yang and Shang Xinci had also arrived and were standing beside him. The three were in disguise, hiding in the crowd. Bai Ningbing is fighting very fiercely. Even if she is using icicle goo, the more she uses, the more primeval essence she consumes. A trace of worry appeared on Wei Yang's face. Rank 3 and rank 4, there is a difference in primeval essence. But Yin Tu is also using pellet fire goo, and to him, his primeval essence is also constantly being consumed. Although Yin Tu is rank 4, he only has B grade aptitude. Bai Ningbing wants to use her A grade aptitude's primeval essence recovery advantage to contend against Yin Tu's rank 4 cultivation. Fang Yuan exposed Bai Ningbing's battle tactic with one sentence. If that is the case, then today's battle will be extremely difficult for Bai Ningbing. Shang Xinci sighed. Right now, she was also a goo master. Under Shang Yinfei's meticulous nurturing, her horizons had broadened and she could see many things. While the three were talking, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Little girl, you are jumping quite happily. Yin Tu's lips curled into a faint smile. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Bai Ningbing from a distance of tens of steps. His right hand turned into a claw, and the goo worm imprint on his palm flashed. Whoosh! Flames roared and formed a giant fire claw in an instant, flying towards Bai Ningbing. The giant claw only had 3 fingers, like an eagle's claw, and was orange in color. The flames burned fiercely, and Bai Ningbing felt the intense heat from the claw. This was the rank 3 fire claw goo. Bai Ningbing quickly activated her movement goo, increasing her speed and pulling apart the distance. She had made preparations in advance and inquired about Yin Tu's background. Xiaoqin knew that the attack range of this flame claw was not as large as the pill flame. It could only move within several meters of Yin Tu's day. But Yin Tu cackled and similarly activated his movement goo, approaching Bai Ningbing like a shadow. His movement goo was a rank 4 goo. Its effect was much better than Bai Ningbing's. Thus, not only did Bai Ningbing not pull away from Yin Tu, but Yin Tu had also caught up to her. The flaming claws descended from the sky, clawing and pinching continuously. It was difficult for Bai Ningbing to dodge. Under Yin Tu's skillful control, the flame claw was nimble but not steady. Bai Ningbing's situation became more and more difficult as she rolled on the grass. Boom! The flaming claw brushed past Bai Ningbing's shoulder and landed on the grass, instantly igniting a patch of grass. The flames burned fiercely, forming a fire that spread to the surroundings. With a thought from Yin Tu, the fire claw within the flames rose up once again. However, it was a little more dispirited compared to when it was first activated. But as the primeval sea level in Yin Tu's aperture slightly decreased, the fire claw recovered its power in the blink of an eye, and the dispiritedness was swept away. Frost arrow goo. Bai Ningbing regained her footing and stretched out her pinky finger. The frost arrow goo was residing on it, forming a blue pattern. A lump of icy blue frost chi was suddenly emitted. In the blink of an eye, the frost chi formed into an arrow in the air. The flying arrow hit the flaming claw, fiercely suppressing its flames. Frost arrow goo was also a rank 3 goo that Bai Ningbing had obtained from the auction house. Once it was used, it immediately gained merit. Seeing that the flaming claw was about to be extinguished, Yin Tu's brows slightly furrowed. Activating his primeval essence without caring about the consumption, the flaming claw showed signs of recovering again. But how could Bai Ningbing let him succeed? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A clump of icicle goo shot out. At the same time, she secretly activated ice explosion goo. Bam, bam, bam. The icicles hit the flaming claw and exploded one after another. The intense explosion completely dispersed the flaming claw. The flaming claw goo flew back. Yin Tu did not want to lose it and quickly took a few steps forward, catching the flaming claw goo with his hand. The flaming claw goo turned into a lump of imprints again. Bai Ningbing took the opportunity to attack, condensing 2 slender ice blades and holding them in her left and right hands respectively, chopping towards Yin Tu's day. The blades had not even reached his body when Yin Tu felt a sharp killing intent like an icy wind blowing on his face. Good blade. Yin Tu laughed strangely and suddenly snorted, spitting out 2 flaming snakes from his nostrils. The flaming snakes were the size of necklaces at first, but they quickly grew and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 giant pythons that were several meters long and had the thickness of a water bucket. One of the flaming snakes coiled in front of Bai Ningbing, forming a snake formation and blocking Bai Ningbing's blades. The other flaming snake circled around from the side and wriggled for a while before launching an attack from Bai Ningbing's back. It appeared, Lord Yin Tu's double snake attack? Sigh, I was defeated by this move of his. Yin Tu's control of the 2 snakes is indeed incomparably exquisite, making the opponent lose sight of the other while defending. It is very powerful. The flaming snakes caused a commotion among the crowd. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. The battle intent in her blue eyes was as condensed as ice. The flaming snakes gave her enormous pressure, but this made her even more determined to fight. At once, Bai Ningbing raised her blades and fought with the 2 flaming snakes. Yin Tu, on the other hand, stood outside the battlefield and focused on controlling the snakes. Yin Tu had the ability to do 3 things at once, although he was only controlling these 2 flaming snakes. But his moves were exquisite and needed to be coordinated well, which instead made Yin Tu expend even more of his mental energy. Flaming Snake Gu was a rank 4 Gu. Under the pincer attack of 2 rank 4 Gu, Bai Ningbing gradually fell into a disadvantage. It was getting harder for her to deal with the attacks. After all, her movement Gu and defensive Gu were not outstanding. Bai Ningbing was an attack-type Gu master, and this set of Gu worms was mainly for offense. Movement and defense were both her weaknesses. This could not be helped. Gu masters had limited primeval essence. There was no infinite primeval essence. Thus, the primeval essence had to be allocated properly. Bai Ningbing allocated most of her primeval essence to offense, leaving little for movement and defense. Thus, the movement Gu and defensive Gu that she paired with were the ones that consumed less primeval essence. Gu worms consumed less primeval essence, so their effects were naturally lower. After all, you get what you pay for. These 2 flaming snakes greatly restricted Bai Ningbing's performance. Look, once the flaming snakes are damaged by Bai Ningbing's attacks and become dispirited, Yin Tu will expend primeval essence to recover the flaming snake's might. This is not good. Wei Yang stood at the side, frowning. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not speak, waiting for Bai Ningbing's response. Bai Ningbing suddenly erupted. Frost Breath Gu and Frost Arrow Gu were used in turn. The continuous frost energy caused the fire snake's attacks to be greatly slowed down and restricted. But such a crazy attack caused her primeval essence consumption to increase rapidly. Little girl, stop struggling. Yin Tu laughed heartily, sending out lumps of pellet fire. Some of the pellet fire shot towards Bai Ningbing, causing her to be exhausted from dodging. Some hit the flaming snakes and fused into their bodies, causing the dispirited flaming snakes to become energetic again. This was the coordination tactic of pellet fire Gu and flaming snake Gu. Yin Tu had gone through hundreds of battles in the battle stage, tempering himself thousands of times. In comparison, although Bai Ningbing was talented and had high comprehension, she had too little time and did not have the foundation that Yin Tu had accumulated. Bai Ningbing wanted to disperse the 2 flaming snakes by erupting, but Yin Tu saw through it and immediately retaliated. Similarly, using offense, he disrupted Bai Ningbing's plan, showing his shrewdness and experience. What should we do now? Wei Yang frowned deeply. The situation is not good. Shang Xinci gradually analyzed the situation. Bai Ningbing's eerie blue eyes flashed with a resolute light. Ice Crystal Gu. She brazenly used her Vital Gu, her true trump card. She had not planned to use it so early, but she had no choice. Since the start of the battle, besides the deadlock at the start, Yin Tu had gradually grasped the initiative and suppressed her. Bai Ningbing was an offensive-type Gu master. To take back the initiative, she had to strengthen her offense. Crack, crack. Bai Ningbing's whole body emitted this sound, like water turning into ice. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an ice person. Her body expanded slightly, and her silver hair was covered in frost, becoming fixed. The ice crystals spread to the two ice blades, making them sharper, colder, and sturdier. "Oh, little girl, you are going to risk your life." Yin too teleported, but his smile immediately froze on his face. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal, attacking and defending at the same time, no longer having any reservations. He charged forward, breaking through the obstruction of the fire snakes in an instant, and rushed towards Yin Tuesday. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. Yin Tu quickly mobilized another flaming snake, blocking in front of Bai Ningbing. Frost breath goo. Bai Ningbing breathed out a mouthful of blue frost air. She turned into an ice person and breathed out frost air. Her might was no doubt higher. The flaming snake immediately withered after being hit by this frost air. Bai Ningbing continued to charge towards Yin Tu. "Old man Yin Tu, fight me if you have the guts." Yin Tu's expression turned grave. He was not proficient in close combat. Bai Ningbing's might was awe-inspiring. If she got close, he would be in trouble. Although he had rank 4 realm and was a flamboyant fire path Gu master, Yin Tu's fighting style was shrewd and ruthless. He was not provoked by Bai Ningbing and activated his movement Gu, continuously retreating. Bai Ningbing's heart sank. She turned into an ice crystal and used movement Gu again, but the effect was not as good as before. To catch up to Yin Tu, she could only slow him down. Thus, Bai Ningbing shot frost arrows again and again. The frost air and the frost arrows had the effect of freezing muscles and blood, slowing down the target's movement. But Yin Tu easily dodged. His dodging technique was superb. None of the frost arrows succeeded. The frost arrows could not hit Yin Tu, causing the distance between him and Bai Ningbing to increase. Yin Tu snickered. As a senior, he was chased by a junior, but he did not feel embarrassed at all. He made the most correct choice. Ice crystal goo could not be used frequently. If used too much, it would cause the body to completely turn into ice crystals, turning the goo master into an ice sculpture. Thus, when Bai Ningbing activated ice crystal goo, she was also activating vitality goo to maintain her life force. But even with vitality goo, it could only prolong the usage of ice crystal goo. Yin Tu was well aware of this. Bai Ningbing inquired about his information, and he also inquired about Bai Ningbing's information. As long as he dragged on, he would definitely win this battle. Although this method did not have the arrogance and domineeringness of a fire path Gu master, but this was undoubtedly the most energy-saving tactic. Bai Ningbing stopped. "I can't hit this old man. I can only use that move to change the situation." Her eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. Chapter 319. The hesitation in Bai Ningbing's heart only lasted for a moment. Soon after, her blue eyes flashed with determination. "Ice Blade Storm, appear again." Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. She raised her arms. The sharp ice blades were the extension of her arms. She turned into ice crystals, giving off a cold and domineering aura. Vitality Gu turned into a warm current, flowing in her heart, liver, and other organs, preserving her life force and preventing Bai Ningbing from turning into an ice crystal person. Vitality Goo had another advantage. Once activated, it would turn into a warm current of vitality and move on its own. No need to control it. Whirlwind Goo. Tornado Goo. Bai Ningbing used these two Goo one after another. Whirlwind Goo was also a movement type Goo, but it only increased the Goo master's turning speed. As she used it, Bai Ningbing's whole body started to rotate rapidly. And when the Tornado Goo was activated, it immediately formed a whirlwind. The whirlwind covered Bai Ningbing's whole body, and in a few breaths' time, it expanded into a tornado. The green-black tornado was like a green-colored young dragon rising up. Ice Blade Goo, Ice Crystal Goo, Whirlwind Goo, Dragon Favor. Bai Ningbing could do 4 things at once. No, not only that. Frost Breath Goo. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth and breathed out, letting out cold air. With her mortal body, she could only breathe out at intervals to prevent her tongue from freezing. But now that she had turned into an ice crystal, she could breathe out continuously. With the addition of the frost air, the tornado immediately turned into a cold wind. Wherever the wind blew, the grass and leaves flew, quickly being covered with a layer of light blue frost. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was doing 5 things at once. This was the unparalleled talent of the 10 extreme physiques. In this aspect, she had already surpassed Feng Yuan. The killer move appeared again, Ice Blade Storm. Cold wind blew, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. The sharp ice blades made the tornado even more powerful. 2 fire snakes charged forward without understanding the situation and immediately suffered heavy injuries. The snake head and half of its body were sliced by the ice blade storm. The fire snakes retreated in panic. The flames reformed, revealing a complete snake head and body. But its size was no longer as good as before, only less than half of its original size. The ice blade storm became stronger, and on the grassland, large amounts of frost spread everywhere. Around the frost, the flames burning on the grass also showed signs of extinguishing. Yin Tu's pupil shrank when he saw this. He recalled the fire snake and breathed it into his nostrils. What move is this? I have never seen Bai Ningbing use this move before. Killing move. This is definitely a killing move. A commotion broke out among the spectators, and they all started shouting. Even Wei Yang showed an expression of shock. This killer move is extremely powerful. How many gu did Bai Ningbing use? Shang Xian's eyes lit up. She said nervously and expectantly, "This move is so strong. Maybe it can defeat Yin Tuesday." Feng Yuan was silent, watching with rapt attention. He had seen Bai Ningbing use the Ice Blade Storm a few times. Now that he saw it again, the power of the Ice Blade Storm had risen to a whole new level. Bai Ningbing's growth was also shocking. She had peerless aptitude and talent, and the goo worms she paired with were also unique. From the looks of it, her meticulously designed killer move, Ice Blade Storm, was not abandoned, but instead improved upon. She actually had such a move. Yin Tu's expression was no longer calm. Once the Ice Blade Storm was used, he immediately lost his confidence in the battle. His heart was filled with fear. He actually felt such emotions from a junior, a rank 3 gu master. Bai Ningbing's battle strength had already surpassed Yin Tu's expectations, making him feel an intense threat. Killer move. Usually, several goo worms were used at the same time, and through the exquisite combination of the goo worms, a powerful move could be produced. Killer moves were not something all goo masters had. Only those goo masters with rich experience or rich talent could design their own killer moves. Killer moves usually consumed a lot of primeval essence and also expended a lot of mental energy. They were undoubtedly powerful and had extraordinary effects. Not good. This move is getting stronger. I have to suppress it at the early stage. Otherwise, if I can't get rid of it, it will really become unstoppable after it accumulates its strength. Yin Tu was extremely experienced and quickly saw the flaw. If it were other goo masters, most of them would choose to wait and see in fear. But Yin Tu was extremely shrewd and immediately saw the flaw of this killer move. Ordinary moves cannot restrain her, and there is no effect even if I use them. It would be a waste of primeval essence. In that case, I will use a killer move to fight a killer move. Yin Tu decided in his heart. Fuel oil goo. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of fuel oil. The amber-colored fuel oil carried a pungent smell. Yin Tu exerted all his strength, not daring to hold back as he madly activated the fuel oil goo. The fuel oil he spat out was like a small waterfall. The waterfall fell on the grassland, forming waves. The fuel oil was like a wave, pouring down in torrents, and in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield was submerged. The Ice Blade Storm became bigger and bigger, and cold air spread everywhere. When the fuel oil got close to it, its momentum slowed down, and a large amount of fuel oil was flung away. The Ice Blade Storm's strength lay in its attack, but the cold air was not enough to freeze the fuel oil. For a moment, the whole battle stage was covered in a dense rain of fuel oil. Other than the area near the Ice Blade Storm, the other grasslands were covered in a thick layer of fuel oil, almost turning into a swamp. Fire snake goo. Yin Tu snorted, and the 2 fire snakes from earlier appeared once again. 20% of the yellow gold primeval essence was expended, allowing the fire snake's body to expand to its peak, and its might was restored. Once the fire snakes landed on the grassland, they immediately ignited a raging flame. The red flames spread at an extremely fast speed, filling the whole battle stage, instantly turning it into a sea of fire. The flames on the grassland burned fiercely, and countless green grasses withered, turning into ashes, fueling the might of the sea of fire. In the super-large battle stage, there was only one place that did not have any flames, but had instead frozen into ice. That was the location of Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm. She and Yin Tu had transformed the originally green grassland battlefield into an environment of two extremes, ice and fire. The two fire snakes leisurely shuttled through the sea of fire, circling around the Ice Blade Storm, not in a hurry to attack. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm was also continuously expanding, accumulating more and more power, and the peak of the storm was already showing signs of reaching the ceiling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice tornado whistled fiercely, and its majestic aura made people tongue-tied. It's not over yet, Fire Claw Goo. Yin Tu raised his breath and shouted. He had 4 Fire Claw Goo on him, and at this moment, he used all of them together. His primeval essence was consumed intensely, and the primeval sea in his aperture fluctuated rapidly. The golden sea surface fell sharply. The 4 Fire Claw Goo did not attack the Ice Blade Storm together, but instead flew into the fire snakes and fused together. In the blink of an eye, these 2 fire snakes grew a pair of claws. Snakes with claws were no longer snakes, but dragons. In the sea of fire, the 2 fire dragons swung their tails and raised their heads, waving their claws, showing an arrogant and domineering aura. Lord Yin Tu, through the combination of Fire Snake Goo and Fire Claw Goo, has reached a small portion of the rank 5 Fire Dragon Goo's power. To think that I could see Lord Yin Tu's killer move, Fire Sea Twin Dragon Kill, in this competition. Bai Ningbing is just a newbie, but she could force Yin Tu to use his killer move. She can be proud of herself. The spectators were in an uproar at this scene. Both sides used their killer moves, and the battle reached its climax. Killer move versus killer move. Would Yin Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon Kill be more powerful and majestic, or would Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm be able to engulf the world and shatter half the sky of the battle stage? Everyone was waiting in anticipation, unable to take their eyes off of it. The fire dragon raised its head, letting out a silent roar. They launched their attacks from both sides. The fire dragon crashed into the Ice Blade Storm, its 2 fire claws desperately trying to tear it apart, and its whole body coiled up, sticking to the Ice Blade Storm. The white Ice Blade Storm with a trace of blue was like a giant pillar, unmoving. The sharp ice blades competed with the fire claws, continuously cutting the fire dragon's body. A moment later, the 2 fire dragons could not hold on any longer and retreated with injuries. They lay down in the sea of fire, absorbing the surrounding flames and immediately regaining their power. The grassland was burning, and this sky full of flames was the fire dragon's abundant replenishment. This grassland was fully utilized by Yin Tuesday. The 2 fire dragons attacked again and again, but failed again and again. After failing, they tried again and again. Fire Sea Twin Dragon Kill can't shake Bai Ningbing? Is the world changing? If this goes on, Bai Ningbing actually has hope of defeating Yin Tu. Everyone was shocked again and again. No, the Ice Blade Storm has also been restrained. The wind momentum has been obstructed. It cannot gather any momentum. At this time, Bai Ningbing should be moving left and right, using guerrilla warfare. Wei Yang's expression was solemn. He was most proficient in guerrilla warfare. Fong Yuan's brows slightly furrowed, an obscure light flashing in his eyes. He could see something wrong. With Bai Ningbing's intelligence, she definitely knew that she could not resist it head-on. She had to move and fight, but she did not do so. It seems that this killer move's modification is not perfect. Fong Yuan inwardly guessed. Bai Ningbing felt that she had the will but not the strength. This Ice Blade Storm was her first time practicing. Her original plan was very good, but now Bai Ningbing found a flaw. The Ice Blade Storm lacked a driving force. It could only rotate on the spot. This was an indescribable awkwardness. I have turned into an ice crystal and continuously breathed out frost breath. The tornado is too dense. I cannot move forward. Bai Ningbing used all her strength, wanting to activate her movement goo to change this situation. But she was already multitasking. Reaching her limit, her mind was exhausted. She had no spare energy. Fortunately, Yin Tu had not discovered it yet. He took the initiative to fight, interrupting Bai Ningbing's accumulation, instead helping her cover up this flaw. Right now, I can only walk this path to the end. Continue to strengthen the Ice Blade Storm. Maybe when the wind momentum is stronger, there will be momentum. Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit had not dissipated. The predicament instead strengthened her fighting spirit. Be it her or Yin Tu, the primeval essence in their apertures were being consumed intensely. The spectators around the battle stage fell into silence. The majestic ice blade storm and the terrifying orange sea of fire divided the battlefield into two completely different worlds. The battle stage's barrier isolated most of the power, but there was still wind blowing. This wind was hot at times, cold at times, allowing everyone to personally feel the intensity of the battle. The sea of fire burned fiercely. The two orange fire dragons fought against the ice blade storm. They failed again and again, but charged forward again and again. They were not discouraged, advancing wave after wave. This is Lord Yin Tu, the strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Someone sighed. To be able to fight with Lord Yin Tu to this extent, Bai Ningbing is the third strongest. Bai Ningbing can be said to be the third. Someone could not conceal his shock as he evaluated. In Shangclan's battle stage, Yin Tu and Zhu Kaibei had fought dozens of battles without a clear victor. They were two peak existences. After this battle, Bai Ningbing's battle strength was publicly recognized, and she was recognized as the third. As time passed, the ice blade storm gradually slowed down, and the wind momentum weakened. The blazing sea of fire was also mostly extinguished. The fuel was used up, and the grass turned to ashes. But the fire dragon's might was still there. They not only had the sea of fire to replenish them, they also had the support of Yin Tu's yellow-gold primeval essence. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence was gradually running out, and at this point, the weakness of her cultivation was finally revealed. If she had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, she would still have a fighting chance. Unfortunately, she rejected Feng Yuan's good intentions. It's all over. Yin Tu laughed heartily, and with a shift of his mind, the two fire dragons suddenly merged into one, forming an even larger fire dragon. This sudden change caused many people to involuntarily cry out in shock. This move was Yin Tu's secret method. He had never revealed it to the public. But now, in order to break Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm, he could no longer care so much. The fire dragon opened its mouth, and its 4 fire claws exerted strength, ruthlessly clawing at the ice blade storm. But suddenly, the storm intensified. Bai Ningbing activated Frost Breath Goo, and the whole fire claw was frozen. The ice blade storm suddenly expanded like a monster, engulfing most of the fire dragon's body. What? Yin Tu turned pale with fright. He suddenly realized that Bai Ningbing's earlier weakness was only a facade. He quickly ordered the fire dragon to retreat. The fire dragon was heavily injured, and its might was no longer as it lost its 2 fire claws. At the same time, its body had shrunk to less than half its original size. Seeing this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Is Bai Ningbing going to win? After fighting for so long, she still has strength left? Yin Tu's expression was grim. Bai Ningbing's sudden eruption caused him to suffer disastrous losses. In an instant, he lost a fire snake goo and 2 fire claw goo. The ice blade storm suddenly dissipated. Bai Ningbing removed the ice crystal goo and returned to her original appearance of a mortal body. Her primeval essence was exhausted, and her aperture was completely dried up. I admit defeat, she coldly said. After a short period of silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Bai Ningbing actually admitted defeat? Everyone was slightly surprised by this. So her sudden eruption was because she used up all her primeval essence and dealt a heavy blow to Yin Tuesday. Feng Yuan realized. Even if I can't win, I will make you suffer. Bai Ningbing's choice was very wise, and her method was decisive and ruthless. Understanding this, Yin Tu was furious, but a formless force descended from the sky, suppressing him. He was unable to move. This was the strength of the battle stage. The hosting Gu master walked into this battlefield that had changed beyond recognition and announced the result. According to the rules, the winner had the right to request the loser to contribute a Gu. "I want your ice crystal Gu," Yen Tu said hatefully. "Take it." Bai Ningbing snorted and straightforwardly handed over the ice crystal Gu. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Ice crystal Gu was Bai Ningbing's vital Gu. The moment she lost it, blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Yen Tu's expression was still ugly. He chose the ice crystal Gu to teach Bai Ningbing a lesson. But even so, his loss was too great. A rank 3 ice crystal Gu could not make up for it. Although Bai Ningbing was defeated in this battle, she had still established her reputation. It could be said that she lost with honor. Shang Xinci let out a breath of turbid air, calming her emotions. A pity, if Bai Ningbing had listened to my advice and chose the Frost Demon Gu, the situation would have been better. Wei Yang sighed. Ice Crystal Gu was suitable for males, while Frost Demon Gu was suitable for females. Bai Ningbing lost the Ice Crystal Gu. This might be a rare opportunity. Let her change her mind and choose the Frost Demon Gu, Wei Yang said with an expectant tone. Chapter 320. Did you watch that battle? How wonderful! Bai Ningbing suffered her first defeat, and Yen Tu's victory was not easy. I spent 20 yuan stone, and I felt a little heartache at first. But after seeing it, I immediately felt that the money was well spent. The battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu was like a boulder thrown into a lake. It caused a huge impact in Shangclan City. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about this battle. The older, the wiser. In the end, Lord Yen Tu still won. But even though Bai Ningbing lost, it's still a glorious loss. To be able to fight to this extent, her future is limitless. It's a pity that I didn't get to see this battle. Although Bai Ningbing lost her vital Gu and is injured, the Ice Crystal Gu is easy to replenish and will not affect her strength too much. I'm really looking forward to the battle between Fangjing and Zhu Kaibei. That's right. This will definitely be a fierce battle. The battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei was scheduled for 7 days later. Because of Bai Ningbing's outstanding performance, she received the attention of countless people, but Bai Ningbing was missing. After that battle, she did not return to Nanxiu Garden. Nothing will happen, right? Shang Xinci expressed her worry. Don't worry, I know her. She was arrogant, but she suffered a crushing defeat. Let her be alone. Fang Yuan comforted Shang Xinci instead. Although Bai Ningbing was a girl, she had the heart of a man. All men were like lions and wolves. When they were injured, they would find a secluded corner and silently lick their wounds. Women, on the other hand, were different. When they suffered some grievances, they would have the desire to talk about it. They yearned for protection and comfort. Shang Xinci nodded. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water as she looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Can you not fight? That Zhu Kaibei was a character on the same level as Yen Tuesday's sister Bai Yun had already lost, losing the Ice Crystal Gu. Zhu Kaibei is a Strength Path Gu master. If Brother He Tu loses all-out effort Gu, Bai Ningbing lost the Ice Crystal Gu, but it could be replenished. If Fang Yuan lost the all-out effort Gu, he could not make up for it. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. It is precisely because of this that I cannot lose. All right, I will be refining Gu in closed cultivation for the next few days. You go back first. Fang Yuan had long investigated Zhu Kaibei's strength. After the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu, he had more speculations. Zhu Kaibei was a rank 4 initial stage Gu master, comparable to Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan estimated that with his current methods, he only had a 30% chance of defeating Zhu Kaibei. A 30% chance of winning did not seem high. But in reality, considering the difference in cultivation between the two of them, 30% was already quite good. If the Gu refinement succeeds, with the help of that Gu, I will have a 60% chance of winning. I hope the Gu refinement succeeds. Fang Yuan entered the secret room and started to refine Gu. First inner city. In the study, there was a soft light. Shang Yinfei quietly watched the colorful smoke floating in front of him. The colorful smoke billowed, showing the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yin Tuesday. Shang Yinfei watched the entire battle from start to finish. Only then did he retract the colorful smoke. Bai Ningbing lost. He had lost his vital gu and was injured. According to the information gathered by Fengyu Manor, Bai Ningbing was currently recuperating at Dr. Su Shou's place. This way, she was punished and taught a lesson for scheming against his second son. Shang Yinfei closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair. Now that Bai Ningbing was defeated and did not pass the test, her aptitude and talent were publicly recognized. In time, she would definitely surpass Yin Tu and have great achievements. This was a genius. Shang Yinfei was also a person who cherished talent. Seeing Bai Ningbing's performance, he had the desire to recruit her for Shang Xinci. After Bai Ningbing, it will be Fangzheng's turn. I wonder what kind of surprise he can bring me. But I heard he has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. Shang Clan City's living treasure door also had 2 heavenly essence treasure lotuses. There was also a heavenly essence treasure monarch lotus. But to take out these lotuses, they would have to pay an even greater price. With living treasure door guarding it, even if Shang Yinfei was the clan leader, he had to follow the rules set by his ancestors. Fangzheng is a strength path gu master. Even if he has the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he would not be able to display its value. I might as well give it to Xinci. Shang Yinfei pondered for a while before sitting up straight and sending out a paper crane secret letter. The paper crane flew along the secret path and into a secret room. Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tu immediately sensed it and gathered in the secret room. Master has another secret letter. Yin Tu opened the secret letter and glanced at it before handing it to Zhu Kaibei. This is for you. Zhu Kaibei looked through it and muttered to himself. Master guessed that Fang Yuan has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. If I win this battle, I will try to ask for this grass gu. If I don't have this gu, I cannot choose the all-out effort gu. Saying so, Zhu Kaibei's brows slightly furrowed. He had originally wanted to ask for Fang Yuan's all-out effort gu. This legendary gu was extremely attractive to a strength path gu master like him. But Shang Yinfei had sent such an order. Master cherishes talent and wants to protect that Fangzheng until he grows up. Yin Tu analyzed. Raising his head, he saw Zhu Kaibei's tightly furrowed brows and consoled. Brother Zhu, you need to pay attention to your mentality. We are already Shang Clan's hidden elders. We have to obey the clan leader's orders. It's no longer the same as before, when I could roam the world freely and do whatever I wanted. Zhu Kaibei nodded his head heavily and sighed. Speaking of which, that period of time is really worth reminiscing. Roaming the world alone, free and unrestrained. Could it be that Brother Zhu wants to become a demonic gu master again? Yin Tu's tone was solemn. Zhu Kaibei chuckled. Brother Yin, don't you know me? I was just casually saying it. Although demonic gu masters are unrestrained, the pressure is huge and the risks are also huge. Who knows, one day I might die in the wild, and there would be no one to collect my corpse. Yin Tu's expression softened. Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tu were once solitary demonic gu masters. They had made a name for themselves in southern border and had stood strong for decades. But they were getting more and more tired. Although demonic gu masters had extremely free lives, the pressure was huge. They had to worry about the gu's food, yuan stone, their own safety, and so on. The two gradually got tired of this life, but they did not have the courage to change. Until one day, the two met in the wild. There was an extreme lack of trust between demonic gu masters. After the two sensed each other, they immediately attacked, trying to gain the initiative. But who knew that in this battle, the two were evenly matched and fought from day to night. During this period, they used schemes, traps, exerted all their strength, and used all sorts of methods. By the time the sun rose, both were out of strength. Their primeval essence was also expended and their bodies were covered in injuries. Looking at the opponent in front of them, they had no strength to deal the final blow and kill the opponent. When the morning light shone on their faces, the two made the same decision. I am tired of this life. Sigh, if I survive this battle, I will go to Shang Clan and join the righteous path. Yin Tu softly muttered. So tiring, after this battle, I will go to Shang Clan and fight for that external elder position. Zhu Kaibei fiercely cursed. For some reason, the two said it at the same time. After saying so, they looked at each other. After a moment of silence, the two laughed loudly. This was fate, like heaven's arrangement. Two veteran demonic goo masters who had no sense of trust at all, on this day, gained a lifelong friend at the same time. As if they wanted to throw away the shadow of their past, they started to change and chose to trust each other. This trust was unreserved trust towards each other. The two went from one extreme to another extreme. But speaking of which, Brother Yin, you suffered a huge loss this time. You are covered in dust. Ju Kaibei winked and said. Others would never imagine he would have such an expression. Usually, Ju Kaibei was solemn like steel and meticulous. But in fact, this was only a mask he had cultivated when he was roaming the demonic path. Only in front of his best friend, Yin Tu, would he show his true nature. Yin Tu snorted coldly, his brows gradually relaxing as he sighed. This Bai Ning Bing is not simple. She will surpass us one day. I only won by a move or two. If she was rank 4, the result would be hard to say. Ju Kaibei nodded. I also disguised myself to watch your battle. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Yin Tu patted Ju Kaibei's shoulder. That Fangjing is as famous as Bai Ning Bing. They came to Shang Clan City together and lived together. Their relationship is not simple. They are called the twin stars of Yinwu. Some also call them the black and white demons. With Bai Ning Bing's strength, Fangjing is definitely not weak. Brother Ju, when you are at your strongest is also when you are at your weakest. You need to be careful. Ju Kaibei smiled proudly. Brother, take a look at this. Saying so, he took out a goo from his aperture. This goo was the size of a fist and had the shape of a beetle, black like iron. Harchi goo. Yin Tu's expression turned to joy after a moment of shock. This is great, Brother Ju. When you use killer moves, your defense will fall. With this goo, you can make up for your weakness. This goo is precious and not commonly seen. You need to feed it well. Ju Kaibei nodded. After keeping the hard chi goo, he sighed. Unfortunately, this is only a hard chi goo and not strength chi goo. If I had strength chi goo, my battle strength would rise and undergo a qualitative change. It would be more than enough to increase my battle strength by 2 times. Yin Tu laughed heartily. You are too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Ancient chi path has already disappeared. Strength chi goo is already extinct. You are already very lucky to be able to obtain a hard chi goo. Don't be greedy. Ju Kaibei also laughed. That's true. But it's only human nature to be greedy, ha ha ha. Ancient Chi Path appeared much earlier than Strength Path. Chi Path goo worms could be transformed into formless goo worms. Their effects were usually very miraculous. In ancient times, when Chi Path was at its peak, 8 out of 10 goo masters cultivated Chi Path. However, flowers bloom and wilt, flourish and decline. This was the law of nature. Chi Path was not exempt from it. After flourishing for a while, Chi Path gradually weakened and was replaced by Strength Path. Chapter 321. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle stage welcomed the attention of the entire city. Ju Kaibei forcefully challenged Feng Yuan. The former was an expert of the older generation. His reputation was awe-inspiring, and he held up half the sky. The latter was a rising star in the last 2 years, shining brightly, and was a young expert of the younger generation. In addition to the brilliance of the battle itself, the battle between Bai Ning Bing and Yin Tu before eating served as an excellent foreshadowing. After 7 days of fermenting, its influence had spread to the whole of Shang Clan City. Please search for floating astronomy. As a result, today's battle stage was almost filled with spectators. The battle stage also took advantage of the situation and arranged for this battle to be a large-scale event. Shang Qiwan, who was in charge of the battle stage, had gained a great achievement and was in a good mood these days. The battle had not started yet, but the people in the city were already discussing it. Is Ju Kaibei from half the sky more experienced, or can Fangjing win as the weaker one? Many people were discussing this question. The battle between the old and the new attracted many people's attention. Both are Strength Path Goo Masters. This is the revival of Strength Path Goo Masters. Many Strength Path Goo Masters were extremely proud and were looking forward to this battle. In their opinion, this battle had a huge significance. No matter what, Fangjing has to fight with all his strength. Otherwise, his all-out effort gu will be taken away by Zhu Kai Bei. Fangjing is only rank 3 middle stage. Although he has great battle strength, his cultivation is lower than by Ningbing's. Not to mention comparing him to Zhu Kai Bei. After dozens of battles, Fang Yuan's strength could no longer be concealed. Most people did not think highly of him because the difference in cultivation was too great. Fangjing is here. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd. Fang Yuan walked slowly. With a calm expression, he arrived at the stage. This was a large-scale battle stage with a black stone forest terrain. Fang Yuan came to the center of the stage and stood still. He crossed his arms and scanned the surroundings. Black stone pillars, each thick and sturdy, were erected in the center of the stage, covering the entire stage. Outside the stage, the crowd gathered in a circle around the stage. This was Fang Yuan's first time in the past 2 years. It was the match with the largest number of spectators. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that Shang Xinci and Wei Yang were definitely among the crowd. Even Bai Ningbing was there, but they were all in disguise. He also heard from Shang Xinci. The young masters of Shang clan were all here. This reminded Fang Yuan of his first martial arts demonstration. At that time, there were almost no spectators, and Fang Yuan was still a nobody. Up until now, his reputation had risen to prominence. Become somebody. It attracted widespread attention. This is the last battle. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The Three Kings' inheritance was nearing. Including the journey, there wasn't much time left. After winning this match, he would do his best to assist Shang Xinci. Pushing her to the position of young lord would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future plans. When Shang Xinci becomes the young master, it will be the day Fang Yuan leaves Shang Clan City. No one knew the identities of Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tuesday. How could Fang Yuan not see it clearly? As long as they were in the battle rest field, they could become Shang Clan's external elder. Shang Yinfei wanted to control this channel. It was normal for him to arrange chess pieces like Zhu Kaibei and Yin Tuesday. Fang Yuan had never thought of dominating the battle stage. Becoming an external elder was something that many people yearned for even in their dreams. Sparrows and swallows often made their homes under the eaves, while eagles built their nests on cliffs. Not to mention Shang Clan's external elder, Fang Yuan didn't even care about the position of clan leader. These positions seemed noble and dazzling, but they were actually shackles of fame and fortune. What a pity. In the mortal world, who knew how many people had been shackled by such shackles? Zhu Kaibei also came to the stage. He had a towering stature. His expression was like steel. His joints were broad, his muscles stacked together, giving people a strong and imposing feeling. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, during the righteous demonic battle on Etian Mountain, Zhu Kaibei had a great performance. He had killed many famous demonic path gu masters and was one of Shang Yinfei's capable generals. On his body, the aura of rank 4 leaked out. Before the battle started, he was already exerting mental pressure on Fang Yuan. In terms of cultivation, Fang Yuan was indeed at a disadvantage. He was rank 3 peak stage now and was using breath concealment gu. From the looks of it, he was still at rank 3 middle stage. But even if his cultivation was low, so what? Hee. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. A few days ago, he had refined that gu, and his chances of winning had risen to 60%. Although his opponent was strong, he knew he would definitely win. This was not arrogance, confidence, or arrogance, but a type of mentality. Demonic heart. I can't lose, I can't fall. I have to win. I have to win. Even if there is less than 10% chance of winning, even if there is no chance of winning, I have to have the mentality to win. Once a demonic gu master fails, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Thus, I have to succeed. I have to keep winning. There is no what if and no what if. The 500 years of experience in his previous life had caused Fang Yuan to develop such a mentality. Winner takes all. Step on other people's corpses, step on them, and step onto the peak. Only I am the one who bears down on the world, no matter what sense of propriety, righteousness, honor, fame, wealth, beauty, gratitude, grudges, love, hatred. They cannot be an obstacle, they can all be used. This was the difference between Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing had the desire to win, while Fang Yuan had the heart to win. Nothing can stop me. Even if I perish, my heart will not be perturbed. Zhu Kaibei walked to Fang Yuan, standing still and maintaining his silence. He was not a talkative person. Similarly, Fang Yuan did not like to talk nonsense. The two looked at each other, ignoring the clamor of the outside world. One's gaze was firm, while the other's eyes were dark and deep. Clang! The bell rang, announcing the start of the battle. All-out effort Gu. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He poured his quintessential essence into it, and the image of a steed appeared in the air behind him. The horse raised its head, its 4 hooves galloping. With the strength of one horse, Fang Yuan activated vertical crash Gu. Swoosh! He charged towards Zhu Kaibei. His speed was as fast as a galloping horse. But when he rushed in front of Zhu Kaibei, the horse phantom suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a wild boar phantom. The boar's eyes were scarlet red, its fangs protruding. Its aura was fierce. Horsepower could increase the speed of charging, while boar strength could increase the force of charging. Fang Yuan could now freely switch between beast phantoms. Seeing Fang Yuan charging straight at him, Zhu Kaibei was expressionless, opening his mouth. His teeth were as white as snow. At this moment, 2 tiger teeth grew rapidly. They gradually expanded and protruded. They grew into 2 pure white elephant tusks. The elephant tusks bent inwards, the sharp tip piercing into Zhu Kaibei's chest. But the wound did not bleed. Instead, it was spreading rapidly. A set of pure white armor appeared. A milky white layer of ice spread over his body, and the armor quickly covered his upper body. Fang Yuan charged over. Good. Zhu Kaibei did not dodge. Instead, he stepped forward, lowering his waist and shoulder, colliding with Fang Yuan. Bam! A loud sound. The 2 shoulders collided fiercely. Fang Yuan retreated 5 steps. Zhu Kaibei was sent flying. This scene caused many people to cry out in surprise. How can this be? Zhu Kaibei was not Fang Jing's match? All-out effort Gu's power is really strong. Something is wrong. How did Fang Jing suddenly have rank 3 peak stage cultivation? Fang Yuan attacked, breath concealment Gu's effect was broken. The aura of rank 3 peak stage leaked out and was quickly sensed by countless people. Zhu Kaibei's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, but soon it disappeared. He crawled up from the ground, not suffering much damage. However, the shoulder armor was full of cracks. But soon, these cracks gradually disappeared. The white armor continued to spread, and soon, it covered Zhu Kaibei's arms, waist, and abdomen. This was the effect of Zhu Kaibei continuously activating the ivory white armor Gu. Ivory white armor Gu was a rank 4 Gu worm. It had strong defense. But its weakness was, it needed to grow for a period of time. It had no ductility. When the battle ended, the Gu master would have to destroy the armor if they wanted to remove it. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, feeling a little sore. Earlier, he did not use golden shield Gu, copper skin, iron bones, steel tendon. These 3 complemented each other, giving him a strong defense. Strength was mutual, and strength path Gu masters had high requirements for defense Gu. The collision just now was just a small test. This Zhu Kaibei has great strength. He is the strongest opponent I have met since rebirth. At the same time, his defense is also very strong. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he pounced again. Bam bam bam. Both sides raised their fists and punched each other. Zhu Kaibei was at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan naturally would not give him a chance. The ivory white armor broke again and again under Fang Yuan's iron fists, unable to regenerate. But Zhu Kaibei's strength was also increasing. From being suppressed at the start, to gradually being able to stand on equal footing with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had detailed information on Zhu Kaibei. He knew that he had a rank 4 habitual strength Gu. All-out effort Gu was already extinct, and to replace it, the current strength path Gu masters had developed habitual strength Gu. Habitual strength Gu's predecessor was the rank 3 accumulation strength Gu. Strength accumulation Gu could accumulate strength in one attack and explode out. But it needed time to accumulate strength, and during this time, the Gu Master could not move. It was not very practical. But at rank 4, after the accumulation strength Gu was refined into habitual strength Gu, this weakness was eliminated. After the activation of habitual strength Gu, Ju Kai Bei's strength continued to accumulate, becoming bigger and bigger. At the same time, Ju Kai Bei could move freely. Bam! Fang Yuan's fist smashed on Ju Kai Bei's chest, while Ju Kai Bei's palm chopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder. Both sides took 6 steps back. They were evenly matched this time. But Fang Yuan's entire fist was numb. Ju Kai Bei's chest was wrapped in ivory white armor. There were only slight cracks on it. As time passed, Ju Kai Bei continued to activate the armor, and the ivory white armor became thicker, turning Ju Kai Bei into a monster with thick skin and flesh. Ju Kai Bei's strength was gradually revealed. Not only rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence, but also rank 4 Gu worms. Just one ivory white armor Gu was comparable to Fang Yuan's iron bones, copper skin, and steel tendons. Chapter 322. Sweep fists, palm strikes, elbow poke, kick. Both sides exchange blows, fists landing on flesh, close combat, forcefully clashing. Fists and kicks collided, creating intense vibrations. The two figures tangled together, and everywhere they went, the stone forest collapsed one after another. Fang Zheng is gradually falling into a disadvantage. Gradually, the spectators understood the situation. To deal with Ju Kai Bei, we need to defeat him first. Don't give him any time. Someone sighed. Ju Kai Bei had habitual strength Gu. The longer he used it, the greater his strength would be. Easy for you to say, who can kill him at the early stage? He has rank 4 cultivation after all, and also has ivory armor Gu, as well as abundant battle experience. It is already not bad that Fang Zheng can fight to this extent. Among the crowd, Bai Ningbing's eyes were eerie as she quietly watched the battle. She was the most familiar with the pressure Fang Yuan was feeling right now. Only by personally fighting a rank 4 Gu Master would one understand the huge gap between rank 3 and rank 4. Brother He too. Shang Xinci clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes following Fang Yuan. Wei Yang's brows gradually furrowed. Howl. Suddenly, the roar of a wild beast burst out. The shadow of a dragon and elephant, huge and mighty, suddenly rose up from behind Ju Kai Bei. Dragon Elephant was a giant elephant with dragon blood. Its body was even bigger than a mammoth, and it was a ferocious alternative dragon. When lions and tigers met it, they would take a detour, not daring to face it head-on. Killing such a ferocious beast had a high chance of obtaining Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu. Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu, rank 4. Fang Yuan used Galloping Horse Strength Gu, Green Bull Labor Gu, and others, which were also rank 3 Gu. Since Ju Kai Bei became a rank 4 Gu Master, he had used 3 Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu, adding 3 Beast Phantoms to himself. At this moment, he suddenly attacked with the strength of a dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's pupil shrunk, and at the crucial moment, he raised his arms. All-out Gu, Stone Tortoise Strength. Behind him, a giant tortoise phantom rose. Bam! Ju Kai Bei's fist, which was the size of a bowl, fiercely hit Fang Yuan's arms. A huge force surged over, forcing Ju Kai Bei to take a step back, while Fang Yuan was sent flying by Ju Kai Bei's punch. The stone tortoise phantom collapsed with a loud bang, while the dragon elephant phantom rose higher and higher. The stone tortoise was clearly no match for the dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's body was sent flying 30 steps away. He knocked down 2 stone pillars in a row before coming to a stop. Fang Yuan regained his footing and shook his aching and numb arms. Although he was in a sorry state, he was unscathed. The combination of iron bones, steel bars, and copper skin was still very strong. Ju Kai Bei has unleashed the power of the dragon elephant. Outside the arena, many people exclaimed in unison, "He has been using habitual strength Gu. His strength is getting stronger and stronger." This was only the power of one dragon elephant. Ju Kai Bei had a total of 3 dragon elephant phantoms on his body. I had once seen him use the strength of 3 dragon elephant and instantly burst his opponent's head. Fang Zheng did not restrain Ju Kai Bei. Zhu Kaibei using the strength of the dragon elephant is a sign that he wants to control this battle. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he charged towards Zhu Kaibei again. Both sides tangled together again. Snow-silver primeval essence continued to pour into the all-out effort goo. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 8 beast phantoms flashed one after another. After stone tortoise strength goo, Fang Yuan used white elephant primeval strength goo and black python coiling strength goo, adding white elephant phantom and black python phantom to his body. 8 beast phantoms was the limit of Fang Yuan's body. Thus, after the black python coiling strength goo, he did not use any other strength goo. In the arena, Fang Yuan unleashed a frenzied offensive. Fist winds howled and were extremely fierce. Such a terrifying offensive made people's hearts palpitate. Zhu Kaibei had just erupted and used the strength of one dragon elephant, but his strength returned to normal as habitual strength goo started to accumulate strength again. But Fang Yuan used his full strength and immediately turned the situation around. In the air, his 8 beast phantoms flickered continuously, with the occasional appearance of a dragon elephant phantom. But every time the dragon elephant phantom appeared, it would send Fang Yuan flying. As time passed, Fang Yuan's injuries accumulated, and even his bronze skin could not block Zhu Kaibei's enormous strength. His skin and flesh were lacerated. Meanwhile, Zhu Kaibei's whole body was covered in a layer of ivory armor, and although his armor was full of injuries and cracks, he did not fall, like an iron tower that stood on the ground. After a while, chance. Zhu Kaibei made very few mistakes. This was a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan grasped this fleeting opportunity and suddenly went behind him, slapping with his palm. The brown bear phantom appeared. This attack was extremely heavy. If it landed, he would definitely vomit a mouthful of blood. Zhu Kaibei did not have time to block. He could only turn around and sweep his arm. Howl! Suddenly, there was an elephant's cry, and the dragon elephant phantom rose, completely suppressing the brown bear. Fang Yuan was instead sent flying. This was the 8th time. The number of dragon elephant phantoms appearing became more and more frequent. When they did not appear, Fang Yuan had the slight initiative. But once they appeared, none of the beast phantoms were his match. Fang Yuan's beast phantoms were all ordinary wild beasts, but dragon elephant had a slight dragon bloodline. It was already a mutated beast. After fighting for an hour, howl! 2 dragon elephant phantoms appeared above Zhu Kaibei's head. His fists fiercely hit Fang Yuan's chest, sending the latter flying far away. Fang Yuan vomited blood in the air, his vision turning upside down. Bam 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 bam. 5 stone pillars were destroyed by him in a row. Fang Yuan fell on the ground, dust rising and covering his body. So tragic. Seeing this, Minigu Master's eyelids twitched. Fang Yuan's current situation was too tragic to look at. Rank 3 beast phantoms are not the rank 4 dragon elephant phantoms match. Fang Jing might have all-out effort goo, but he can only summon 1 beast phantom at a time. It is inferior to Zhu Kaibei's habitual strength goo. How can this be? All-out effort goo is a legendary goo. How can it be inferior to ordinary habitual strength goo? Someone was shocked. Soon, someone explained, this is not the all-out effort goo's problem, but Fang Jing himself. Fang Jing has the strength of 8 beasts. He is like a huge water vat, but the water outlet is a small bamboo pipe. All-out effort goo can make the bamboo pipe come out of the water at full speed, while habitual strength goo is like a bucket drawing water from the vat. All-out effort goo is like a small stream that flows for a long time, while habitual strength goo accumulates and explodes. Brother He too. Seeing Fang Yuan's figure being engulfed by the dust, Shang Xinc's heart jumped, and she had difficulty breathing. But soon, everyone saw a black figure slowly stand up from the dust. 3 broken ribs, and his internal organs seemed to be bleeding. Such a powerful attack. Fang Yuan endured the heart-wrenching pain, his lips curling into a smile. He had a will of steel. So what was this pain? What was this injury? The pain surged his battle intent, burning like fire. His blood was boiling like boiling water. This kind of battle is exciting. Defeating such a strong enemy is interesting. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily in the dust. What is Fang Zheng talking about? Why does he seem to be laughing? Did he become stupid from Zhu Kaibei's attack? Because of the barrier, everyone could not hear clearly. Hearing Fang Yuan's wild laughter, Zhu Kaibei's expression changed for the first time since the start of the battle. This lad, his expression sank. He felt something familiar yet strange from the laughter. After thinking for a while, he came to a realization. This was the aura of the demonic path. Killing intent as sharp as a blade, madness to destroy the world, arrogance to look down on the world, ruthlessness to trample on all living beings. This laughter seemed to bring Zhu Kaibei back to the past. That unbearable past. Every day was spent in killing, like walking alone in the endless darkness, with no one to talk to. The endless loneliness turned into fear. The demonic path life worse than death. You have to move forward. You have to win all the way. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. Your nerves stretched to the limit, unable to relax. If you lose, you might fall into the abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhu Kaibei was sick of such a life, so he joined Shang clan and became a hidden elder. All these years, he was a person who almost drowned, struggling out of the sea of bitterness, climbing ashore and gasping for breath. He was already standing ashore, but Fang Yuan's laughter was like a wave, making him look back at the sea of bitterness. This laughter evoked a trace of fear in Zhu Kaibei's heart. Don't go back to the past. I don't even want to think about the past. A prodigal son is worth more than gold. I have already repented. I have started a new life. I am a member of the righteous path. Righteous and demonic are irreconcilable. Zhu Kaibei's face trembled. A trace of extreme hatred towards Fang Yuan emerged from the depths of his heart. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. Zhu Kaibei took the initiative to attack, taking large steps like a tiger or a dragon, charging into the dust cloud. Every step he took was accompanied by the roars of dragons and dragons. This was the rank 4 Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. It allowed Zhu Kaibei to move forward rapidly, and it was similar to charging Crash Gu, using the force of collision to unleash the hidden strength in Zhu Kaibei's body. Zhu Kaibei fiercely charged into the dust cloud, facing Fang Yuan. Howl! Dragon Elephant Phantoms appeared again. He didn't hit 2 of them, only 1. But this was enough to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He took the attack head-on, a stone tortoise phantom rising from his back. The two fiercely collided. The shockwave from the collision blew away the surrounding dust cloud. Zhu Kaibei had an astonished gaze as he retreated 5 steps. But Fang Yuan did not move a single inch. Outside the arena, bewildered gasps could be heard. What is going on? This scene was out of everyone's expectations. It was the strength of the stone tortoise against the strength of the dragon elephant. But why were the results so different? Zhu Kaibei gritted his teeth and charged again. Bam! With a loud sound, he was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, flying like a sandbag before crashing on the ground. He struggled to get up, his gaze fixed on the sky above Fang Yuan's head. In the air, the brown bear and boar phantoms were slowly dissipating. He attacked 2 beast phantoms at the same time. How is this possible? This defies logic. Chapter 323. 2 beast phantoms. Did I see wrongly? Outside the arena, Yin Tu stared with his eyes wide open. To be able to shoot out 2 beast phantoms at the same time, what gu did he use? Zhu Kaibei's expression turned solemn as he stared at Fang Yuan. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk. It's here. Vertical crash gu. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. His eyes were like an unfathomable black pool as he charged towards Zhu Kaibei. At the same time, in the air above his head, a horse and boar phantoms appeared. The boar's strength increased the force of his charge, while the horse's strength increased Fang Yuan's speed, increasing the speed of his charge. With the support of the 2 strengths, Fang Yuan was like a ferocious boar or a galloping horse, his figure continuously enlarged in Zhu Kaibei's eyes. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. Facing Fang Yuan's powerful attack, Zhu Kaibei's figure leaped, the dragon and tiger roars resounded again. This time, he took the initiative to dodge, and Fang Yuan brushed past him. Vertical Crash Gu's flaw was that when charging, it was a straight line. It could be easily detected by the opponent and easily dodged, causing the attack to be useless. Zhu Kai Bei dodged. He has always been charging head-on, rarely dodging. This is the first time he dodged since the start of the battle. Fang Zheng can shoot out 2 Beast Phantoms at the same time. While Zhu Kai Bei's habitual strength Gu needs to recharge, dodging was a wise move. Fang Zheng is still too inexperienced. Although he has good Gu worms, his battle experience is far from Zhu Kai Bei's. This attack was not handled well. Before the person outside the arena could finish his evaluation, there was a sudden change in the arena. After Fang Yuan brushed past Zhu Kai Bei, he suddenly stopped activating all-out effort Gu. The 2 Beast Phantoms dissipated. The force of the charge immediately fell to the bottom, and he crashed into a black stone pillar. The black stone pillar collapsed, and Fang Yuan's charge came to a stop. Horizontal charge Gu. Fang Yuan charged sideways, punching with both fists. The brown bear and white elephant phantoms suddenly rose into the air. The distance was too close. Zhu Kai Bei was caught off guard and was struck, his body flying high up in the air. The person who said Fang Yuan was too inexperienced was speechless. Many people's eyes shine. Fang Yuan's attack this time seemed ordinary, but in fact contained many things. It was exceptionally brilliant. All-out effort Gu can activate and unleash a burst of attack, of course. Switching between activating and deactivating allowed Fang Yuan to be extremely nimble and flexible. At the same time, he make use of the terrain. Zhu Kai Bei was hit by Fang Yuan in one strike, not because he was not smart, but because he was used to using habitual strength Gu. His rich experience had caused him to have a blind spot in his thinking. Fang Yuan once again. Zhu Kai Bei turned into a punching bag, unable to retaliate. He could only hold his breath and defend. Heavens, Fang Zheng is actually suppressing Zhu Kai Bei as a mere rank 3 peak stage. An unimaginable scene is actually happening right in front of my eyes. All-out effort Gu is after all a legendary Gu. Its power is miraculous. Even rank 4 habitual strength Gu cannot compare to it. Fang Zheng has already used all-out effort Gu to perfection. Although he does not have rich battle experience, his talent is enough to make up for it. There was a commotion outside the arena. Boom! A cloud of dust rose into the air. Zhu Kai Bei's tall body was like a flying sack, crashing into several thick black stone pillars. Guh! He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up, but Fang Yuan had already pounced, not giving him any chance to breathe. Stepping on the ground, the 2 beast phantoms of a horse and a green bull appeared at the same time. Zhu Kai Bei rolled on the ground, miserably dodging this attack. Fang Yuan's right foot stomped on the ground, letting out a muffled sound. Rocks and soil flew, and the entire battle stage shook slightly. Under his feet, an obvious crater suddenly appeared. Vertical Crash Gu. Fang Yuan charged again, the brown bear and white elephant phantoms appearing at the same time. Damn it! This time, Zhu Kai Bei could not dodge in time. He could only grit his teeth and block with his arms. Roar! Roar! 2 dragon and elephant phantoms appeared from his body, rising into the air, making Fang Yuan's brown bear and white elephant phantoms pale in comparison. Fang Yuan crashed into Zhu Kai Bei's body, causing Zhu Kai Bei to retreat slightly, while he himself was sent flying. 2 beast phantoms could suppress 1 dragon and elephant. But with 2 dragon and elephant phantoms pressuring him, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He finally unleashed the strength of twin dragon and elephant. Zhu Kai Bei breathed out. Fang Yuan's battle strength was so fierce that it shocked him. Only the eruption of twin dragon and elephant phantoms could turn the situation around. Habitual strength Gu, although rank 4, was inferior to all-out effort Gu. Zhu Kai Bei activated habitual strength Gu, accumulating and increasing his strength, then unleashing the beast phantoms. But Zhu Kai Bei did not know when he would be able to unleash them. Even if he unleashed them, Zhu Kai Bei would need to recharge his strength, causing his battle strength to fall temporarily. Zhu Kai Bei's strength was like a water tank. Habitual strength Gu was like a bucket every time it was unleashed. On the other hand, all-out effort Gu could be unleashed at will, completely depending on Fang Yuan's will. In fact, when Fang Yuan did not want to unleash it, he would stop activating it, unleashing and retracting as he wished. This allowed Fang Yuan to advance and retreat with a sense of propriety, fierce and flexible at the same time. If only I had the all-out effort Gu Sai. Unfortunately, even if I won, Shang Yinfei would not allow me to obtain the all-out effort Gu. Zhu Kaibei felt very regretful. When he became a demonic path Gu master, he was free and could do whatever he wanted. After joining the righteous path, although it was stable and had ample resources, he felt restricted when doing things. If I really chose the all-out effort Gu, what would happen? Such a thought suddenly appeared, but was immediately dispelled by Zhu Kaibei. If he did that, he would undoubtedly offend Shang Yinfei. Shang Yinfei was not only a rank 5 expert, he was also in charge of Shang clan. If he did not listen to his orders, even if he escaped in the future, there would be no peace. Wait, why am I thinking so much? The most important thing now is to defeat Fangzheng. Zhu Kaibei's gaze focused, activating Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu and attacking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just been injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His iron-like arm bones were showing signs of cracking. The intense pain caused Fang Yuan to grin instead. All-out effort Gu. Brown bear, white elephant, and green bull phantoms burst out at the same time. Even Zhu Kaibei couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. What happened to Fang Yuan earlier was also happening to him. Zhu Kaibei had wanted to take advantage of the situation and take the initiative to attack, but he was sent flying instead. The thick, ivory-white armor on his chest was smashed into a large hole. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The black stone pillar was knocked down and collapsed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhu Kaibei gritted his teeth and quickly got up. 3 beast phantoms. The spectators were in an uproar. He had seen the earlier scene very clearly. Fang Yuan sent out 3 beast phantoms. How did he do that? Many people looked at each other. He sent out 2 beast phantoms earlier, but now he sent out 3? Many people were speechless. Even more people had guesses. Don't tell me. Zhu Kaibei stared at Fang Yuan and squeezed out a word. Bitter Strength Gu. That's right. It was Bitter Strength Gu. Bitter Strength Gu was a rank 4 Gu, a perfect match for Strength Path Gu masters. The more injured the Gu master was, the greater the pain they felt, and the greater the strength they could use. Of course, there was a limit to the strength they could use. It depended on the Gu master's foundation. Fang Yuan had 8 beast phantoms on him. The strength they contained was like a large water vat. All-out effort Gu was like a bamboo pipe that could be opened and closed at any time, continuously drawing out water. Now, after Fang Yuan was injured and used Bitter Strength Gu, it was like opening up many small holes around the water vat. All-out effort Gu added bamboo pipes to these holes, allowing Fang Yuan to use them as he pleased. When using all-out effort Gu alone, Fang Yuan only had 1 bamboo pipe to draw water. Thus, he could only send out 1 beast phantoms. But now, he was affected by his injuries, and used the Bitter Strength Gu. It was like adding 2 new openings to the water tank. Thus, when Fang Yuan used all-out effort Gu, he could send out 3 beast phantoms at the same time. To think that Bitter Strength Gu is on him. Didn't Shang Yizi buy this Gu in the auction? This Bitter Strength Gu, is it the one in Shang Yizi's hand? Yin Tu guessed the answer from outside the stage. His eyes squinted. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If Fangzheng's Bitter Strength Gu is not Shang Yizi's, then in the auction, he had no doubt played with Shang Yizi. If this Bitter Strength Gu was bought by Shang Yizi, then it is even more terrifying. Shang Yizi had been stripped of his young master position because he and Fangzheng falsified accounts together. Maybe this Bitter Strength Gu is Fangzheng's spoils of war. This kid is not simple. Brother Zhu, you need to control yourself. Yin Tu could not help but worry about Zhu Kaibei's situation. Zhu Kaibei felt a bitter taste in his mouth. First, it was all-out effort Gu. Now it was Bitter Strength Gu. These 2 Gu were what he, Zhu Kaibei, yearned for day and night, searching for them bitterly, but to no avail. But Fang Yuan had 2 Gu at such a young age. Such luck and opportunity made a senior like him green with envy. With Bitter Strength Gu, the more injured Fang Yuan was, the more holes in his body became, and the stronger his battle strength became. In other words, every time Zhu Kaibei was injured, Fang Yuan's battle strength increased. This was not a good feeling. Those with weaker mental fortitude would not even want to fight with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got stronger the more he fought, and the more injured he was, the stronger his strength became. More importantly, he had 8 beast phantoms. If they burst out together, even Zhu Kaibei's 3 dragon elephants would not be able to help. What made Zhu Kaibei even more dejected was that he knew Fang Yuan had a self-reliance gu. Self-reliance gu, to Fang Yuan, had a very good healing effect. Fang Yuan could heal himself while being injured, maintaining his strength at a terrifying level. All-out effort gu, bitter strength gu, self-reliance gu, the 3 formed an ingenious combination, forming a solid foundation. At this point, Fang Yuan's plan of using gu worms had already reached a small success stage, forming the framework. The effect was outstanding. Even the rank 4 Zhu Kaibei would be at a disadvantage against this gu worm set. Chapter 324. However, even if Fang Yuan has bitter strength gu, the strength he can erupt with is at most 8 beast strength. Bitter strength gu does not provide endless strength. Shang clan leader did not allow me to take all-out effort gu. I can still choose bitter strength gu. Thinking of this, Zhu Kaibei's eyes brightened. Be it all-out effort gu or bitter strength gu, they were extremely attractive to strength path gu masters. I have not lost yet. I am rank for initial stage. I have the advantage in terms of primeval essence. Moreover, I still have killer moves. Zhu Kaibei was very experienced in battle. After a few moments of contemplation, he sorted out his emotions and reorganized his troops, raising the low morale of his troops. The two began to fight again. The battle could no longer be described as intense. It was more appropriate to describe it as tragic. Both sides punched and kicked, exchanging attacks and defenses. Zhu Kaibei's ivory-white armor was constantly breaking and mending, blood spurting out of his mouth from time to time. Fang Yuan was not much better off. He restrained himself from using self-reliance gu. His whole body was lacerated and bleeding. His ribs were broken. Endless pain attacked his nerves like a tide. The more severe his injuries, the stronger his strength. Not long after, he could summon 5 beast strength phantoms at the same time. Zhu Kaibei's situation was even more dangerous. He was almost suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point of not being able to raise his head. This was an unprecedented experience in the battle stage. Even Yin Tu was only evenly matched with him. Junior, you are too arrogant. Zhu Kaibei was furious, his fist sweeping horizontally. 3 dragon elephant. He suddenly erupted. The dragon elephant's huge figure appeared in the air. Fang Yuan was sent flying without any hesitation. 3 dragon elephants suppressed 5 beast phantoms. The 2 arms that Fang Yuan used to block were strangely twisted, completely fractured. His left arm was even bent at a right angle. The broken arm bone was exposed and dripping with blood. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and activated self-reliance gu. Such injuries had already affected his battle strength and could not be healed. He first healed his right arm, then forcefully straightened his twisted left arm, forcefully putting it together, before activating the self-reliance gu. Very soon, the severed arm began to grow back. The bone mass increased and reconnected. Then it was the broken flesh, and finally the skin. While recovering, Fang Yuan kept dodging Zhu Kaibei's attacks. He continuously used horizontal charge gu and vertical crash gu, doing 3 things at the same time to deal with Zhu Kaibei. When he attacked, he was powerful and domineering, strong and fierce. When dodging, it was a completely different style. He was calm and collected, not panicking in the face of danger. He was as slippery as a loach. He made full use of the surrounding black rock forest. Zhu Kaibei's dragon travel tiger steps gu was faster than Fang Yuan, but it could not catch him. After Fang Yuan recovered, he turned around and fought again. As time passed, the battle grew more and more desperate. Fang Yuan's 5 beast phantoms gradually increased to 6, then 7, then 8. At the beginning of the battle, there would be people cheering from time to time. Now that the situation had reached such a stage, they gradually fell silent and no one made a sound. Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei's terrifying strength caused everyone to shiver in fear. Too scary. Such strength. One can only imagine the magnificence of the ancient strength path. If it were me, no matter who I was fighting, I would have been smashed into minced meat. Everyone was speechless, secretly admiring Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei's unyielding spirit. These two men were truly tough men of steel. No one could predict the result of this battle. Fang Yuan was very strong, using 8 beast phantoms and suppressing Zhu Kaibei most of the time. However, Zhu Kaibei was not weak either. His healing goo was also very effective. In addition, with the combination of Dragon Guts goo, Dragon Form Tiger Steps goo, and Dragon Elephant goo, the law fragments of the three were similar, forming a Dao pattern resonance, greatly increasing the chances of using Dragon Elephant phantoms. Shang Xian's hands were sweating. Wei Yang's frown deepened, turning into a knot. He could see that Fang Yuan was tired. Fang Yuan's iron body could not withstand the full power of the 8 beast phantoms. He was sweating profusely and his muscles were numb. He had an even bigger problem. He could use 8 beast phantoms, but at the same time, it also meant that his injuries were extremely heavy, putting him in danger. Fang Yuan was walking on a tightrope. Once he was hit by Zhu Kaibei's 3 dragon elephants, he would die. He was risking his life in battle. This was a battle that was extremely firm and resolute. From the start till now, 2 hours had already passed. The battle was gradually entering its final stage. Both sides had reached their limits, and their attacks were starting to slow down. But the battle became more dangerous. Even Bai Ningbing had a solemn expression. The whole place was silent. Countless people were watching the battle with full concentration. Zhu Kaibei was finally impatient. Although he could use 3 dragon elephants, it depended on luck and was not very stable. Sometimes, when they attacked, the timing was not right, allowing Fang Yuan to easily dodge or block them. Why is his primeval essence still not depleted? At this point, even as a rank 4 Strength Path Goo Master, Zhu Kaibei did not have much primeval essence left. But Fang Yuan, a rank 3 peak stage, was still full of primeval essence, full of energy. Don't tell me, he really has the heavenly essence treasure lotus? Shang Yinfei's secret letter appeared in Zhu Kaibei's mind. If Fang Jing really has it, then his luck is too heaven-defying. Zhu Kaibei gritted his teeth. The expected advantage did not exist, causing his fighting spirit to fall. But in fact, Fang Yuan not only had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he also had the blood skull goo and the 4 flavors liquor worm. If Zhu Kaibei knew of this, his expression would be very interesting. I cannot lose. It seems I can only use my killer move. Zhu Kaibei made up his mind. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps goo. He suddenly retreated. This abnormal action immediately attracted Fang Yuan's attention. But Fang Yuan could not catch up. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps was very fast, much faster than Horizontal Charge goo and Vertical Crash goo. Adding on this terrain, it was not good for chasing. Almost instantly, everyone's gazes were on Zhu Kaibei. Many people realized what was going on. Oh no! Wei Yang saw this and his expression changed. He could not help but cry out. What? Shang Xianci quickly looked over. Zhu Kaibei is going to use his killer move. This battle has finally reached the most crucial moment. Wei Yang's voice was low, sweat dripping down his forehead. He was very nervous. He spoke quickly and explained. Zhu Kaibei's killer move has a flaw. If Fang Jing can grasp this flaw, he will be able to clinch victory. If not, I'm afraid Zhu Kaibei will win. Just as Wei Yang finished speaking, there was a change in the battlefield. Giant Spirit Heart goo. Giant Spirit Body goo. Giant Spirit Will goo. 3 rank 4 goo were activated at the same time. Body and mind is one, essence, chi, and spirit flowing together. Zhu Kaibei's body suddenly expanded by 3 times. His whole body shining with white spirit light, like a god descending into the world, his aura rising bit by bit. This was his killer move, Giant Spirit Transformation. It could increase a Goo Master's strength by 3 times. At the same time, their mental strength would increase by 3 times. A Goo Master controlling Goo Worms expended mental strength. After a long time, their mental strength would become sluggish. But now that Zhu Kaibei's mental strength was increased, his mind shook and he became excited again. At the same time, His strength would increase by 3 times. The strength of 3 dragon elephants would become the strength of 9 dragon elephants. Once the 9 dragon elephants burst out, the 8 beast phantoms would be useless. Fang Yuan would lose without a doubt. Zhu Kai Bei reached his strongest moment. But at this moment, the ivory white armor on his body was broken by him. Many defensive Gu did not have the ability to extend. Ivory white armor was one of them. This is the moment. He is defenseless. His strongest moment is also his weakest moment. Quickly grab this only chance of victory. Wei Yang's eyes opened wide. He clenched his fists and shouted. On the other side, Bai Ningbing's eyes also brightened. As if he had heard Wei Yang's reminder, Fang Yuan was about to make a move, but suddenly his movement stopped. Wei Yang's excitement and joy froze on his face. Make your move. He could not help but shout, his heart pounding. Unfortunately, the barrier blocked the sound. The surrounding people could not help but look at him strangely. Fang Yuan did not move. He watched silently. The broken ivory armor began to regenerate, and a new set of armor was formed, covering Zhu Kai Bei's entire body tightly. Fang Yuan's chance of victory was slipping away. It was getting slimmer and slimmer. Wei Yang stomped his feet anxiously, but it was to no avail. He looked at the sky and sighed. Sigh, Fang Zheng lost. He lost his only chance of victory. Fang Yuan did not attack. This made Zhu Kai Bei somewhat surprised. He had expected Fang Yuan to attack. He had already made preparations, but Fang Yuan did not move. This made him feel pity, because, just earlier, he had used the hard Qi Gu. The hard Qi Gu turned into a formless air current, wrapping around his entire body. At that moment, he seemed to be defenseless, but in fact, his defense was extremely tight. It could be said to be as solid as a rock. With the hard Qi Gu, his biggest flaw was made up for. If Fang Yuan attacked forcefully, he would definitely face Zhu Kai Bei's attacks. He would suffer greatly and most likely lose. But Fang Yuan did not make a move. Even if Zhu Kai Bei purposely slowed down the ivory white armor's growth, Fang Yuan would not move. The latter also did not move. He only watched quietly. Did you notice it? Impossible. The hard Qi Gu is formless. I just obtained it and have not used it. Humph. Since you are not attacking, I will. Zhu Kai Bei's eyes shone brightly. Jin transformation was a killer move. To control 3 rank 4 Gu at the same time, be it the yellow-gold primeval essence or mental strength, they were both expending intensely. Strength and mental strength increased by 3 times. But at the same time, it was also expending at 3 times the rate. Zhu Kai Bei's Jin transformation could not last long. Dragon movement tiger steps. Zhu Kai Bei charged towards Fang Yuan. Rampaging. Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat, avoiding the attack. Zhu Kai Bei could not help but be bewildered. Fang Yuan changed his style and suddenly retreated. Was he trying to stall for time? It was useless. My body is now 3 times bigger than usual, and my steps are also 3 times longer. If I use Dragon Movement Tiger Steps Gu, my speed will be even faster. Zhu Kai Bei snorted coldly in his heart. Even if Fang Yuan used the terrain of Black Stone Forest, it was of no use. At this point, the Black Stone Forest was almost completely destroyed. What's more, the gigantic spirit transformation was a completely one-sided battle style. For Zhu Kai Bei, it was a completely flat stretch of land. Chapter 325. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to be caught, Shang Xianxi's heart tightened. Fang Yuan's injuries were severe. If he was hit by Zhu Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephant strength, he would die. Right now, Zhu Kai Bei was strong. If Fang Yuan got close to him, he would be in danger. But Fang Yuan's movement speed was slower than Zhu Kai Bei. Unless he had a strong long-range attack method to restrain Zhu Kai Bei. Fang Zheng, you lost. Zhu Kai Bei walked over. He knew that Fang Yuan had a Blood Moon Gu. But how could such a weak long-range attack stop him? Ordinary long-range attacks could not stop him at all. In the whole battle stage, only Yin Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon could block his Jin transformation. Fang Zheng is going to lose. So Zhu Kai Bei is the victor of this battle. Old ginger is spicier. The spectators discussed. The situation was very clear now. Sigh. Wei Yang heaved a long sigh. Shang Xinci could not help but close her eyes. Bai Ningbing's gaze also dimmed. Hee hee. Yin suddenly laughed lightly. With Fang Yuan's defeat, Shang Yinfei's mission was completed. Unless, Fang Yuan had strong long-range attacks and could stop Zhu Kaibei from getting close. However, Strength Path Gu Masters were mostly close-range fighters. Their long-range attacks were very weak and were usually just for the occasion. This was a common weakness of Strength Path Gu Masters nowadays, and could be easily exploited. Yin Tu and Zhu Kaibei had many intense battles. Some of them relied on long-range attacks to restrain Zhu Kaibei, and he won with a slight advantage. Other than that, he did not restrain Zhu Kaibei, causing Zhu Kaibei to lose in close-range combat. Close-range and long-range attacks were crucial in battles against Strength Path Gu Masters, even to the point of deciding victory. It's over. Zhu Kaibei was already very close to Fang Yuan. Many people sighed. But right at this moment, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His eerie black eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. It was time. 8 phantoms suddenly rose behind him. Next, he activated his goo worm and lightly pointed his finger. The snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture fell by 40%. Some kind of miraculous change occurred. The beast power phantom that was originally just a pure Dao pattern suddenly became plentiful, turning from illusion to reality. It turned from a shadow into a real shadow. Wild boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python, all descended from the sky with a loud bang, attacking Zhu Kaibei. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The turnaround was so sudden that Zhu Kaibei could almost see the scene of Fang Yuan bowing his head in defeat under his fist. But in the next moment, the 8 great beasts pounced on him, surrounding him from all directions. The wild boar charged, the brown bear slapped, the crocodile bit, the green ox pointed its horns, the steed trampled its hooves, the stone turtle suppressed, the white elephant swung its tusks, and the black python coiled around its body. Bang, 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 roar, boom, boom, boom. The 8 beast phantoms seemed to have gone berserk as they attacked Zhu Kaibei fiercely. Dust rose and rocks flew. Zhu Kaibei was surrounded by the 8 beast phantoms and was beaten up mercilessly. Attacks came from all directions. Zhu Kaibei's huge body that had expanded to 3 times its original size became the best punching bag. The ivory armor that covered his whole body could not hold on any longer and broke apart, white fragments flying everywhere. Where it wasn't broken, there were also densely packed cracks. Countless people stared with their eyes and mouths wide open, looking at this scene in extreme shock. There were close to 1,000 Gu masters watching the battle. Right now, no one made a sound. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the 8 frenzied beast phantoms submerging Zhu Kaibei's figure. After a while, the 8 beast phantoms turned from solid to phantom, vanishing without a trace. As the dust settled, Zhu Kaibei was half kneeling on the ground, his arms hugging his head as he breathed roughly. Finally resisted? He slowly retracted his arms, raising his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was holding 2 yuan stones, trying his best to recover his primeval essence. He had a great aptitude in heavenly essence treasure lotus, now that he was multitasking and absorbing 2 yuan stones at the same time. The primeval essence in his aperture was already replenished to 70%. Seeing this, Zhu Kaibei's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He loosened his tightly clenched teeth, spitting out blood and broken teeth. An intense pain came from all parts of his body, causing him to feel dizzy and his ears to buzz. This was a vicious beating. If I had not used all my strength to activate the ivory armor goo, I might have already fainted. Zhu Kaibei felt a lingering fear, but by doing so, his yellow-gold primeval essence was almost expended. He had not expected such a change, and it was too late to use Dragon Travel Tiger Steps goo to retreat. The 8 beast phantoms surrounded him. He had no way to escape. Zhu Kaibei estimated that his bones were broken in dozens of places. He could only choose to heal these injuries. He did not have much yellow-gold primeval essence left. He also had Yuan Stone, but he could not absorb natural primeval essence during battle. Fang Yuan would not give him the chance. To be able to absorb the primeval essence from Yuan's stone during battle, he needed a good opportunity. Like earlier, when Zhu Kaibei was beaten to the point where he could not retaliate, Fang Yuan had some free time. Even so, Fang Yuan was taking a risk. He was multitasking, absorbing the primeval essence from 2 Yuan stones. This way, the number of goo worms he could activate would decrease, and his reaction speed would also decrease. What did I just see? This is unbelievable. Beast phantoms can actually turn into physical attacks. Since when did Strength Path Goo Masters become so strong? They actually have such a method. After a while, the people outside finally reacted and cried out in alarm. For a moment, the battle stage was in chaos and clamor. Shang Xianxi's eyes were wide open. She was surprised and overjoyed, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Good lad. Wei Yang clapped his hands, shouting excitedly. Bai Ningbing was speechless, her eyes shining with an eerie blue light. Able to turn beast phantoms into physical bodies. Such a goo worm, could it be? Yen Tu's expression was heavy. He could not help but think of the many times Zhu Kaibei had expressed his desire to obtain that goo. What you used just now, was it? Strength Chi Goo. Zhu Kaibei slowly stood up. His voice was hoarse, concealing bitterness. He did not attack, and Fang Yuan was happy to see it so. While continuing to absorb primeval essence, he nodded. You guessed right, it was Strength Chi Goo. Zhu Kaibei's expression froze for a moment, before a complex expression emerged on his face. In his expression, there was envy, jealousy, helplessness, and misery. Strength Chi Goo, Strength Chi Goo. He raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Ancient Strength Path Goo worms were basically extinct now. Every time there was some news, it would attract Zhu Kaibei's intense interest. He had searched for it for many years, but to think he would personally experience the power of Strength Chi Goo from the young Fang Yuan. Beast phantoms were traces of the great Tao. They were illusory and powerless, unable to attack directly. However, with the Strength Chi Goo, the Goo Master can activate this goo and produce formless Strength Chi. The beast phantoms left Fang Yuan's body and attached to the Strength Chi, gaining the ability to attack directly. When the Strength Chi dissipated, the beast phantoms would lose their carrier and also dissipate, automatically returning to Fang Yuan's body. The Strength Chi Goo in Fang Yuan's hands was the product of his closed cultivation goo refinement. The main body of the Strength Chi Goo was the rank 4 atmosphere goo. When Fang Yuan unexpectedly saw the atmosphere goo in the auction house, he immediately made up his mind to buy it. Atmosphere goo, Strength Chi Goo, both were Chi Path Goo. Their own laws had subtle similarities, thus they could be converted through goo refinement. This conversion recipe was extremely complicated. Over 20 different supplementary materials were used in reverse refinement, and there were over 30 steps in between. Fire control and time had to be grasped clearly. There could not be the slightest mistake. The success rate was not low, around 80%. Strength Chi Goo was only a rank 3 goo worm. Fang Yuan spent several days and nights in the secret room without rest, using his rich experience and calm mind to refine the Strength Chi Goo. 200 years later in his previous life, this recipe was recreated by a recipe master of the past path and was made public. As for now, the master who recreated this recipe had not been born yet. No one in the world knew. There is no need to continue this battle. I admit defeat. After realizing that Fang Yuan had Strength Chi Goo, Zhu Kaibei lost his will to fight and actually surrendered. With this goo, Fang Yuan would have a powerful long-range battle method. Both close and long-range combat were equally powerful. This was the elegance of the ancient strength path. It was impossible for Zhu Kaibei to get close to Fang Yuan, even if he used Jin transformation. On the contrary, Fang Yuan had methods to kill him. Being ganged up by 8 beast phantoms, Zhu Kaibei did not want to experience this again. Of course, Zhu Kaibei was clear about the weakness of Strength Chi Goo. Strength Chi Goo consumed a lot of primeval essence. It needed 5% of snow silver primeval essence to produce enough Strength Chi to sustain 1 beast phantom. 8 beast phantoms were 40% snow silver primeval essence. Even at Fang Yuan's peak condition, with 90% primeval essence, he could only use this move twice. And this data was only in theory. In battle, Fang Yuan still had to use movement goo, defense goo, all-out effort goo, and so on, splitting the primeval essence consumption and activating 8 beast phantoms at the same time. He could only use it once. Such a move could not be used carelessly. The primeval essence consumption was huge, and if it was futile, it would instead weaken the user. Thus, Fang Yuan stayed until the end. When Zhu Kai-bei used Jin transformation, he relaxed his mind. Fang Yuan sharply grasped this mentality and dealt a heavy blow to him. When Gu masters fought, they used Gu worms, but in the end, they were the foundation. Once a person showed a flaw, it was often the biggest flaw. At this time, the hosting Gu master walked onto the stage and announced the result. Zhu Kai-bei actually admitted defeat. Many people could not accept it. Fang Jing really broke through the sky. The sky is changing. The sky is changing. Zhu Kai-bei was known as half the sky of the battle stage, but now, even this sky could not cover Fang Yuan. Chapter 326. Fang Jing actually won against a rank 4 peak stage rank 3. Not only did he defeat a strong opponent, he even defeated a powerful existence like Zhu Kai-bei. He is truly a promising young man. This is undeniably a great victory. Zhu Kai-bei even used his killer move Jin transformation, but was still defeated by Fang Jing. He even admitted defeat. The attacks of the 8 beast phantoms are truly terrifying. To think that Fang Jing actually has the strength Qi Gu. His luck is too good. I heard that this strength Qi Gu was a treasure of his original clan. In the tea houses, restaurants, and streets, people were casually chatting about the battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai-bei. Being able to defeat a rank 4 with a rank 3 strength when both sides were at their peak state, such a battle was truly rare. There were close to 1,000 people watching the battle. The whole process was witnessed by everyone. Fang Yuan won fair and square, without using any tricks. His battle strength was indeed above Zhu Kai-bei. As for the origin of the strength Qi Gu, Fang Yuan purposely spread false information, leading everyone's guesses to Gu clan. From today onwards, Lord Fang Jing is my role model. After this battle, many people started calling Fang Yuan Lord. His battle strength had already gained the recognition of most people. Lord Fang Jing is truly incomparably handsome. Zhu Kai-bei's era is over. Some female Gu masters' eyes shined. A new generation replaces the old. Zhu Kai-bei's fall has allowed Fang Jing's reputation to flourish. Many old Gu masters sighed, feeling as if the new generation was replacing the old. Fang Jing defeated Zhu Kai-bei, but I wonder if he can defeat Yin Tuesday. If he also defeats Yin too, he will be the only person to dominate the battle stage in all these years. As long as he wins 18 rounds, he will become Shang clan's external elder. This battle caused the battle stage's structure to shake. The old structure was broken, and a new force was born. People started to look forward to Fang Yuan's future with excitement and anticipation. It had been more than 10 years since Shang had an external elder. If Fang Yuan only had a slight advantage and barely won against Zhu Kai-bei, then everyone's expectations would not be so high. When Fang Yuan displayed his strength that surpassed Zhu Kai-bei's, everyone began to analyze the situation excitedly. Fang Jing has all-out effort Gu, bitter strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, and strength Qi Gu. Even ancient strength path Gu masters could not compare to him. All-out effort Gu allows his attacks to be powerful and domineering. Bitter strength Gu allowed him to get stronger the more he fought, especially when paired with self-reliance Gu. It was amazing. Strength Qi Gu allowed him to be extremely fierce in long-range battles, making up for his weakness. The scene of the 8 beast phantoms attacking together was simply terrifying. This is Fang Jing's killer move. Zhu Kai-bei did not lose unjustly. Although he was rank 4 and had the advantage in cultivation, Strength Path Gu worms had little primeval essence requirement, which unknowingly weakened this advantage. Fang Jing's Gu worms were simply too good. Their combination was powerful and their coordination was flawless. Zhu Kai-bei admitted defeat on the spot. He must have been disheartened. How can a person's fortuitous encounters be so strong? Fang Jing's luck is so strong that it defies heaven. He has only been in Shang City for a few years, but he has already accumulated to such an extent. With such a powerful combination of Gu worms, It is enough to let him become famous in southern border and have his own name. Name? He already has one, now many people call him, and by Ningbing the Black-White Demons. But even more people call Fangjing Little Beast King. Fang Yuan controlled the 8 beast phantoms. His battle style was fierce and domineering, rampaging everywhere. The name of Little Beast King was very fitting. As for why he was not directly called Beast King, that was because Beast King was a famous demonic path gu master. He occupied 100 Beast Mountain alone, had 100 beasts as his army. His cultivation was at rank 5. He was unreasonable and extremely vicious. Both the righteous and demonic paths were wary of him. Fang Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage now, although he defeated Zhu Kaibei and became famous in one battle. But compared to a rank 5 gu master like Beast King, he was still lacking. On the other hand, the fact that everyone called him Little Beast King indirectly showed that Fang Yuan's future was in everyone's favor. I am really looking forward to his arena defense battle. Every expert who dominates the battle stage, their arena defense battle is a classic. Back then, Lord Wei Yang was only rank 3 middle stage, even weaker than Fangjing, but he could dominate the battle stage. Every battle of his has become a classic. An experienced gu master sighed with emotion. Thus, many people started to calculate Fang Yuan's future. At this point, how many true opponents does Fangjing have? Zhu Kaibei, Yin 2, right? There is also by Ningbing. However, Zhu Kaibei has already been asked for Giant Spirit Will by Fangjing. This move is really ruthless. Among the 3 gu, Giant Spirit Body, Giant Spirit Heart, and Giant Spirit Will, Giant Spirit Will is the hardest to obtain. Without Giant Spirit Will, Zhu Kaibei's killer move is incomplete. To Fangjing, the threat is greatly reduced. Yin 2 will be Fangjing's greatest opponent. He and Zhu Kaibei are known as half the sky of the battle stage. Their strength cannot be underestimated. But Fangjing can defeat Zhu Kaibei, and also has the strength Qi-gu to make up for his weakness in long-range attacks. His chances of winning against Yin 2 are very high. Someone mentioned Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing cannot be underestimated either. After losing to Yin 2, her cultivation had already broken through to rank 4 initial stage. Rank 4 at such a young age. What kind of aptitude is this? But her relationship with Fangjing is very deep. Even if they meet in battle, she will take the initiative to admit defeat and let Fangjing win. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan had been living in Nanqiu Garden. This news was already widely known. Many people guessed that they had already had intimate relations. However, just as everyone was in an uproar, Fang Yuan announced that he would be leaving the battle stage. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Why did Fangjing give up such a good opportunity? External Elder dominating the battle stage is right in front of us. Countless people wrung their hands and sighed. Is there some inside story? Demonic gu masters could not help but start to guess. Could it be that Shang clan no longer wants to recruit external elders, so they are secretly forcing Fangjing to give up? Demonic gu masters had always lacked trust. Or maybe Shang clan wants to change the policy and get rid of the external elder policy. Suspicion caused many people's hearts to fluctuate. Shang clan's policy of recruiting demonic gu masters to become external elders was unique in southern border. Many of the clans in the southern border had their own practice fields. The largest and most popular battle stage was located in the number 1 clan of southern border, Wu clan. But these battle stages were mostly for internal use, rarely for external use. The Shang family's external family policy became the finishing touch. It attracted countless talents for Shang clan. Even for external merchants, many demonic gu masters did not rob Shang clan's caravans. Precisely because of this external elder policy, these demonic gu masters wanted to leave a way out for themselves. Shang Yinfei sensed something amiss and quickly clarified. Although he had secretly placed Zhu Kaibei and Yin 2 as his chess pieces to control the battle stage, but such things could not be exposed. Shang Yinfei's prestige caused this formless storm to gradually calm down. Soon after, a few days later, Fang Yuan also announced in public that he would join Shang Xinci and help her ascend to the young master position. Immediately, everyone's attention was diverted from the battle stage to the battle for the young master position. Because Shang Yezi's falsification of accounts was proven, His young master position was revoked, leaving it empty. Many of Shang Yanfei's children were eyeing this position covetously, drooling over it. I have heard that Fangjing is a loyal and righteous lad. He has a principle in life, that is to repay a drop of water with a gushing spring, and repay a small grudge 100-fold. He is really responsible. Someone gave a thumbs up for this. For Shang Xinci to ascend to the young master position, Fangjing even gave up the external elder position that he was so close to obtaining. This is really... Someone could not understand such a move. Who knows, he and Shang Xinci might have some ambiguous relationship. If it were me, I would not make such a sacrifice. That is very possible. Wait, if that is the case, what about Bai Ningbing? Everyone's gossipy soul burned fiercely. The triangle relationship between Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and Shang Xinci became the topic of many people's conversations. Soon after, a few days later, Bai Ningbing also announced that she would leave the battle stage. Bai Ningbing also joined Shang Xinci. Everyone was shocked. What is wrong with this world? Does no one want an external elder? Many people's values had been impacted. Bai Ningbing is very courageous, not willing to compromise and give up. For love, she took the initiative to interfere. Actually, the emotional entanglement between these three started from the moment they met. Similar rumors started to spread everywhere. The crowd imagined countless scenarios. Even Shang Clan City started to produce sketchbooks and dramas depicting the emotional entanglement between Fang, Bai, and Shang Xinci. It was actually very popular. Putting these minor details aside, Shang Xinci had indeed become the focus of everyone's attention after Fang and Bai had joined her. Bai Ningbing was now rank 4 initial stage. A rank 4 Gu master would be a clan leader in other small or medium-sized clans. Fang Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage, but his battle strength was above many rank 4 Gu masters. When he becomes rank 4, what would happen? They were both very young and had a lot of room for growth. Now everyone had high hopes for them. With the help of 2 experts, Shang Xinci naturally became the second most popular candidate for the young master position. Before this, everyone thought that the person with the greatest hope of inheriting the young master position was Shang Yifan. Once Fang and Bai joined Shang Xinci, the situation immediately changed, creating a situation where 2 strong contenders were competing. Shang Yifan was not tall, even a little short. He had an aquiline nose, narrow eyes, and a sharp gaze. Shang Xinci. He sat on a wide-back wooden chair in the study room, muttering softly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he thought about this name. In front of him, a person was sitting. It was none other than Shang Yizi. Brother Yifan, I came here this time to help you. Shang Xinci has Fang and Bai's help. She will be your greatest opponent. Especially Fangjing. You have to be careful. This person is sinister and crafty. I fell into his hands. Chapter 327. Shang Yizi continued, I lost, but I have not completely failed. Father exiled me to the slave hunters for 3 years. After 3 years, I will return. But before that, I have something to give you. Saying so, Shang Yizi handed a few documents to Shang Yifan. Shang Yifan received them and looked through them. The documents recorded Shang Yizi's secret assets, his hidden pawns, and some of his trusted subordinates. Brother Yizi, you are? Shang Yifan showed a shocked expression. Brother Yifan, you are the one with the highest chance of becoming the young master out of all our brothers and sisters. I'll lend you a helping hand and hope that you can succeed in your endeavors. You can use these resources and manpower as you wish. 3 years later, when I return, you can return them to me. Shang Yizi sighed. He was sent to the slave hunters to train. He could not bring his subordinates and guards. He was not there to enjoy life, but to be punished. Now that he no longer had the young master status, these forces would fall apart sooner or later. He might as well hand them over to Shang Yifan while he could still control them. 3 years later, when Shang Yizi returns to the clan, he would not have to start from scratch. Shang Yifan quickly stood up and cupped his fists. Brother Yizi, Yifan will not forget your help. In the future, when I become the young master, I will repay you tenfold. Sigh, we are brothers. How can we repay each other? Hee hee. Although he said so, Shang Yizi's lips curled into a wide smile. After a heated conversation, Shang Yifan personally sent Shang Yizi out. Watching him leave, Shang Yifan's smile slowly turned into a sneer. Shang Yizi, you have a good plan. You want me to take care of your forces for you? Hee hee, then I will beat you at your own game. I will first take over your forces, then divide them. I will not return them. He saw through Shang Yizi's plan. 3 years? So many things can happen in 3 years. You really think you still have hope? Oomph. So naive. So naive. No wonder Fong and Bai schemed against you. You are a disgrace to our Shang clan. Shang Yifan sneered. But when he thought of Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing, his face darkened. Shang Xine Ci. He muttered the name. When Shang Yizi stepped down from the stage, he thought that the young master position was already in his grasp, but he did not expect for Shang Xine Ci to suddenly appear and become his biggest obstacle. Shang Yifan's eyes narrowed into a line as he analyzed. Shang Xine Ci's greatest advantage is her father's pampering. Which other children had such favoritism? But the family rules are there. Everyone is competing for the young master position, so father can't openly give her special treatment. On the contrary, because of Lord Father's favoritism, the other siblings have opinions or even hostility towards Shang Xine Ci. Shang Xine Ci's greatest advantage is actually her weakness. Shang Xine Ci's second advantage is actually her greatest advantage, and that is Fong Zheng and Bai Ningbing. These two are really... Thinking of Fong and Bai, Shang Yifan's face also revealed a strange, envious, jealous, and incomprehensible expression. These two, I wonder what they are thinking. They even gave up on being an external elder and want to help Shang Xine Ci. This feeling was like someone gave up on eating watermelons and want to pick sesame seeds. How did Shang Xine Ci win over these two? Her luck is really good. She easily took in these two generals. That Bai Ningbing is already rank 4, and Fong Zheng can even defeat Zhu Kai Bei. These were 2 rank 4 battle strength. Even big brother Shang Qiunyou did not have rank 4 subordinates. Above the 10 young masters, Shang clan's current young clan leader, Shang Tuahai, only had 2 rank 4 subordinates. But these 2 subordinates were not Shang Tuahai's private army, but were specially sent by the clan to help him. As the clan's young master, Shang Tuahai personally controlled a caravan. When fighting outside, he needed strong assistance to deal with all sorts of situations. Now, Shang Xine Ci had not even become Shang clan's young master, but she already had 2 rank 4 experts helping her. This situation made many of Shang Yinfei's children jealous and wary. However, even if she has Fong and Bai's help, so what? This young master position will definitely be mine. Shang Yifan licked his lips, thinking of something. His spirits rose. At the same time, in Nanshou Garden, Shang clan has complicated and comprehensive clan rules, especially regarding inheritors. The rules are even stricter. Wei Yang stood in front of Fong and Bai, as well as Shang Xine Ci, speaking frankly with assurance. Lady Xine Ci, if you want to ascend to the young master position, you have to pass Shang clan's test. This test is very traditional. It has always been the same content, that is, business. Shang clan was built on business, and its development could not be separated from business. Shang clan's selection of young masters was based on business. Do not look down on business, thinking that it is just a business that earns money. Business can test every aspect of an inheritor. There will be all sorts of problems in the process of doing business. It tests one's plans, adaptability, strength, and so on. The clan will allocate a sum of 100,000 yuan stones to any child who participates in the competition. 3 months later, the one who earns the most will become the new young master. Wei Yang was very familiar with the clan's policies. Then, how much yuan stone do we need to earn to win this competition? Fong Yuan asked. Shang clan's young master selection was watched by the entire city. The entire Shang clan was paying attention to it. Fong Yuan knew his own limits and decided to abide by the rules here. Normally speaking, as long as Lady Xine Ci has 300,000 yuan stone, you can eliminate most of the people. If you have 600,000, you will have a high chance of winning. Above 600,000, between 700 and 800,000, These results are top class in the past young master selections. However, as he said this, Wei Yang's tone slowed. Among the competitors this time, there is one whose mother is the clan leader's cousin. She is a member of Shang clan and has great power. He is called Shang Yifan and is the most popular candidate in this young master selection. With his mother helping him from behind, he would be able to get at least 600,000 points. If Lady Xinci wants to win him, she needs to have even more outstanding results. Shang Yifan will have at least 600,000. If Shang Xinci wants to obtain the young master position, she needs to be top class. But Shang Xinci has no power in Shang clan, and her mother is a Zhang clan member. She is at a disadvantage politically. She cannot be like Shang Yifan, with people supporting her from behind. Her only backer is Shang Yanfei, but because he is the clan leader, he cannot openly side with her. Thus, the pressure on Shang Xinci's shoulders is huge. After Wei Yang said this, he looked at Shang Xinci with hidden worry. He knew that a result between 700 and 800,000 was hard to come by. There were very few young masters in history who could achieve such results, because it required talent, help, and luck. Shang Yanfei did not plan to let Shang Xinci compete for the young master position so quickly. Everything was pushed by Fong and Bai from behind. After Shang Xinci heard Wei Yang's introduction, she was silent for a while, before suddenly asking, "I wonder, what is the best result in Shang clan's history?" Wei Yang was slightly stunned. Of course it surpassed 800,000, reaching over 900,000. In Shang clan's history, there are very few who can achieve such results. At the very most, there are not more than 20. The current young clan leader Shang Tuahai reached 890,000, causing an uproar. But Missy, your father reached 920,000 at that time. Just this achievement is enough to be recorded in Shang clan's history. As he said this, Wei Yang paused, but the best result in Shang clan's history is 1,110,000. He is called Shang Gui Kai. He has monstrous talent, but a pity he has one of the 10 extreme physiques. 920,000, 1,110,000. Shang Xinci's eyes shone as she listened, clenching her fists. She could be said to be brimming with talent in business. Towards this competition, although she was encouraged by Feng Yuan, she had her own will and was not passive. Seeing Shang Xinci's expression, Wei Yang relaxed slightly. "All right, I should go. But before I leave, I have a special reminder for you. This competition is highly valued by the entire Shang clan. Do not take the risk and do anything that goes against the rules. Believe in your big brother Wei. Those who cheated in the competition have never succeeded." Young master was the future of Shang clan. This was a huge matter. There was no room for carelessness. Shang Yizi was still a young master, but because of one false accounting, he was exiled. From this, one could see how much importance Shang clan placed on young master matters. Shang Yifan had the support of his mother's tribe. He could at most help him within the rules, and did not dare to cheat for him. After that, Wei Yang gave a few more instructions before leaving Nanqiu Garden. He was an important official of the clan, Shang Yanfei's trusted aide. He should have avoided him. But he still went in and out of Nanqiu Garden, and explained so much to Shang Xinci. It showed his loyalty. Big Brother Wei is bearing a lot of pressure for us. From now on, we cannot trouble him anymore. Shang Xinci said. Feng Yuan did not comment. Bai Ningbing frowned. To do business in 3 months, to increase 100,000 yuan stone by 6 times. It is easier said than done. Although she was talented, she knew nothing about business, so she was in a very difficult position. But Shang Xinci's eyes turned, revealing a smile as she said confidently, "Actually, I have a good idea. As long as we implement it, I guarantee we can make 600,000. "Oh, what is it?" Bai Ningbing asked. Shang Xinci looked deeply at Feng Yuan, revealing everything. "I was inspired when I saw Brother He Tu's battle at the battle stage. We can do information business." Chapter 328. That's right, information business. Shang Clan's battle stage has hundreds of battles every day. The atmosphere of the battle stage is so intense, we can make use of it. I've thought about it. We can collect the information of all the Gu masters in the battle stage and sell them. We can invite some famous people to make predictions before the battle and give comments after the battle. Shang Xinci smiled as she replied, "Brilliant." Bai Ningbing immediately slapped the table and praised. This idea was too brilliant. Bai Ningbing had participated in many battles in the battle stage. She had a deeper understanding of the beauty of this idea. She immediately understood that this was a brilliant idea that could open up business opportunities. Even Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had actually thought of this idea in his previous life, and had even used it in Wu Clan. Wu Clan's battle stage was much larger than Shang Clan's, and the atmosphere was even more intense. Fang Yuan's creation caused a huge commotion at that time, and he earned a lot of money every day. But not long after, Wu Clan interfered, and all kinds of competition and suppression came one after another. In just a few months, his profits fell to rock bottom. Half a year later, he could no longer do it. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he could think of this idea because of his memories from Earth. Shang Xinci was able to think of this. It was truly a pioneering idea. It showed her outstanding talent in the business world. But although this idea was good, Fang Yuan shook his head. Shang Xinci gritted her teeth. Does Brother He too think this idea is bad? It is a good idea, but don't rush. Xinci, do you trust me? Fang Yuan looked at Shang Xinci with rapt attention. Shang Xinci smiled warmly. My life was saved by you, Brother He Tuesday. Why can't Xinci believe in you? Bai Ningbing snorted in her heart, but did not speak. She was in the know, and along the way with Fang Yuan, she was clear. Shang Xinci's dangers were all caused by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. Since you trust me, then listen to my arrangements. In just 20 days, you'll be able to triple the amount of primal stones in your possession. Is that so? Shang Xinci's face showed curiosity. Then I will listen to brother's arrangements. What is he up to this time? Who does he want to harm this time? Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan from the corner of her eyes and couldn't help but guess. Sancha Mountain was located between the Zhua clan's Cold Quaking Mountain and the Che clan's Feilai Mountain. The Zhua clan and the Che clan had a history of more than 600 years, while the Che clan had a history of 580 years. The two families had been enemies for generations. The hatred that had accumulated for generations had made the two families irreconcilable enemies. In the recent 100 years, the two families expanded and fought to occupy Sancha Mountain. On a certain mountainside of Sancha Mountain, an intense battle was already nearing its end. Blood flowed on the ground. Dozens of Gu master corpses lay on the mountain rocks. In the arena, there were still 7 people standing. 3 people from the Zhua family and 4 from the Che family. There was a deep hole in the chest of the Zhua family's elder, Zhua Soundless. He pressed on his wound with one hand and stood in front of Zhua Chanyu, his expression solemn. Eldest miss, please leave quickly. We'll hold them off. Zhua Chanyu was the eldest daughter of the Zhua family. She had a great aptitude and was the future hope of the Zhua family. She was young and beautiful, not even 20 years old, but already had rank 3 middle stage cultivation. She couldn't die here. Elder Soundless. Zhua Chanyu's expression showed reluctance and hesitation. Wanna leave? No way. Che clan's elder, Che Yu-in, sneered and walked out from the crowd. Old Soundless, to think you would have such a day. He. Today, I, Che Yu-in, will make the 3 of you die without a burial ground. His tone was filled with killing intent. But after saying this, he whispered to a fresh and beautiful female Gu master beside him. Xiang Er, you are injured. When the fight starts later, just stay back and watch over us. Che Xiaoxiang's brows immediately furrowed. Father, I only suffered light injuries. It's nothing. I want to fight alongside you. She was very worried. The other party, Zhua Soundless, had been enemies with her father Che Yu-in for decades. Their strength was actually about the same. Although Zhua Soundless was heavily injured, it would not be easy to kill him. His counterattack before death would definitely be terrifying. Nonsense. Che Yu-in scolded in a low voice. Listen to father. This is an order. Che Xiaoxiang pouted and was about to retort when she suddenly heard a long laugh. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. Hoo hoo hoo. This laughter was very strange. It made people feel like an evil wind was blowing. Following this laughter, a figure appeared on a mountain rock. This person was handsome and wore a flowery robe with pink butterflies embroidered on it. He wore a flower crown on his head, and on the crown was a fluffy red flower ball that trembled along with his laughter, like a character in an opera troupe, giving off a comical feeling. But whether it was Soundless or Che Yuin, when they saw this person, their expressions changed. They felt no joy, but instead fear and panic. "Ah, you are the pink butterfly gentleman, Kong Ritian." The two spoke one after another, revealing the identity of the newcomer. At this moment, even the expressions of the others changed, especially Zhou Chanyu and Che Xiaoxiang. They turned pale and were extremely nervous. This Kong Ritian was a demonic goo master with a notorious reputation. He liked to wear a flowery robe embroidered with pink butterflies, thus people called him the Pink Butterfly Gentleman. But the truth was, he was a rapist who specialized in harming the chastity of righteous path women. He was hated by people and was a loner. Most importantly, he had rank 4 cultivation. His appearance immediately changed the situation of the entire battlefield. Zhou tribe and Che tribe were at the end of their ropes. Their two strongest forces, Che Yuin and Zhou Soundless, were injured and had insufficient primeval essence. They only had rank 3 cultivation. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's right, I am Kong Ritian. Although his identity was exposed, the pink butterfly gentleman was very happy and let out his signature strange laughter. Suddenly, he waved his sleeves and injected primeval essence into goo worms, causing flower petals to rain down. The pink petals turned into colorful butterflies that fluttered in the air. At once, the battlefield was filled with fragrance. Zhou tribe and Che tribe members quickly defended and displayed their abilities. Kong Ritian took the chance to attack. The battle erupted. The flower rain became more intense and figures flew everywhere. After fighting for 8 or 9 rounds, Kong Ritian's body flashed and he suddenly retreated, leaving the battlefield. He was beaten back. So close. Che Yuin and Zhou Soundless let out a sigh of relief, but their expressions changed at the next moment. "Chanyu, my son. Xiaoxiang. Scoundrel. Let go of my daughter." The eyes of the two elders were filled with anger. Their eyes were filled with anger. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. Kong Ritian laughed loudly towards the sky. His 2 hands, one in each hand, were holding 2 beauties. They were Che Xiaoxiang and Zhou Chanyu. They were unconscious and had just been captured by Kong Ritian in the chaotic battle. Kong Ritian was most proficient in dealing with female goo masters. Today's harvest is not bad. To think I could see these 2 beauties here. Ha ha ha. Ugh. Kong Ritian was feeling very pleased with himself when a change occurred. The whole of Sancha Mountain started to shake. At once, rocks rolled down and the earth quaked. What's going on? What's happening? Everyone exclaimed in shock. 3 pillars of light shot out from the 3 highest peaks of Sancha Mountain. The grand pillars of light, one yellow, one blue, one red, pierced through the sky, piercing through the clouds. Right at this time, the voices of the 3 mixed together spread throughout the whole of Sancha Mountain. 3 kings' inheritance opens today, righteous or demonic. It will be left for those who are fated. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They were all stunned. Even Kong Ritian temporarily forgot about the 2 beauties in his arms. 3 kings' inheritance. It is actually 3 kings' inheritance. After everyone came to their senses, an extremely excited look emerged on their faces. 3 kings' inheritance, heavens, the 3 kings are all rank 5 goo masters. This is their inheritance. This is actually their inheritance. 3 days later, Shangclan City. Nanxiu Garden, study room. Placing a report on the table, Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. 3 kings' inheritance has finally opened. Counting the days, it was the same day as in his previous life. It could be seen that in this world, although rebirth could change history, major events had inertia and could not be easily changed. Since 3 kings' inheritance has opened, I don't have much time left. After pushing Shang Xinci to the position of young master, I should immediately leave this place. Fong Yuan felt a sense of urgency. he needed to make full use of his time. Three Kings' inheritance was not the same as ordinary inheritances. The flower wine inheritance and Baigu inheritance that Feng Yuan had taken were only one. Three Kings' inheritance, however, had three. If he could obtain all three, Feng Yuan's strength would increase by several times, and his requirement for rank 4 goo worms would be more than half satisfied. At least, he would not need to worry about cultivation resources before rank 5. However, Three Kings' inheritance was a demonic inheritance. It was extremely dangerous. There were many bastards inside, and there were many obstacles. In his previous life, countless lives were sacrificed, and after spending half a year, someone finally reached the end and obtained the inheritance. Thus, it was useless for Feng Yuan to go for now. The news of Three Kings' inheritance cannot be concealed. How can those 3 pillars of light be concealed? Feng Yuan knew that these 3 pillars of light were the entrances to the inheritance. But to enter these entrances, a certain standard was needed. This way, I can buy dog enslavement goo, paper crane goo, and exploding egg goo. Feng Yuan calculated. Before this, he had used the funds he had, and secretly bought these 3 goo from the market. But he was cautious, and did not use his full strength. Now that the news of Three Kings' inheritance had spread to Shang Clan City, the time was ripe. Buy with all his strength. In the next 5 days, Feng Yuan bought large numbers of rank 1 dog enslavement goo, rank 2 paper crane goo, and rank 1 exploding egg goo. Not only Shang Xin sees 100,000 yuan stone, but also by clan's latest 300,000. Feng Yuan had extorted 3 million yuan stone from Bai clan, and by now, Bai clan had paid more than half of it. Together with Bai Ningbing's remaining funds, Feng Yuan's plan was a huge success. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.